still sitting atop the Pacific Division and the number 3 seed in the Western Conference. Those are your headlines. Time to start the Carmichael Dave Show.
I don't know what it is.
With Jason Ross at 7 and Jay Mars at 6, right here on Sactown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Yeah, we don't know. Here is
still workshopping it.
Right. It's always good just to remind you of our, and let me say it once again, temporary layout. I'm accentuating temporary because in this business, things that start out with, hey, can you just do this? We're just going to set this up for a couple weeks, whatever, little bit. It's never specific. Just do this for a little bit, and then we'll do the other stuff.
But then you know what happens? You know what?
3 years
you guys
later.
sound really good.
Right.
We're just going to keep it the way it is.
I told him straight up, I am not averse to doing a 5-hour show, although if I was the audience, I would be. I'm not completely averse to it, as long as you pay me the equivalent of 2 more hours a day. You take what I make for 3, you add, you 2. Do the mathy stuff and figure out, okay, so he gets paid this for 3, so it wouldn't be doubling the salary. It would be like
2/3ing it.
Like 66. You pay me 66.66% more per year. I'll do the show.
Isn't that more than doubling the salary?
No, doubling's 100%.
I'm thinking 50%.
Way too early, pal. Way too early. That is a shame. So for now, in case you missed it last week, let's just recap. We got a lot to get to here before leading on. It will be Jay and I in the Jay and I hour.
Yes, that's literally what it's called, the Jay and I hour.
And
starring Jay and I.
We can start that off great by just by getting a nice sponsor for the Jay and I hour. Yeah, the Jay and I hour.
An ideal sponsor for that.
Something with 2 in it. Double. Oh. Yeah. Speaking of Deuce, we'll get to that in a second. So then Jason's going to join us at 7. Hey, guys. Hey, Jason, come on in. And then Jason will do a, fairly normal show.
It'll be the Jason and I hour.
For Snow, it'll be Jason, you, and me from 7 to 10.
Right.
And then I leave.
Yes.
Jason does 10 to 11. And then he hands the football off.
Jason and I do 10 to 11.
Yeah, then Jason and you do 10 to 11. Then the ball gets handed off to Deuce and Mo, and today is their first broadcast, which will be interesting because apparently when Nick and Rami were doing the fishy thing, the fishing expedition show that my dad loves over the weekend.
I think you mean exposition.
Whatever. They were broadcasting live there Friday. They brought their cameras, they brought the station cameras
so that they could live stream.
Y'all
saw the fish and stuff. It was great.
But they did not bring them back.
That's not great.
And even though we upgraded our software about 2 months ago so that we could use all the cameras we have on the wall, apparently
so we thought
that's way down on the priority list. So I don't even know, when Jason comes in from 7 to 10, am I correct that we will not be showing him?
I'm going to try to get this camera to your right to do a wide shot.
Okay.
So,
or maybe he can this.
Yeah, that could too.
Okay,
we could do
so
that too.
We'll figure that out.
It.
But then what's really crazy is then when Deuce and Mo come in, they have a huge YouTube following, huge video following, and their very first show. Hey, welcome back, guys.
I will be texting producers of the Cattles and Robbie show to see if we can get that camera back in before 11. It would help.
Welcome back, guys. Still nothing works. It's been that, it's been 7 years plus since they've been nothing.
It's been 7 years since you looked at me.
It's been 7 years. 2 things. And Jay, I have for you and others, I have 2 public service announcements.
Okay.
One involves peanut butter.
Oh, now I'm into this.
So remember I told you I got a food processor?
Yep.
And was trying to figure out what the first thing I want to do. Everybody does pesto and whatever, right?
Right.
It's one of these things I bought that I'll never use because I'm an idiot. And I want to do something cool. So I saw this video the other day, and I had my wife put in our little grocery order just a little plastic thing, jar of peanuts, honey roasted peanuts, a generic brand, whatever, from Walmart or wherever it was. I saw the most amazing thing, and I'm a peanut butter guy. I pour the peanut butter into the food processor. I blend it for like a minute. I basically have the equivalent of like peanut butter cocaine. It's just that it's dust, right? Okay. Blend it for another minute. Okay, it's a little more. It's like a peanut butter dough ball. Basically, I end up blending it for probably 5 minutes total.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the more it blends, the hotter it gets, the more it extracts the oils. Dude, it got so creamy, I was able to pour it into a mason jar. And I now have a mason jar in my cupboard filled with fresh, no additives, except for whatever's in the honey roasted peanuts, but no additives, one ingredient, and a tiny pinch of salt. I was this many days old when I realized you can make homemade peanut butter and your entire ingredient list is peanuts. That's it. I never knew that. I'm going to put a video out about it. It's the most amazing thing I've ever seen. And I know
put a video out
I'm
about
going
it.
to make a video making my second batch of peanut butter.
Wow.
It really was. And I know
I bet that goes viral.
there's somebody, sadly, it probably was the dumbest thing I do. I know there's somebody out there who's like, duh. But really, I guarantee you most of you didn't know that. You can make peanut butter out of just peanuts. That's it. So that's number one. Number two. Again, this is a public service announcement. This isn't a sponsorship. I'm not selling it. I have no angle. Are you familiar? You ever been on the state controller's website?
No.
I had reason to go to the state controller's website on Friday. Did you know you can go to Google right now and put in CA for California, unclaimed property? It takes you to the controller's website.
Oh, I have done that before.
You click on the unclaimed property button.
Nothing.
You put your name and an address, or the name and address of a relative or a friend or a wife or a husband, and it will bring up all the unclaimed, an insurance check you didn't cash, or this or that got remitted to the state. I found a decent amount of money for a couple of relatives and friends. I just started tweaking on this thing. I found my brother $827.
How much did you find yourself? That's the real question.
I didn't find it.
That's boring.
I had something for like $1.35 from Sprint phone service back in.
I get you a quarter tank of gas.
Yeah. I claim all my money. If you get a
Gallon of
chance,
gas, I should say.
if you get a chance, seriously, go check it out. It's absolutely fun to tweak out about that, and then text all your friends telling them how much money you found.
That they'll never claim.
They'll never claim. Leading off right now.
Let's do it. Leading off, the 3 top stories in the morning.
Huge news. This is very important.
Here's cut number 1.
2.9 to go. Philly up 2. Barnes missed the first, made the second. Getting ready for the third. Line drives it. Tipped by Lynn, and the ball game is over.
Darn it.
It ended up in the hands of Philadelphia, and the Sixers get out of here with a 2-point win. They sweep the road trip. Victories at Utah. 2 in L.A. against the Lakers, then the Clippers. 2 nights ago in Portland against the Blazers. And in a game where they were down 21 late in the first half, they win it 129-127. And Philadelphia has now defeated Sacramento 9 consecutive times.
Yeah, whatever.
That game was poop on a stick.
Honest to
fried.
God, I said it after the first game they played in Philly. Just give the Sixers, just don't even play the game. Forfeit it and give them a win.
The Sixers didn't even need Embiid and Harden.
All right.
Like, I get it. There was a part of me that I was excited Harden wasn't playing because A, he's good, and B, I just hate watching him play.
I can't stand watching.
But you know what the problem is with Harden not playing? That means you get the Tyrese Maxey show.
Yep. And you're going to James Harden if it was just James Harden missing the game, whatever the line was, I would have increased it. They would have just played better. The Sixers would have.
Yeah, no.
Him and Embiid out. Yeah. When you're up 21 on a team at home and you're in the middle of a 6-game winning streak, you're trying to push it to 7 and they don't have their 2 superstars. You probably should win the ball game.
Yep.
You probably should not be outscored 38-22 in the third.
Nope. They just came out flat and never recovered in that third.
Yeah.
That was ugly.
And I mean, listen, we'll provide excuses galore today. We'll sit heavy on back-to-backs and viruses running through the team. It's still a lame loss.
Yeah, no, there's no excuse for that one.
There is absolutely no excuse. We'll get to that. Hey, listen, we're going to be talking mainly today about a football game from yesterday. We have so much for you today, including a parade of hosts coming in and out of here. Yeah, we'll hit the Kings game a little bit. In fact, we'll hit a little bit of it next. We're going to get into the Niners eking, or should I say zeking, that win out over the Dallas Cowboys. Thank you. The rest of the NFL playoffs. We got a lot to get to. Let's take a first look, though, at the Kings weekend. It was a tale of two totally different games. It's Excuse Hour coming up next.
The only place you'll find Kevin Herter is Sactown Sports.
Herter's open, steps into three. He's got the triple.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Kevin Herter, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
ATM Mortgage.
Hi, this is Jeff Tarbell with a very unique program for homeowners over 55 years old. How would you like to cut your house payment in half and maybe get some cash out too? Give ATM Mortgage a call. 916-338-9400, 338-9400, or online at atmmortgage.net.
ATM Mortgage.
License under California CFL and MLS 223-4889.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
On Sactown Sports.
Only 3 of 7 from downtown. Well, run that up a notch here as Harrison Barnes just nailed a triple on a quick hitter. He has 9 points. Funk is on the move. Slows at the 3-point circle. Crosses to the left. Euros into the lane. Spins a wild pass to the corner to Fox. On top to Barnes. 3 again. You betcha. Harrison Barnes and the Kings from downtown make it 46-29. And with 1:12 gone in the second quarter, Doc Rivers and the Sixers take time out. Can't find Herter. Gives to Keegan. Launches for 3. Pure as can be. 11 unanswered points for Sacramento. Biggest lead of the ballgame for the Kings, 62-43. Keegan Murray knocking down his first 3-pointer of the ballgame. Right now, Kings are down 6. Tobias Harris isolated on Fox. Fox, he shouldered him out of the way. But there was no whistle, and a rebound off the missed shot is scored. Tell you what, a couple of these calls have really been questionable, more than questionable. Tobias Harris just dipping the shoulder into Fox.
Well, we'll start with some obvious stuff that, is obvious. Other teams get paid to win. They're all professional, and they're all top 1% of the 1% of, basketball players in the world. All right, number one. Number two, they still had Tyrese Maxey, and as you pointed out, Tyrese Maxey is not a better statistical player than James Harden. But I'll bet you if you took a team and you put Harden on that team and then went back in time, took Harden out and put Maxey on that team, the Maxey team wins more. He just has it's just a better team game, less ISO, less me with the ball, more. It's a smoother transitional game than James Harden, who just sucks up so much airspace. I love DeAnthony Melton. Montrezl Harrell had a chance to get in there. Montrezl Harrell, who
that guy makes a career out of playing the Kings.
He does.
Every time he plays.
He is the Jerome Jameses of today.
Yeah, the Joel Prisbella.
Yes. And here's the other thing. The bench has to figure their life out. 20, I think it was 23 bench points. And Davion Mitchell and Malik Monk were a combined 4 of 14. Add in Trey Lyles, That's 5 of 17. And when you have the second game of a back-to-back, that's really where you need that bench to step up. And on top of that, and I don't know which players, but there's been this virus that knocked Domas out a few days ago. There's been this virus that's gone through the franchise, and some of these guys have gotten it and kind of been able to just deal with it, but it's going to hit you a little bit. It's going to hit your cardio, so I understand that. That's all the excuse, and some of those are okay reasons. You still got to win this ball game.
Yeah, no, you had enough guys healthy where when you have Philadelphia coming in without Joel Embiid, without James Harden, again, they have depth to that team. I don't want to take any credit away from Philly. They came in and won the game.
Yeah.
But when you're missing your two superstars, your two pillars of the franchise, and you're on the road,
yeah,
the Kings are good enough to beat that team. And that's what bothered me, because years in the past, we can look at like, oh yeah, we would always joke, right? When you'd see it come out on social media that Team X, who's really good, is going to be sitting their two best players against Sacramento, we would always joke, Kings will lose.
Yep.
And what happened? The Kings usually lost because they just didn't beat teams that were, without their best players. But this is a year where we've seen them actually take advantage of that in certain scenarios. When you're the third best team in the West, this is a different scenario now. This is not a team that is, clinging to the 10th play-in spot. This is a team that has actual aspirations to be a playoff team. These are the games you have to win. These are the games that give people pause moving forward.
And it's not just that they didn't win. It's that they got completely out-hustled. They got completely out-muscled. 46-29 on the boards. They just got absolutely pushed around. Offensive rebounds, there's your ball game. 16 offensive rebounds for Philly, 4 for the Sacramento Kings. And when you look at the Kings starters, okay, Sabonis had 9 boards. He leads the league in rebounding. That was low for him. And what I find, just want to stop for a second to kind of illustrate how amazing Domantas Sabonis is. I cannot count the amount of times I heard, and by the way, heard correctly, Domantas Sabonis wasn't really himself Saturday. You could tell he's still kind of feeling the effects of being sick. Second game of a back-to-back. He was not himself.
But still a rebound away from a triple-double.
He actually had a rebound taken away from him that would have given him a triple-double. So Sabonis plays 38 minutes. He shoots 70% from the field, 16 points, 9 rebounds, 10 assists. And he's the first guy to say he wasn't himself. He almost had a triple-double and shot 70%. He wasn't himself, but he wasn't. That's how good he's been. De'Aaron Fox was just fine. De'Aaron Fox is great. And by the way, when you look at starter rebounding numbers, 9, 4, 4, 4, 3, it's not terrible. It's not great. It's not terrible. But the entire bench combined for 5 rebounds, which honestly is worse than their lack of scoring. The bench lost the game for that team.
Well, the biggest reason, I agree with you, but it's kind of for a different reason. What got me about the bench is, let's keep in mind, this is the second night of a back-to-back, right? Mm-hmm. Your starters played so many minutes against Philly.
Yeah.
Malik Monk played 20 minutes off the bench. That's fine. But after that, Davion, 12. Trey Lyles, 11. Rashawn Holmes, 6. Chimezie Metu, 5.
Yeah.
You got to get more minutes out of your bench, but given the lack of production from the bench, Mike Brown didn't have a choice but to run his starters out there. And again, I think they just ran out of gas.
Here's some numbers that will actually, they're kind of hilarious. Now, plus minus, we've said many, many times, is not your most accurate descriptor of how things are or are not. But it can give you it can get you in the vicinity. Trey Lyles in 11 minutes was minus 10. KZ Okpala takes the cake, though. KZ Okpala did not even play a full minute. He had a rebound and a turnover in not even a full minute. I don't even know how that's possible. KZ Okpala was minus 3 in officially 0 minutes. That might be the line of the year. Rashawn Holmes was minus 2 in 6 minutes. Davion Mitchell was minus 7 in 12 minutes. Malik Monk was minus 8 in 20 minutes. That's not the numbers you want. And we need to, at some point today, also talk about Mike Brown and Rashawn Holmes, because I don't understand it. He filled in for Domantas Sabonis 3 games ago, and was fantastic. Double-double, got the chain, everything was awesome. He's a DNP Friday. DNP, nothing. The next game, when the Kings are desperately trying to find a backup big, and you got to be able to get into a rhythm, he's a DNP. I love Mike Brown. I love the job he has done. I feel really uncomfortable second guessing him or that staff because they've been so fantastic. I'd love to know why Rashawn Holmes couldn't get in the game the next game after looking like he broke out. Then Saturday night, a game where Sabonis doesn't look right completely. 6 minutes. Oh, and by the way, in those 6 minutes, he had 2 blocks. He was 2 of 2, and he had a board. That's pretty good for that amount of minutes.
I agree.
More on that later. We'll take a break. Hey, listen, when we come back, it's Standings Watch.
Standings Watch.
And why Dame Lillard was a bit testy post-game last night. We have the audio next.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Starting January 23rd. Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader.
This is Monster Jam! See the legendary Gravedigger and more tear up the dirt with massive stunts, all-out racing, and crazy skills. It's adrenaline-charged fun for the whole family.
Let's hear it! Make some noise!
Monster Jam, as big as it gets. Coming to Golden One Center this weekend. Tickets start at $20. Brought to you by BKT Tires.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at PowerCopier.com.
At Ashton & Price, we get injury victims to yes. Experience, yes. Ashton & Price has been around for over 25 years. No more insurance companies? Yes. Our clients focus on getting better, and we handle all the rest. Results? Yes. We've collected over $100 million for injury victims. No fee until we win? Yes. Our clients pay nothing until we win. Ashton & Price, the best at getting to yes. Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
The world has changed a lot these last few years. You can do pretty much anything from your home, including order your new Honda from Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Check out our great selection at StocktonHonda.com or come in today and get pre-approved all in the blink of an eye. Stockton Honda makes buying a car simple and stress-free.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com. Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can find options that fit your budget, because giving you options is the right thing to do.
Oh yeah, like when I hold the door for someone. Sure, it may be weird if I don't time it right, and they're a little too far away, and now they're running. And we're both asking ourselves, is it worth it to run instead of just, letting them open their own door?
but still, it's the right thing to do. So get options based on your needs with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Capital Casino back with indoor gaming and dining located inside at 411 North 16th Street, downtown Sacramento.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, I am Jay Mars still. I don't know why I always say that. Anyways, it was a nice night out in Santa Clara, a very close game between the San Francisco 49ers and the Dallas Cowboys in the NFC divisional round. Saw the 49ers come out victorious.
Steps it back to Dak Prescott. He throws over the middle to Turpin. He gets hammered down by Jimmy Ward. The game is over.
What a way
the 49ers are on their way to Philadelphia.
Interesting play call at the end there by Mike McCarthy. Not a pretty game on offense, although running backs Elijah Mitchell and Christian McCaffrey combined to run for 86 yards on 24 carries, including a late touchdown by McCaffrey. The 49ers will be taking on the Eagles in Philadelphia for the NFC Championship next weekend. The Kings, after a big win against the Thunder on Friday night, weren't as fortunate on Saturday night.
2.9 to go. Philly up 2. Barnes missed the first, made the second. Getting ready for the third. Line drives it. Tipped by Lynn, and the ball game is over. It ended up in the hands of Philadelphia, and the Sixers get out of here with a 2-point win. They sweep the road trip. Victories at Utah. 2 in LA against the Lakers, then the Clippers. 2 nights ago in Portland against the Blazers. In a game where they were down 21 late in the first half, they win it 129-127. And Philadelphia has now defeated Sacramento 9 consecutive times.
Kings got an opportunity to get back in the win column, though, tonight when the Grizzlies come into the Golden One Center. Coverage begins with game night at 6 p.m. right here on Sactown Sports. Those are your headlines. Back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sactown Sports.
Vegas is going to let it play out, ladies and gentlemen. How about this? Lakers are going to win it going away. 121-112.
Yeah, this isn't so much about a Laker win. Us playing Laker.
It was a good comeback.
It was, well, here's
credit,
dude. They're playing in Portland, and Portland with a 45-13 second quarter. 45-13.
Pretty good.
They're up 71-46 at the half. The Lakers then outscore Portland 40-20 in the third, 35-21 in the fourth. If you're doing the math at home, they outscored Portland 75-41 in the second half. And they win 121-112. I don't know if Dame Lillard is my favorite non-King, but he's certainly in the top 2 or 3. I'd have to think about it. I love him. I love his game. And more than that, I just love who he is. I just love the way he carries himself. He's real. Damian Lillard is one of them real guys, dude. He really is.
From Oakland.
Yeah, and the fact that, exactly. The fact that he's from the greater Sacramento area does not hurt. And as a small market fan, I always want to be really careful with this, but at some point you go, does Dame deserve to be moved? He's a Hall of Famer. He's at the tail end of his prime. He's still fantastic. But it doesn't look like Portland at 21-25 and what happened last year, and he was injured for that. I don't like to see stars get wasted. And I would love to see Dame back. Damian Lillard needs to be in the spotlight and in the playoffs. And he's almost certainly That ain't going to happen this year.
Where are they at now? 12 or 13? I mean, they've fallen off a cliff. They're, I think, 4-12 in their last 16.
Yeah, let's take a look because we just went over their record. They are, they're 21-25. They are 13th. They just fell a half game behind the Lakers. And yeah, they've lost 8 of 10. They've lost 3 in a row. Used to be you'd go up to the Rose Garden / Moda Center and you could not get a win. They're 11-10 at home.
I thought in the beginning of the year when they were projected, there were several teams there at the bottom of the West, right, that were projected to be fighting for the 10. And I said, yeah, that's where Portland will be. They started off super hot.
Yes.
But they have regressed back to what I thought they were going to be closer to this year. Jeremy Grant is fine. Resigning Anthony Simons, fine. Nurkic is fine. But that's the problem. All these guys are just fine.
Yeah.
I really did not think they loaded up in the offseason the way they were, that was kind of the narrative they were putting out last year. Is they were going to load up in the offseason. They were going to redo this thing with Dame. They were going to give this another go. And I looked at the pieces they put around and I was like, okay. Like I said, you're a play-in contender.
Yeah.
But kind of to your point, we are at an interesting crossroads with Dame. And, he's always indicated he wants to stay in Portland. He wants to win in Portland. I get it. I just don't think they have the horses or the capital to go out and acquire, because it's not a free agent destination.
No.
We talk about this all the time in Sacramento, right? Sacramento, not a free agent destination. Who are the big free agents Portland has signed over the years?
Yeah.
You can't really think of any.
Not really. And
maybe Kenny Anderson in the mid 90s, but that was after his all-star, days were done.
Even a guy like Jeremy Grant, who was a trade, but that's kind of they
get a good player.
Kind of the Sacramento fashion where that's kind of what you've got to do. I look at what their roster looks like, Jay, and you and I were on polar opposites. I actually thought Portland was ranked way too low in preseason rankings. Then when they came out of the box, I was very tempted to do victory laps there because it looked like, oh, hey, what do you know? Portland's a lot better. When you have a team that's throwing out Dame Lillard, as you said, Anthony Simons, Nurkic, Jeremy Grant has actually been better than a lot of people thought he'd be this year.
I agree with that.
You got Shannon Sharpe, who,
I wasn't high on Shannon Sharpe. And
Shannon Sharpe is enough to, he brings enough. I mean, he's still a rookie.
Yeah, there's a lot of talent there.
But I love the shooting. Gary Payton, there's pieces here. Here's the problem, I think, in Portland. And I'm not saying this is 100% of the problem. I'm not. I don't think Chauncey Billups is a good coach.
No, I think that has been a major failure.
I think he's a bad coach.
I thought the way they ran Terry Stotts out of there was really bad. Stotts, excuse me.
Dumb.
Doing the whole defense. They don't play any defense. Terry doesn't coach defense. And, you bring Billups in, and that was the whole sell on Billups, right? This is going to be a much better defensive team. It hasn't been, and then they've regressed offensively so bad.
Yes, that's the thing. I don't want to put the whole blame on Chauncey, but he was 27-55 last year. Granted, Dame was hurt.
Sure, McCollum was traded. I get it. But this year, no excuses for that.
There's no excuse. This is a better team on paper than what their record is. And you're absolutely right. Their defense, it's not bad. It's middle of the road in scoring, but also part of that, too, is their offense is middle of the road.
Can we say now we're past the halfway point?
Yeah.
And there was a lot of people at the beginning of the year would have said this is crazy. And I didn't think it was crazy at the beginning of the year. The Kings roster I thought at the beginning of the year was equivalent to Portland's. I really did.
Yeah.
The Kings roster just up and down is so much better.
Yeah, I think so. I think we can say that. Well, first off, Sabonis is better than any player Portland has right now, including Dame Lillard.
I agree.
I that's sacrilege to say, but it's true. I would say Lillard is as good, if not better, than Fox, if you ask most people now this year.
I think you can make an overall argument for that. My only thing is right now, De'Aaron is the one that should be pointing to the watch in the fourth quarter.
I agree.
And it should, instead of Dame time, it's Fox time.
It is. He is as clutch, if not more clutch, than anybody in the NBA, and the numbers show that. Then you look at the rest of the roster. We don't need to break it down player by player, but yeah, I think you're right. After the game, Dame, who's always been really good with the media, he's a wonderful interview. he got a little annoyed at one of the questions.
I want us to be in the best position to win. My job is to play point guard and to be prepared and go out there and do what I do. And everybody has a job. And right now we're not winning. Right now we haven't been consistent. But it's not my job to say who goes where or what needs to happen as far as the roster. That's not my job. But what I will say is right now we're not getting it done. So I do want to win. I don't think it's no secret that I want to win. And I think we gotta do whatever we have to do to be in a position to win. I think that's the point of us showing up is to give ourselves the best chance to win. So I'm all for whatever that means. I don't think it's fair for y'all to be asking me these questions right now. You know what I'm saying? Like I think that's kind of a weak move. It's our team is struggling, and I've been transparent about our struggles and stuff that we.
Let me pause that. It is, Jay, that's how you cut it. And I want to be fully transparent. There was a second question in there where he was asked specifically about what moves need to be made. And in Dame's position here, putting himself in the spot after a tough loss where he either throws his organization or his teammates under the bus. You cut it, which you should have, but I wanted to make sure people understood those were two different questions. Here's the rest of Dame.
I'm all for whatever that means. I don't think it's fair for y'all to be asking me these questions right now. You know what I'm saying? Like I think that's kind of a weak move. It's our team is struggling, and I've been transparent about our struggles and stuff that we could do better. But y'all putting me in a position to answer questions that I don't think is cool, man.
Well, because a lot of this organization operates on your timeline.
I understand that. No, I understand that, but there's people that you can ask those questions too. You know what I mean? And even if it is on me or whatever, they could answer your questions. So even if they did ask me a question and I gave them my opinion, I'm sure they're going to give you whatever answer that they give you based on what reality is. But
anyways, you get the point.
Yeah, he goes on and on about the unfair question. And I think he's correct in that scenario.
I actually, weirdly enough, I'm going to waffle here. It's a fair question. And you can tell he has a relationship with that Portland media member. I don't know who it was, enough for the media member to push back a little bit and not make him freak out. Not that Lillard ever does, but I think it's a fair question to ask. It's very fair for Lillard. Well, no, the organization is on his timeline.
But
he is the leader of the organization.
But I also agree with Dame's response.
I do too.
Those are questions for the GM.
I
putting a player out there to say what moves you should make. I'm not a fan of that.
I think Dame had
it puts the player in a really bad position.
No, well, that's the thing. It's a lose-lose for that. We'll take a break. When we come back, the Niners just get past the Cowboys, our first of many looks at that game. And also Dallas fans, weirdly enough, getting exactly what they want. Oh, we have the audio next.
Join the Sacramento Kings on Thursday, January 26th for the Kingpin Classic Charity Bowling Tournament. Presented by Rayleigh's. Bowl and mingle with your favorite players, coaches, Kings dancers, the 916 crew, and Slams It. All while supporting the Sacramento Kings Foundation. Learn more at kings.com/bowling.
American Energy wants to make sure you and your family are safe this winter with a $49 furnace tune-up. Plus, if you're ready for a new one, get half off with American Energy's 50% off furnace special. With 0% financing and payment plan options available, there's no reason to keep putting off making your home safe, warm, and comfy for you and your family this holiday. Call American Energy today at 916-520-9990 or visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable. 50% off furnace when you purchase a whole home HVAC system. Limited time only. Cannot be combined with other offers or specials.
Buying a new Acura is an easy decision, and Acura of Stockton makes buying easy. Come and see us today or shop online. If we don't have it, you can pre-select your favorite Acura and pick it up when it arrives. No contracts or deposits required. It's that easy. Plus, we'll pay top dollar for your trade whether you buy from us or not. Don't settle for less than the quality of a new Acura from Acura of Stockton. Shop in person or online at AcuraofStockton.com.
The NBA has nonstop action all season long. And with League Pass, you get more of the league you love. Now for $49.99. Watch more live games, more expert analysis, more of your favorite NBA shows, with more streaming options on all your favorite devices. Sign up for League Pass now at the new halftime price of $49.99. NBA League Pass. Start a 7-day free trial at nba.com/watch League Pass. Blackouts may apply.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. It's normal. With CalHope's free and secure mental health resources, it's easy to get the help you and your loved ones need when you need it the most. Call our warm line at 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org today.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
It's been tough talking to my doctor about constipation with belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. I finally laid all my symptoms out there and how they keep coming back. She said I may have irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. We agreed it's time to try something different.
Linzess, or linaclotide, is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. There could be more to your story with IBS-C. Visit a doctor in person or online. Say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS. Sponsored by AbbVie and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
The only place in the morning to get your sports fix.
Live and local.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
McCaffrey goes left. Debo goes in motion. Right. Purdy out of the shotgun. Kittle and Juszczyk right. Ayuk the other side. Handoff. McCaffrey. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Oh, feels good, baby.
Steps it back to Dak Prescott. He throws over the middle to Turpin. He gets hammered down by Jimmy Ward. The game is over.
What a way to
The 49ers are on their way to Philadelphia.
Way to step on it, buddy.
Is Zeke the worst offensive lineman ever?
I mean,
your thoughts?
It's so lame, dude. It's like one of those things where, Jay, if Mike Brown drafted you for a day and said, hey, I want you to take a charge on
LeBron.
Right. And then LeBron just
puts me into the floor, literally.
Yes. Just RIPs you. And then everyone's like, oh, Jay got dunked on. Yeah. But you should have never been in that position.
Yeah.
Here's a fun question.
When I saw Zeke, when they went to the formation where he's basically he's snapping the ball, he's under center, essentially. The only line. I'm like, what part of Mike McCarthy thinks this is going to end well? And was it Aziz Ashire that just pancaked him?
God, I don't even remember who it was that pancaked him because I was too fast.
I want to say it was him.
I mean, like, I thought it was bad when Mike McGlinchey got put vertical earlier in the game.
By Michael Parsons.
Oh,
yeah,
my
that was bad.
God, that was bad. Who knows? Maybe that was Dallas's way of saying goodbye to Zeke Elliott. You don't know what next year holds. If that's the last play.
Wait, do you think that play was called from Jerry Jones?
Yes.
Like, Zeke ain't, I pay Zeke a lot of money. He just isn't performing. And now that Tony's out, I need him to perform, and he's still not performing.
It's
Mike,
so
Mike,
it's so bad.
Put Zeke under center so he knows that I'm not happy with him.
We're going to get to you in a second, Jared. Dak is taking a ton of crap. I put out a question yesterday. I'm curious as to your take here real quick. Which was worse? That play to end the game yesterday, or last year's play to end the game against the Niners in the playoffs.
Oh, man, that's a tough one.
Currently, right now, this year is leading 51-49. That thing has been back and forth all day.
I think because of the formation and the play they ran this time, specifically the formation, you knew that wasn't going to end well.
Sure.
Like off the top. The last play you didn't know last year. That could have ended well for Dallas. This one you just knew, like, you see them line up, you're like, oh, this game's over.
Right.
Like, what the hell? 60 yards and that's what you call? Mike, I don't think Mike McCarthy's going to have a job. I think that was the nail in the coffin. Those both, actually, the last two drives between the clock management and the play calling, I mean, Dak damn near throws the pick six. Just terrible. And not that the Niners looked good yesterday, specifically. But Dallas in those last 5 minutes was just, it was so mind-boggling to watch.
I don't know why, because last week when Dallas won, this is what their fans were doing at the stadium.
We want Niners! We want Niners!
They got it.
We want Niners! We want Niners!
And go ahead.
It's like that fan base. That Tampa game was the first game they watched all year.
Uh-huh.
They did not see the ups and downs and just the head-scratching losses.
We're dealing with like literally one of the lowest IQ fan bases in sports. Let's not get into that.
Ooh, lower IQ, them or Laker fan.
Honestly, Cowboy fan.
That's saying something.
It is. Thoughts with Tony Pollard?
Yeah,
I love Tony Pollard. We've talked about him all year. Thought he was, we both agree he's the best running back in there. It's a broken leg, which most athletes will tell you better to be a broken leg than like a torn ligament, because legs can heal much easier. And I'm sure he'll come back and be super strong. And I want to put a big new paragraph, new chapter into what I'm about to say, because unlike Dallas radio hosts, we don't do crap like this.
Absolutely.
Okay, McCaffrey trade is paying dividends. He's made it unfair. You know, he took them.
He's healthy now. Carolina, he couldn't stay healthy. Now he never gets hurt.
We could use an injury. We really could.
Yeah. Well, I'm a big believer in karma. Now, did Tony Pollard break his leg because of the dumb rate? No, that's not what happened. But dude,
I'm pretty superstitious, man.
First off, you should never say anything like that, because you should be a good human being. Secondly, don't tempt the fate of the thing on top of the hill. But that's
where I'm at.
Right.
I am very much of the belief when you put bad juju out in the world, it will come back to you.
It will come back to you. Now, what do we have here? 3 minutes?
I got about 5.
Okay. The Dallas Cowboys, I want to say something here. The Dallas Cowboys, I think, I love sports psychology. And one of my dreams, really ever since the whole Kings thing, I think to take community action to another level has always been, before I leave this earth, for there to actually be a union of fans that get a seat at the table of every franchise, that is also a nationally controlled, you pay your dues, whatever. And it allows fans to have a say in things, to really be organized on a team-by-team basis and league-by-league, to be able to say things like, we're boycotting that sponsor, or we want this, or we don't want this. They don't rule the world, but if fans organized enough to where you could have games where literally you're missing tens of thousands of people, you're going to make a difference. And I want to kind of land the plane here. All day today, you're going to hear about Dak Prescott. You're going to hear about the kicker, who, by the way, I was happy to see him make that kick.
Well, did you see Tim Kawakami had put it out before the game? I guess he was shanking.
Be a company guy. Our own Emil Fragoso was out there, and he was tweeting
the algorithms for
before Tim Kawakami.
And Jerry went and had a conversation.
So we're almost landing the plane here. You're going to hear about Mike McCarthy's play calling. All right. You're going to hear a bunch of stuff. The only thing, and this is, again, I'm actually speaking to Cowboy fans right now who I sports hate. I don't really hate, but they do annoy the hell out of me. Here's the thing, though. You shouldn't be talking about any of them. Did you know that the distance between the last time the Cowboys made a conference championship game and now is actually longer than the distance between when they made that conference championship game and when Neil Armstrong landed on the moon. That's actually out there.
Let me relate it to sports also. The Sacramento Kings have played a conference championship game.
Yes, since the Cowboys.
Yes.
So here's the thing. The only thing Cowboy fan should be focusing their ire on, and I know that they're all mostly down in Texas where we're not sheep and we're Texas and we're independent. Okay, pull your pants up and do what you need to do, which is go after the owner.
But they love me.
But there's nothing that will change. Think about it. You guys give Vivek crap because he put his daughter as the assistant GM in their G League team. Jerry's son is literally the GM of the Cowboys.
Well, he knows football.
No, he doesn't.
He does. He played in high school.
Proof is in the pudding. Jerry Jones brought his college roommate, Jimmy Johnson, along with him. They made one of the greatest trades in NFL history, but let's be honest, they picked on a crap GM in Minnesota, the Herschel Walker deal, and they were able to, off of that, build a dynasty. Once Jimmy left, you had Barry Switzer, who came in and did the George Seifert, and then that's it. And year after, Jerry Jones is a wonderful businessman. I got to give him credit there. He's built the brand. He's built the practice facility. He's Cowboy Land and whatever the hell it is.
Oh, no, you can't.
He's fantastic.
Everything except player personnel is perfect.
And he won't let go. His old, stubborn ego won't let go. And the fact that, these guys wishing injuries on Christian McCaffrey, why don't you grow a pair and start leading the charge and saying, it's been almost 30 years. This guy sucks. And by the way, he's a bad person.
Not a great guy.
He's not a great guy. You think
you don't invite him over to dinner.
No. Phoenix had all these issues with their franchise. Google Cowboys and cheerleaders, which, okay, maybe a little more. Google Dallas Cowboys and cheerleaders because you might get a movie or something. But Google that and read about all of that. He's corrupt. He's a bad person.
He's corrupt and powerful. That's even worse.
He allows this stuff to go on in his franchise. And by the way, he's terrible at player personnel. I don't want to hear about Dak Prescott. I want to hear about Mike McCarthy. I want to hear about the kicker. The only thing I want to hear about is Dallas fans are mobilizing to boycott Jerry Jones. Otherwise, just sit there and take it because that's what you are. You're a bunch of sheep. Sit there and take it. Pay your money, wear your jersey, and take it year after year after year, and you deserve every single bit of it if you don't take control of the situation.
I'm just going to go on my radio show and tell them we're going to win next year.
My goodness gracious. We'll take a break. When we return, what are we going to do here? Oh, I know. Where does that...
We are going to become whole.
Huh?
We're going to become whole.
Yeah, I don't even know what we're going to do in this first segment.
We'll talk some Kings.
We'll welcome in Jason Ross. We'll talk some Kings and more. Jason joins us for the Jason Ross Carmichael Dave 3-hour version coming up after this.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Nature Wood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality. And Safe Credit Union. Let us put you first.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Welcome, Doug Christie here for the Good Feet Store with a question. How is the game of basketball like the Good Feet Store? And the answer is the very best basketball players do it all. Shoot, defend, rebound, they do it all. And the Good Feet Store does it all too. Good Feet manufactures their own line of arch supports, over 300 styles, sizes, and flexibilities. Good Feet arch support specialists at every store personally fit every customer for free with no obligation. Lastly, Good Feet sells its arch supports exclusively at over 200 Good Feet stores nationwide. Sore feet, aching back, knee or hip pain, even plantar fasciitis? When nothing else works, come to the Good Feet store and experience the comfort, balance, and support of the Good Feet 3-step arch support system. The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and now Vacaville off Nut Tree Parkway by Sprouts, online at goodfeet.com.
I remember as if it were yesterday. I reached down to move a nightstand and was astonished at the weight of the piece. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. At that moment, I instantly recognized the difference between Naturewood's quality furniture that will last a lifetime versus lesser quality furniture found elsewhere. Now, I suppose there's a huge difference in what you'd put in your first apartment and what you would live with in the comfort of your own home. Right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings Made in USA sale is a great time to fill your home with solid, superior quality furniture to reflect your own love for life. With brands like Sam Moore, Stanton, Stickley, Hilltop Hickory, Simply Amish, and many more, Naturewood Home Furnishings has tables, chairs, couches, and, yes, nightstands, and more at their Made in USA sale. Find furniture that will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can find options that fit your budget, because giving you options is the right thing to do.
Oh yeah, like when I hold the door for someone. Sure, it may be weird if I don't time it right, and they're a little too far away, and now they're running. And we're both asking ourselves, is it worth it to run instead of just, letting them open their own door?
But still, it's the right thing to do. So get options based on your needs with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
The Black Crowes, live. A night of all their iconic songs. Saturday, May 6th, a special set from the Crowes at the all-new and all-incredible The Venue at Thunder Valley. Tickets on sale now at ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss the Black Crowes at The Venue at Thunder Valley.
Time to check out Coastside Medical Clinic, who's dedicated to providing breakthrough remedies for men.
KHTK AM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your home for the Sacramento Kings.
It's Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. It was a back-and-forth game yesterday in Santa Clara, but in the end, the San Francisco 49ers are heading to the NFC title game.
Snaps it back to Dak Prescott. He throws over the middle to Turpin. He gets hammered down by Jimmy Ward. The game is over.
What a way
the 49ers are on their way to Philadelphia.
Statistically, it wasn't a great game for the 49ers offense. However, running backs Elijah Mitchell and Christian McCaffrey combined for 24 carries, 86 yards, and 1 late touchdown by McCaffrey. It will be the Eagles and the 49ers from Philadelphia next weekend in the NFC title game. After a big win against OKC on Friday night, Sacramento came up short against a, short-handed Philadelphia team.
2.9 to go. Philly up 2. Barnes missed the first, made the second. Getting ready for the third. Line drives it. tipped by Lynn, and the ball game is over. It ended up in the hands of Philadelphia, and the Sixers get out of here with a 2-point win. They sweep the road trip. Victories at Utah, 2 in LA against the Lakers, then the Clippers. 2 nights ago in Portland against the Blazers. And in a game where they were down 21 late in the first half, they win it 129-127. And Philadelphia has now defeated Sacramento 9 consecutive times.
The Kings have an opportunity to bounce back tonight, although it's going to be tough with the number 2 seed in the Western Conference, the Memphis Grizzlies, coming in. Coverage begins with game night at 6 p.m. on Sactown Sports. Those are your headlines. Time to start the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Hi. Mine? This you passing my laptop?
Whatever, we can do it next
No, that's fine.
I guess the other one's gone.
Just to catch everybody up. Yeah. The Cattles and Rami show. I shouldn't blame Cattles and Rami, right? This is on the engineer. I don't know who it's on. Well, no, it's on them. Okay, well, it's somebody.
They're in possession.
Let's see. I'm gonna make it so y'all can see it. Hi, how are you doing?
Not Jason.
We'll just balance that. Here's your plug. I'm gonna throw my laptop over there.
Stop, you're making me nauseous.
So that Jason can be seen as he is now dancing with it.
I can't help it.
It's kind of a stop-go for you. It's not as smooth as it should be.
Transfer Dave's money.
Oh,
never mind.
Welcome back. We are now into hour number 2 of 5, which we'll be doing on a temporary basis. Just want to make that clear.
Oh, okay.
Well, I
miss a meeting?
I will tell you this. I will be doing it one way or the other. I will be doing 5 hours on a temporary basis. You join me for the next.
What are you doing 4?
Huh?
Aren't you doing 4? Are you
doing
saying
4?
for 5? Okay.
No.
Yeah, I'm doing 4. You're doing 4.
That's true. But this thing.
Gotcha.
This is temporary.
Got it.
And you're now joining, and we will be together for the next 3 hours. And then you're going to be by yourself.
Correct.
From 10 to 11.
Yeah.
And then Deuce and Mo start
That's
today.
right.
Would that make it a Deuce and Moan day?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then,
well done.
And then tomorrow would be Mo and Deuce day.
We'll work on that one.
February. Anyways, Deuce and Mo start today. Their show, welcome back to them. They will take you 11 to 2. And then they will hand the Magic football off to Cattles and Rami.
Yes.
And there you go. How are you? How was the extra hour of sleep? Did you even get an extra hour of sleep?
Not really.
Yeah.
I did crafts. Paper mache. I got up and did paper mache this morning.
Did you and the wife make bunk beds so you had more room for the crafts?
So many activities.
Yes. Well, welcome back. It's
good to be back.
It's good to be with you.
How about them Niners?
How about them Niners? Jay tells me we're talking Kings this segment, though.
How about them
Kings? Well, it was a tale of 2 Kings games. I actually, they're not one of the best teams in the NBA. I thoroughly enjoyed that game against Oklahoma City. I thought it was a great win.
I was impressed by them. Seeing them in person, knew they were playing well. And we were all nervous about that game. They executed well. Yep. And you just think about, here's 2 teams that we thought were going to be awful in Utah and OKC.
Sure.
And they chose not to tank.
Yes.
And their resources and what they're going to have going forward is going to be phenomenal.
The amount, you said it right, the amount of resources Oklahoma City has. Oh, by the way, they're getting the number 2 pick in the draft back next year to make his debut, to go with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who's an all-star, to go with Josh Giddey, who I think is a future all-star. I think Josh Giddey is wonderful.
And they have all of the money. They haven't paid anybody.
Yeah. And, oh, by the way, they have all the draft picks.
Right.
They have all the draft. They have unconfirmed.
Yeah.
They're like 50% of the picks in the NBA draft for the next 10 years.
Yeah. I mean, like if they went in crazy land, they probably could get Giannis.
Yes.
Probably could get Luka. I mean it's
you're right.
It's way out there, but if you wanted to give Dallas all of the picks and like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to get Luka and then some other deal to get Giannis, and like they probably could do something as crazy as that.
So is there a player in the NBA that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Josh Giddey, and 6 first-round draft picks unprotected?
You should be able to get anybody.
I don't think right.
Whether they want to do that, either side, but they should be
yeah.
able to. It'd make Milwaukee, Dallas, whoever think about the deal.
Yeah, it would. And by the way, although Jokic wasn't playing, he has a little bit of a hammy issue. They go into Denver last night and win.
Yeah.
They broke Denver's, I think it was a team record winning streak. Michael Malone also in COVID protocols. So props to him. Old friend David Adelman has been taken over as the Nuggets coach the last couple games. But they went in there and they won.
Mm-hmm.
They went in there and they got a win. Oklahoma City did. And had you told me on Friday morning, for example, if you said, hey, listen, Oklahoma City's coming into town, and just so you know, Harden and Embiid are not going to play Saturday. The Kings are going to go 1-1. I just said, oh, okay, so they're losing to OKC.
Right.
That's not what happened.
No. And Saturday ended up, I mean, look, they've lost other games. Saturday was disappointing in many aspects. One, because those two guys were out. Now, I don't take as much into that as other, like, oh, it's a guaranteed win.
Sure.
No, Philly could beat it. I mean, it's still a good starting lineup. It's really the fact that the Kings were up 21 without those guys.
Yeah.
That's the harder part to swallow because they were looking so good. And then to get down 11, that 32-point swing was just ridiculous. And then running uphill, nearly caught him, but that was unfortunate. But a lot of other things around them have helped them in the last couple of days. But it just would have been nice to keep the win streak going.
Yeah, it would have. They should be riding a 7-game win streak, which would have been the first time since 01-02. They had 2 separate 7-game win streaks in the same year. As it stands, speaking of stands, as it stands standing-wise, say that 3 times fast, the Kings are still in sole possession by a game over the Pelicans. As a matter of fact, remember how we were talking about the Nuggets, Grizzlies, and Kings? I want to say they had a combined 21, 26-game winning streak. We talked about that on Friday's show. They're now on a combined 4-game losing streak. Denver lost their game against Oklahoma City last night. The Grizzlies have lost 2 in a row.
I don't like that for tonight.
I really don't like that for tonight. And we're going to get to the Grizzlies-Lakers game a little bit later for a completely separate reason. Yeah. And the Pelicans have lost 4 in a row. They are reeling right now. Dallas lost last night. Otherwise, they'd be up a little bit higher. They're in the 5, just a half game ahead of the Clippers. They're in the 5, but they're 2.5 back of the Kings. So the Kings still have a little breathing room, but they've got Memphis coming in. Then they've got Toronto, and Toronto's having major issues of their own. But again, how long has the Kings been that Robitussin of the NBA? Then the Kings go on that road trip where I want to say for the next month, I think it's January to February 28th, they play, is it 3 home games that whole month?
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yes.
So that being said, the Kings are 11-9 away from home. So it's not like they're some terrible road team at all. They've got the work cut out for them. Obviously, a win over Memphis would be great. Just tough to see Memphis losing 3 in a row. Not without injuries.
Right. And it's been a tough matchup proven to be so far this year for the Kings. I know Adams, the last time they played, just dominated the Kings on the board. So they really got nothing inside. And that's even with Sabonis playing. So this is going to be a tough matchup tonight.
Grizzlies favored by 1 tonight over the Kings. The over-under on that 245.5. Obviously, we'll talk more about it later, Jason. Mike Brown talked about Malik Monk after the game. Monk is in a pretty big slump.
A Monk slump.
A Monk slump. He is. And he even said, Mike was very transparent. At some point, I may have to do something. I may have to make a decision. Again, I'm paraphrasing, but not right now. And I think Malik has not only earned that a little bit, but also this team is by far at its best when Malik Monk is doing Malik Monk things. He's just really been in a slump. And as far as the game Saturday, they should have won the game. I don't think any excuse excuses it, but we did talk about the fact that I think the combination of a second night of a back-to-back and the virus that's been rolling through this team, you just kind of saw a lot of dead legs, a lot of front iron rim outs. The offense they just didn't look right in that second half at all.
Yeah, and every opportunity, and you got a Philly team that all of a sudden started to build all this sorts of confidence and just kept going. They're a really good three-point shooting team. Didn't shoot the ball well in the first half. Then they started to, and again, to have a 21-point lead whittled down is fairly common in the NBA.
Yeah.
But the fact that it went to down 11, I mean, like you're expecting Philly maybe to catch them, and then you just fight the rest of the way. And instead, they built an 11-point lead, and then the Kings were the team fighting the rest of the way.
Amar on the YouTube chat says Malik needs to put the Band-Aid back on. I think that there might be something to that. And with, by the way, Chemezi Metu, turns out no real damage, bone bruise. He is considered day-to-day. Now, when I say no real damage, let me correct myself. Bone bruises can be very serious and can cause you to miss a lot of time. That's certainly, they put him on a day-to-day designation. That's certainly not the way it necessarily is, but that was a scary-looking situation. Yes. And now, again, Monty's got to look at this team. We've talked about this, the trade deadline. Since we're coming up on the Super Bowl, we remember that last year when we were in L.A. dealing with all that, and the big deal happened. Would be really shocked if something like that happened this year, but you got to think Monty is working the phones. We will take a break. Where does that Sixers loss rank on the list of worst losses this year? And which losing team's fan base, this would be a fun conversation, which losing team's fan base has the best case to be the most sad? 3 for Madness in just 1 minute.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Starting January 23rd. Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader.
The world has changed a lot these last few years. You can do pretty much anything from your home, including order your new Honda from Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Check out our great selection at StocktonHonda.com or come in today and get pre-approved all in the blink of an eye. Stockton Honda makes buying a car simple and stress-free.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Every pro is an MVP to us. As a Lowe's MVP's Rewards member, you can earn bonus points when you shop select products and brands. Then redeem them for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, e-gift cards, and more. Join today to become a member and start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any, subject to program terms while supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
3 questions, 3 answers. It's 3 for Madness on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Here's question 1.
Matt Barrows joining us at 8. In the meantime, if you're watching on YouTube, as somebody said, you're seeing me in 4K and Jason in 56K dial-up. Sorry. Yeah. Cattles and Rami stole the webcam.
Bring it back.
Yeah, bring it back.
Gotta wonder what they did with that over the weekend. Am I right?
Hey.
I saw the videos.
Those YouTube videos, numbers going way, way up. Like I said, Matt Barrows at 8. In the meantime, Jay Mars with a little bit of 3 for Madness.
Rank the loss to the Sixers as far as worst losses of this Kings season.
Obviously, losing to a team that's number 3 in the East on the surface isn't a bad loss. Losing to a team without James Harden and Joel Embiid, that's a bad loss at home, especially when you're riding a winning streak. I don't think it's as bad as Charlotte. I don't think it's as bad as the Wizards. I would say I'll cop out here. I'll say it's a top 5.
Yeah, sure.
Top 5.
The other part too, that it's not getting played enough in the not having Embiid and not having Harden. Also, Tobias Harris fouled out like 3 minutes ago. That's their next best player, or Maxey, whatever you could debate. So they're one of their best players for the night is out, and you couldn't finish the game. The hard part is, I always say this, that you can't take yourself back emotionally.
Sure.
To the losses. Like,
sure.
I remember being at home going, they're down 30 to the Wizards.
Right.
This is embarrassing.
Yeah.
Now, it's not as embarrassing now. I mean, it's removed. And you go, oh, yeah, that was bad. That was bad. And they lost, but
that was terrible.
Those nights when you're like, they could have won the game the other night. It's frustrating that they didn't. It's a bad feeling when you like have no chance to win.
Right. And
so to me, that was a really bad one.
Notice how, by the way, in the first hour, I know we won't, but what I really kind of like nobody's blaming Harrison Barnes for choking that first free
Right.
throw. Like, because it would have been really, I'm kind of glad he missed the first one just to get it out of the way. Like, okay,
If
that's
he
not,
made the first two and then missed the third, you're
but
like,
man, you make all three.
yeah, they're still playing. That'd be weird. That's a lot of overtimes.
Be at least 4 overtimes
Yeah.
by now.
I looked at one segment where they'd made, I think, all but one free throw. And this is when Philly's on the run. Might have been third quarter. And it's, man, Philly's making all these threes, just going nuts. And the Sabonis went to the line, and then Lyles went to the line. They missed 4 straight. Just make 2 of those. It just kind of stops the bleeding. But
a whole different ball game.
Yeah, Kings were good from the line. It's just that was a couple of bad shots right there.
Number 2.
Question 2.
Which team that lost in the divisional round this weekend will go furthest next season?
Gotcha. Here's the answer. No clue. I put this question in there because I heard it both last night and I heard it this morning on radio and TV shows. And I always, it's almost like the whole, who won the draft? Like, we have no idea. I don't know who's going to be the coach of this team. I don't know who this team's going to trade for. I don't know if this team's going to have that quarterback there. You have no idea. This, to me, is one of the most pointless football questions you can ask, and it gets gone over every single year ad nauseum. Well, of Dallas and the Bills, and who are they going to have next year?
Right.
Is Dak going to be there? I assume Josh Allen's going to be there. Are they going to fire either coach? I don't know. Is there going to be a big trade? What's going on with Pollard and Elliott? I have no idea. You can't even come close to formulating an opinion on that until the start of the season. And oh, by the way, every single year, how many teams that miss the playoffs make it? How many teams that make it? The NFL is the most unpredictable sport there is.
That's why it's great.
Which is why it's great.
So make a prediction.
I would say, all right, let's make, just for fun, now that's out of the way, let's make a really stupid. All right, so you got the Bills, the Cowboys, the Giants, and
Jacksonville.
Thank you.
Yeah, but you're right. Logic tells us at least one of those teams will not make the playoffs.
Yes.
Right?
I'm tempted to do something silly with the other two. I'm just the Bills, just because
Really?
the Bills are just so good on either side of the ball. I'm not ready to buy the whole. And we talked about this Friday. If they lose here, do they start getting a stigma? They do start getting a stigma right now, but I don't know, man. They're running into Cincinnati's really good, dude. They have that
Last
look.
year, Kansas City was amazing.
They may just end up being, the Bills may end up being the Jazz or the Suns or the Sonics of Michael Jordan's run, where you just, okay, well, they were really good. They just weren't good enough.
Yeah, of those 4 teams, I would pick Buffalo too, but the logic also tells you that the AFC has a problem in a good way. As long as Joe Burrow is around, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, we could put Lamar Jackson, maybe Trevor Lawrence develops into this supreme quarterback. They're going to keep knocking each other out. So let's say next year's opening round is a 3-6 matchup with the Chiefs and the Bills.
Yeah.
One's going home. And is it an indictment on Mahomes? Is it an indictment on Allen? It's just going to be tough to get through the AFC. And so these really good quarterbacks, they can't all make it through.
Agreed.
Lightweight controversial pick, but not really. Dallas. Just because of those 4 teams, I think they have the worst front office for obvious reasons. And they just do stupid things.
Wait, as far as who's going to go furthest next year?
Oh, I'm sorry. Not
the other way.
Yeah. Okay.
Gotcha.
I got you. And I agree with you. Number 3.
Question 3.
All right, Dave, you wanted to spend some time on this.
I did.
What losing team's fans have the best case for being super sad
All right.
today?
So, Jags, no. Giants, no. They're newbies.
No to the Jags.
Well,
That's a great. I'm just kidding.
Okay. Because I was going to say, hey, they got a bright future.
So it's either then the Bills or the boys.
And we just talked about the reason for the Bills. And I definitely would hear arguments with the Bills. So much expectation. And, listen, the Disney moment didn't work yesterday. DeMar Hamlin, when I saw DeMar Hamlin, I was like, oh my God, Bills 55-3. It's over. They're going to run through walls. And that's just, that's a great thing about sports in real life. You don't always get that Hollywood ending. Nothing against the Bengals, but I was kind of rooting for the Bills. But they're still going to be a very good team next year. For reasons I put out a couple segments ago, Jason, before you were here, it's the Cowboys, because you have Dak Prescott is a good quarterback. He's a good quarterback. There are a lot of teams that would love Dak Prescott, but he's got a ceiling, and you're not going to go. He is like I think the Cowboy fans. He's the Derek Carr of Dak Prescott's, And on top of that, again, you're in purgatory. You're going to have some nice regular seasons. You're never going to get there. And in part because you have an egotistical, uber powerful owner who's tripled, quadrupled, quintupled his investment, who has been surrounded for years by people on his payroll that tell him, hey, you're right. Hey, that's a great point, Mr. Jones. Hey, you're right. And you get this God complex. His son is the GM, and you have these two buffoons that do not know how to run a football program insisting on running a football program. If you told me Jerry Jones is going to sell the team, or if you told me Jerry Jones is going to fire the GM and step back completely from football operations and focus on business, I'd say, hey, you might be onto something here. Until that happens, again, 27, 28, 29, 30 years, Cowboy fan has to know, oh, we'll have some fun in the regular season. We can say, how about them boys on Facebook, but in the end, you're going home losers.
Yeah, I think both the Bills and the Cowboys are in a tricky spot because I think they were good enough to both win yesterday. They are. The Cowboys are. That's a good defense. Offense, I mean, the Niners' defense was tremendous yesterday. But I don't know where the fix is. In logic, and with the pressure of like Sean Payton's name being out there and being linked before,
sure,
I think there's going to be a certain portion of the fan base that want him to get rid of McCarthy, and wouldn't be shocked if they do. But is that the right answer? I mean, is it personnel? Is it? I mean, is
you're still answering?
We all agree Sean Payton's a better coach though than Dallas. And if you're New Orleans, you really want Dallas to just go all in on him because they're seeking more than one pick in compensation. And I think Dallas is the type of team that if Jerry Jones has his heart set on Sean Payton, he'll give a lot of compensation for him.
Can we revisit that though? By the way, why are we like guaranteed that Payton's better than McCarthy?
I'm not guaranteeing it. I just think he's better.
And I mean, but that's why.
I mean, they both have what? They both have a title, right?
Mm-hmm.
They both have a title. They've both had great quarterbacks.
Correct.
Rodgers and obviously Drew Brees in New Orleans.
Sean Payton wasn't he the coach when they did the
he was.
Yeah, when they did the bounty.
I mean, I think Payton's phenomenal. I think that gets thrown out there, and I just wondered.
Do you think Mike McCarthy's a really good coach?
I think he's a good coach.
I think he's good enough.
Yeah.
I don't know that he's great.
Did he cost the Cowboys yesterday, did you feel?
I mean, listen, we're not talking about Dak throwing the picks. We're not talking about Dalton Schultz. Not that it made a difference, but bonehead play of the game. Brother, get your other foot down. You caught the ball.
Not only that one, the other one where he didn't go forward,
right.
like where he just kind of let
what are you
go
doing?
So the clock kept running.
I don't know what a bigger – I'm very curious. By the way, we'll talk to Eric Armstead this week. I know he kind of talked about it, but I got to know what happened in the end zone with Dak Prescott there. Oh, my God. That would have been legendary.
Yes.
I almost don't want to ask him because I'll bet you he's kicking himself over it. I'm pretty sure that's rough in the passer in the back of his head. We'll take a break. Jay, what are we doing next, huh? What should we go into more Kings? Do we want to do more football? What do you want to do?
Let's get into the KG and Paul Pierce audio from over the weekend. Some interesting thoughts on the Kings from two legends.
If you missed it, yeah, exactly. Our KG and Paul Pierce bought into the Kings. We'll find out next.
The only place you'll find Keegan Murray is Sactown Sports.
Out to Keegan Murray, straight away for three, and Keegan knocks down the triple.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Keegan Murray, and you're listening to the home of Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Hey there, Jason Ross here to tell you about my friends at ACR Solar and ACR Home Services. Many different things they provide for you like they did for us. And for us, what hit the sweet spot was we needed a brand new roof. We were in longtime homeowners, nearly 20 years in our house, and we were in a spot where we had an old shake roof when we bought the house, and it had done a nice job for us, but the last year or two, it's been a little bit dicey, including last year when we had some leaks in the garage. So we knew we weren't going to make it through another winter, and thankfully, we went through this because all this rain we've had. We would have been in major trouble the last couple of weeks here with all the storms that we've had. So last summer, we met with multiple roofing companies, and when we talked to the folks at ACR Solar and ACR Home Services, we knew that they were the right company to partner with getting a brand new roof. And then to watch them work was awesome. So fast, so quick. In that part didn't necessarily matter to us. We just wanted the brand new roof and the results, and we got them because everything they promised was delivered as far as the communication on a day-to-day basis. That follow-through was just incredible. And I would highly, highly recommend them. So if you have home services, solar, certainly roofing, anything else you might need, check out acrsolar.com.
Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, continues their $500 primetime football giveaway through the playoffs. That's $500 per game for the late games played Saturday and Sunday night. Still located conveniently downtown in a friendly environment for the best food, best service, and best actions. It's Capital Casino, open 24/7. And please, as always, remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton & Price. Whether you've been injured on a bicycle, as a pedestrian in a slip and fall, auto, Uber, Lyft, or big rig accident, you need Ashton & Price in your corner. When you call Ashton & Price, there's no chatbot telling you to hit 3 for accounting. You're greeted by a real-life person who will immediately transfer you to an experienced attorney. The consultation's free, and there's never a fee until you win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
Individual rates, coverage, offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions, not available in all areas. If you're a small business owner, listen up. Pi Insurance wants to give you one of those aha moments, the kind that could save you money. Workers' comp is probably one of the biggest costs you face. But did you know that insurance providers have flexibility in setting their prices? That's right. But many don't bother giving small businesses the savings you deserve. Instead, you can get lumped in with other businesses and overcharged. Pi Insurance was created to change that. With Pi, you get a quote tailored specifically to your business, and you could save up to 30% with no hassle and no hidden fees. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified. Take 3 minutes to see how much you could save with Pi Insurance. Ask your agent for Pi or go to trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
Capital Casino back with indoor gaming and dining located inside at 411 North 16th Street, downtown Sacramento.
Sactown Sports
Headlines. With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. It was a back and forth game yesterday in Santa Clara, but in the end, it was the 49ers over the Cowboys.
Steps it back to Dak Prescott. He throws over the middle to Turpin. He gets hammered down by Jimmy Ward. The game is over.
What a way
the 49ers are on their way to Philadelphia.
It was a big game for the 49ers on the defensive side of the ball, including 2 interceptions of Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott, one by Fred Warner and one by Diamador Lenore. It will be the Niners and Eagles from Philadelphia next weekend in the NFC title game. After a nice win over the Thunder on Friday night, the Kings could not hold off the shorthanded 76ers.
2.9 to go. Philly up 2. Barnes missed the first, made the second. Getting ready for the third. Line drives it. Tipped by Lynn, and the ball game is over. It ended up in the hands of Philadelphia, and the Sixers get out of here with a 2-point win. They sweep the road trip. Victories at Utah. 2 in LA against the Lakers, then the Clippers. 2 nights ago in Portland against the Blazers. In a game where they were down 21 late in the first half, they win it 129-127. And Philadelphia has now defeated Sacramento 9 consecutive times.
The Kings have another opportunity to get in the win column tonight, but it'll be against the tough number 2 seed in the West, Memphis Grizzlies. Coverage begins with game night at 6 o'clock right here on Sactown Sports. Those are your headlines. Back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Carmichael Dave.
He has very good sources, and he just kind of tells it as it is and gets to the point.
Jason Ross.
He has a lot of pretty smart things to say.
He's good at what he does.
On Sactown Sports.
One of the cool things about being a fan base that roots for a team that has sucked forever is that when that team, and I'm old enough, you're old enough to remember, when this happened in the early part of this millennium. When that team starts improving, start getting on national TV a little bit more. We haven't experienced that yet, but we will. Promise you.
We got a game.
Yeah, we got a game. We've had as many games on national TV as we've had polled, even though we're third in the West and the biggest surprise in the NBA. There's always shouldn't say always, but you've got the beam now.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't compare. I'm not trying to say this is apples to apples, but you had like the bobbleheads, Carl's Jr. bobbleheads, where people were lined up around the block. There's fun gimmicks. There's all kinds of cool stuff. But one of the things we love here in this city, because of our I wouldn't say xenophobic ways, but our inferiority complex, is hearing notables nationally, athletes, whatever, take notes.
Luminaries of the NBA.
Of how great this team is or how much better they are. Well, KG had Paul Pierce. It was a little show, or should I say big show. And they were having a conversation as to, first off, whether or not they believe in the Kings.
Well, Mike Brown.
They're going to be up. Shout to Mike Brown.
He's going to be up for Coach
of the Year. He should, straight up. And then, too, man, what you think they're going to finish? You think they finish top 4, top 5? The way they're playing now,
I think they're going to be up there, man, because they've been healthy. If they stay healthy, because a lot of these older teams behind them, they inconsistent. Yeah. They dealing with injuries.
Yeah.
They think they young, they spry, and they a team you don't want to see on the back-to-back. Them young legs, you come in the sack, they pressing the beam. They got the whole new energy up there. The energy is shifted in sack.
It is. I need to get up there, shot them that barn. Right.
So, also interesting on the same morning I saw the Ringer have Sabonis as a starter, not prediction wise, but who deserved. Mm-hmm. They had Sabonis as a starter, and they had Fox as a reserve.
Okay,
or the ahead of I think Devin Booker was the first guy out.
So they must have put Sabonis as a power forward then.
Yes,
Jokic. Okay.
Yeah, it was Sabonis, Jokic, and LeBron on the front line. KG and Paul Pierce talk here about both Fox and Sabonis as all-stars.
Who thought Sacramento would be in the –
Nope, that's culture change. Here you go, sir.
The Kings. Are you believing in the Kings, dog? The Kings look great.
I'm a believer in the Kings.
Kings play hard.
That trade, grabbing Sabonis was just like –
it's a culture change. It's a culture changer.
Halliburton, which was like he's going to be an all-star.
Right.
But so is
De'Aaron Fox.
I mean, no, I don't know if Fox will make it, but I think Sabonis.
Sabonis definitely. I got Sabonis in it. Sabonis definitely should make it. And D Fox should make that.
I think D Fox is all. If they stay top 4 seed, I think you gotta throw D Fox in there, because when I look at the players in the West, the injuries that's in the West with guys, they've been there every night.
Yep.
You know, when you got guys like AD, who's an all-star, but he's been dealing with injuries. Zion, who's an all-star, dealing with injuries. Booker, Chris Paul. Ingram, they ain't been out there. These guys been out there every night. They're a top 4 seed. They deserve both of them to be in the all-star game. I'm just saying, because the consistency of them being there every night.
Now let's get to Jason. They're talking about, it's so great to hear, whether you're a fan of Garnett, Paul Pierce or not, and I happen to be a fan for the most part of both. It's cool when you see, as Jay said, luminaries, obviously Hall of Famers, vets, understand what a culture change means.
Who thought Sacramento would be in the top 4 seed at this point in the season?
I watched Sac in the summer league, and Bobby Jackson was coaching their summer league team. And I'm just saying this to make a reference. So they actually incorporated some dogs into the system. And then Mike Brown comes over here and changes the culture.
Yeah.
This don't look like the same Sacramento team we've been seeing for the last 4, 5, 15, 10 years. Like, they're playing totally different. They play harder. And they ain't your ass. You know when you're talking about Denver and you coming in, like on the back-to-back or whatever, you don't want to see this. Not this Sacramento team.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, they have culture. The Sabonis trade. In fact, they think Sabonis is underrated.
He underrated because his game – you know, his game ain't sexy. You ain't looking at him. Right. You know, it ain't sexy. You know what I'm saying?
You don't hear the heart tone.
Yeah. Right. You know, it ain't. So you ain't really looking
efficient,
at it.
Though. He productive.
It's like, all right, at the end of the day, when you look at them numbers, 20, 15,
right
6.
I'm right here.
Yeah, I'm right here.
He holds his own, man.
Yeah.
I like what he's doing. I like how the Kings culture, you can see it, has made a super change from what it used to be. So, yeah, shout out to Sacramento, man. I know, man, they've been driving that for a minute, man. Good to see them.
There's something.
We'll accept the shout out.
We will accept the shout out. It's interesting what they said about sexy. What is sexy? What do I mean by sexy?
I mean, I think they're talking about like supreme highlights, but
I think so too.
If you're doing that, I mean, I think there's so much parallels to Jokic and Sabonis. It's a 2-time MVP, maybe 3 straight. That's pretty sexy to me.
When you look at the MVP award tracker on Basketball Reference, for example, which is not the end-all be-all, 5 of the top 6, Jokic, Embiid, Doncic, Sabonis, either have Euro influences or did not learn the bulk of their basketball in this country. Now, Sabonis is the strange one because he played for Lithuania.
Right.
Obviously, he grew up in Spain, but yet his father played in the NBA. So part of his career.
He went to school here.
He went to Gonzaga. But I think what you're seeing, what we're kind of in the middle of right now when he says sexy, is you're seeing this clash of how players learn the game outside of the country or from people that learn the game outside of the country. And then it's really starting to become an incredibly interesting topic. The Twitter and Instagram accounts that follow these kids around, and it's all about the dunk. It's all about the look at me. And by the way, this is starting to sound severely like old man at the clouds. But you have a guy like Jokic, you're right, his game's not sexy. He's not sexy. He's not a human highlight machine. And highlights are great. I love them. But you know what he does at the end of every night? He's usually winning, and he's usually got something close to a triple-double.
I think Jason was spot on when he said highlights. That's what sexy basketball is. The Kings in the early 2000s, that was sexy basketball. Sure. They were a highlight machine, highlight factory, right? But I think some people sometimes, and this is the equivalent to me, is I think there was a long time in the early 2000s where Vince Carter and Kobe Bryant were compared to each other, right? Yes. Who was going to be better, Vince or Kobe? Vince at that time had a sexier game.
Much sexier.
But Kobe was leaps and bounds, had a better game.
And for all we know, by the way, Vince was better than Kobe at the time. And no offense to Vince, who I think was, by all accounts, is a hard worker. Nobody saw Kobe Bryant having the drive and work ethic he did.
Right.
And what I love about that is that Kobe grew up in a far more privileged, if you want to say that, air quotes, environment than a lot of players coming in. He grew up the son of Jelly Bean Bryant. He spoke 3 languages. He was in great schools. This was a kid that grew up. He had every right, and this is one of the bigger compliments I can give to Kobe. He had every right to be like, okay, yeah, I've got the God-given talents. I'll make the NBA, and I'll have a decent career. Let me. I don't even want to pick a name out of the hat, but I'll have a Hall of Good career. Mm-hmm. I think Kobe Bryant's natural God-given talent, people say, probably puts him in the Hall of Good. He's one of the greatest of all time because he outworked everybody because he was a psycho.
Yeah, his drive was incredible.
His drive was absolutely incredible. And his game became sexy every year because of that. More on that later. In the meantime, let's take a first look. We've been talking about the weekend. Let's look ahead to tonight. You got a matchup of Western Conference powerhouses, the number 2 and 3 seed. I'm sure it's on national TV tonight. Memphis comes in to take on Sacramento. We'll get there next.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Starting January 23rd. Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader.
It all started with a group of cowboys who broke from the mold and wanted more. 30 years later, the ride continues, and the professional bull riders have never been more ranked.
The best ever! We were here for it.
Don't be a... Celebrate 30 years with 3 huge nights this February 3rd through 5th at the Golden One Center in downtown Sacramento. Tickets are on sale now through Ticketmaster.com or the Golden One Center box office.
It's hard to find a better selection of 4x4s in stock and ready to drive home today than you'll find at M&S Auto on El Camino right off the Cap City Freeway. New truck prices keep rising. M&S invites you to tour their selection of super clean 4x4s and trucks and save thousands. Tacomas, F-150s, Jeeps, Rams, Silverados. Great deals today on hundreds of 4x4s, SUVs, and muscle cars. First-time buyers are welcome. M&S Auto Sales, El Camino, just off the Cap City Freeway. MSAutogroup.com.
Shop limited time deals at the Truckload event at Lowe's, happening now. Save big on your favorites across the store. During this event, get up to 50% off select tools and accessories. Plus, find the perfect floor tile for your home for less. Get up to 50% off select styles while you can. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowe's.com to shop the Truckload event today. Valid 12/29 through 1/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Discount taken at time of purchase.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
I'm always on the lookout for a great cheeseburger at the Turn, and the best I've found is served at San Francisco's famed Olympic Club. Hot Dog Bill's makes theirs from Bill Parrish's original 1950 family recipe, and their tasty treats are served on a hot dog bun. Before they were invited to set up shop on the course, Bill and his wife Billy served their burgers from a trailer on the other side of Lake Merced. During the golf round, Olympic Club members would send their caddies over to pick up the mouth-watering delights. Parrish's daughter Candy now runs the original Hot Dog Bill's in 2 locations, on the driving range and on the course. That's a great excuse for 2 burgers in one day. Candy says the signature hot dog bun for the burgers and dogs was initially a cost savings measure for Bill. If you're bummed not wrapping your mouth around a Bill's burger because Olympic is a private club, you're in luck because Candy's brother serves up the same taste treats at Napa's Silverado Resort. Trust me on this one. Have it with everything. You won't even care if it comes with double bogeys. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Hey guys, if you have Peyronie's disease, West Coast Men's Health can help. Acoustic wave therapy can dissolve the knot that's causing the problem. No pill or cream will ever do that. And right now, we're offering a free treatment just for coming in. If you suffer from Peyronie's or ED, call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Sacramento and San Mateo, call 916-829-8273. That's 916-829-8273. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
They bleed black and purple.
Not the bean, baby.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on your local sports leader, Sactown Sports.
By the way, weird tweet of the weekend goes to James Harden. I don't know if you saw this or not. He tweets out yesterday, he goes, been a Christian my whole life. McCaffrey, and then tags Christian McCaffrey. Like, I'm not trying to get into the religious or whatever. First off, okay, I think he was like making it like a funny, I think. Or maybe he's a McCaffrey fan and a Christian. I don't know.
Was there any follow-up, by the way, on James Harden? There were some interesting rumors at the game the other night.
I didn't hear any of these.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh?
Yeah.
Okay.
James apparently wasn't around.
I knew that, but like just...
And I think others had seen him in a city that likes to have a lot of fun on the West in Las Vegas.
Oh.
I mean, literally was not around.
Yeah, was not.
And they don't play again until Wednesday and just chose maybe not to be. I don't know. Who knows what's true, what's real, what's not.
I mean, listen, maybe it's not, but
he was not there.
Yeah, like James.
Now, it could have been in the back, could have been, but
sure.
I think there were some talks like, where is he?
I don't even mind being irresponsible like that with James. It's like James Harden not being at the game and being in Vegas and party, like that's not even like top 10.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
I don't know what's true, what's not, but certainly was not around.
That's James Harden.
Yeah.
But then here's the other thing. So as we know, James Harden plays for the Sixers.
Yes.
How is that tweet going to go over in Philly?
Right.
Like, you didn't have to tweet it.
Yeah.
It's not the end of the world. Every athlete has a right to root for their own.
Sure.
I'm not begrudging him anything like that. It just, I found it awk that you play for the Sixers. The Eagles are about to play the Niners in the NFC Championship game, and you're tweeting about your love for Christian McCaffrey. That's your right. That's fine. Just don't think that's going to endear him to those Philly fans who generally don't take kindly to. Like, somebody told me the other day that, how'd they put it? Philly fans are actually who we think Cowboy fans are. I mean, here we go.
Yeah.
That's going to be we'll get into that later. We'll talk to Matt Barrows about that. But that's going to be a very interesting championship Sunday. It's not championship Monday at all, but it's top 2 and top 3 seed Monday. Is that a thing? We get a sponsor for that?
Yeah.
The Kings will host the Memphis Grizzlies tonight.
The Fighting Grizzlies.
They are the Fighting Grizzlies.
Nearly.
We're going to get to that, by the way, and we have some audio that I think you'll want to hear. Jason is referring to the Laker-Grizzly game in which the Lakers came back to beat Memphis. And now Memphis has lost 2 in a row after having that nice streak put together. And Shannon Sharpe, I want to say it was Dylan Brooks, were yammering at each other. Steven Adams comes over and just starts parting the waves like Aquaman, just masses and seas of people and bodies going left and right because Steven Adams is in there. Then T. Morant comes over. Shannon's in his cardigan. T's always got his shades. And to me, it was incredibly entertaining and also just incredibly gross.
Yeah.
Like, first off, Shannon, I understand it's Shannon Sharpe, but I don't know. Last I checked, any fan that got into it with anyone like that, not only are you done for that game, but you probably at the very least know. Like, I can't even imagine if I got into it with a player and then a player's dad and all that stuff happened. I might not. And again, I'm not Shannon. I get it, but as normal fan,
yeah,
you're not going back there at least that season.
Nah,
but it was all fun and games,
and certainly not staying at the game and talking to everyone again after the game,
right?
In a better way. I mean, things smoothed out, but still.
And then again, maybe this is just a style thing, but T. Morant's like, dude, it's your kid.
Mm-hmm.
You're not. What are you trying to do?
Right?
Just sit there and cheer, guy.
Support your son, who's a lot of fun to watch.
Who's a lot of fun to watch. You obviously have done a wonderful job as a father. I'm sure a coach. All respect in the world. Just maybe but whatever. He's living his best life.
Each their own.
And as far as Shannon goes, he's commented on these situations before. And that's going to come back maybe and haunt him today. Grizzlies tonight, and they are favored, Jason, in this game by was just 1 point earlier. Still sticks to a point. It's a very good, very frustrating team to play. They're very well coached. They talk a lot. That they're not it's not like the entire team plays wonderful defense, but their team defense I've always thought is very impressive. They're very vocal on defense, and I appreciate that. There's a lot of talking, and to me, it all starts and ends with a guy that generally doesn't start. Brandon Clark is one of the most communicative defensive players I've ever seen in my life. Steven Adams always seems, I think he averages like 15 and 30 against us career. And unlike games past, they're fairly healthy.
Baines missed the Kings games last couple.
Yes, this is a full strength Memphis team, and if I'm being non-biased, Jason, I think that 1 point is a little low.
Well, and that's the thing when look, what the Kings have done right now is given us the ability to kind of look forward and think, man, if this team were to make the playoffs, who would you want them to play?
Yeah.
I would not put Memphis that high on the list. It's about matchups. Now, could the Kings crack the code? Maybe. But Memphis is an experienced team, though young, but also they're really physical and they're big. Yep. And I think that's the exact kind of team that has bothered the Kings. They have bothered the Kings, and they've bothered them even when they're not fully healthy. So you put in the dynamic scoring of Ja and Desmond Bane, maybe the defensive player of the year in Jaren Jackson Jr. What Steven Adams does is just a nuisance to the paint and makes it harder for Sabonis. Clark, to your point, off the bench. Dylan Brooks is the professional agitator.
Yes.
And then they've got those guys you go on the bench. Who are these guys? Well, they all fit. It's all part of the puzzle that when you've got all the other pieces, all those guys look much, much better. So they're good. This would be a really good win if the Kings could win this one.
Tyus Jones, Brandon Clark.
Great backup point guard.
Yeah, they have that bench, like you said, that just does what they're supposed to do. And when you look, I think that stylistically, you could make an argument that probably, I mean, Boston and Milwaukee, but they're also fantastic teams. And these are really good teams. Memphis' style just, like, I've said this once before this year, and I was wrong, so I hope I'm wrong again. I think the Kings get whopped tonight. And the only time I've said that this year was that was a road game against Cleveland.
Yeah.
And because of the matchups on paper. Now, granted, the Grizzlies had a tough loss to the Suns last night. That was an emotional game. They lost by 2. It was a pretty darn entertaining game. That's why I think it's at 1 point. But you're on the road. And who is it that says that generally it's easier to win it back on the road sometimes than it is at home? This is going to be a very tough matchup for the Kings. They're going to have to figure out what they could. You want to talk about a bad time to not really have your backup big set. You got Jaren Jackson. It's Steven Adams down low. Jaren Jackson's having an insanely good year. He's in line to probably be, if he's not all defense first team, he's going to be all defense second team. Imagine driving the lane and running into Jaren Jackson and Steven Adams.
Yeah. No, I think this is you kind of go across the board. Most nights, De'Aaron's going to win the point guard matchup.
Yep.
He might tonight. He might, but it's not going to blow away John Morant. Like, it's going to be what if not in favor of John Morant. Sabonis usually controls the paint. He's going to have his challenges there. Then you're going to need, Barnes to be great and Murray, and they're all capable. Herter, but it's asking a lot of your other guys that can do it, have done it. Right. But Memphis is as tough of a matchup I think the Kings have.
And it's not just like you said when you break it down, starter by starter, bench by bench, where the Grizzlies have the Kings. But then you go into the intangibles.
Yeah.
Not only this is a playoff tested team, this is a team with great veteran leadership. And I'll say it, and I mean this as no disrespect, they're tougher than the Kings. Not tougher than every King, but I don't think anybody looks at the roster of Memphis and anybody looks at the roster of Sacramento and says they're tougher and looks at the Kings. Yeah. Memphis, as you said before, they're agitators, but they're that type of tough, that grit and grind, that agitation. I know people don't want to hear this, but I worry sometimes about the Kings getting punched in the mouth and what they're going to do. Now, Domantas Sabonis is tough. That guy gets beaten on every single game. I'm not talking about heart. I'm talking about when the Grizzlies start barking and woofing and getting in your face and doing a little extra down low. I mean, we saw what Malik Monk did the other night, but I just don't know. I don't think that's an arrow in the quiver for the Kings necessarily.
Yeah.
So, but you know what? That's how teams grow as well. We will take a break. When we come back, what are we doing here, Jay? When we come back,
Matt
we're
Barrows.
going back and forth. We got Matt Barrows. I actually wrote that down. That's my fault. Matt Barrows of The Athletic. We're going to talk 49ers and find out from him, not just about what happened in yesterday's game, how great is George Kittle, why didn't Eric Armstead smear Dak Prescott all over the paint, but we'll look ahead a little bit to Philadelphia as well. Matt Barrows is next.
The only place you'll find De'Aaron Fox is Sactown Sports.
Spins away from the defender, in the paint, soft floater. That's a great play by De'Aaron Fox.
Hey, Sacramento, it's De'Aaron Fox. You're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Eileen Javor in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. A gusty start to our Monday morning. Expect sunshine throughout the day and the winds diminishing some. We'll see temperatures in the upper 50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Make your New Year's resolutions yet? Let me help. Trade out of that old car and into something safe and reliable, like a new Folsom Lake Kia with a low payment. Shop Folsom Lake Kia, family owned for over 20 years.
Are you scared to open your energy bill each month for fear of how much you might owe that month? Well, did you know that replacing or repairing your roof can have an immediate and drastic effect on not only your energy efficiency, but also saving you money each month? Hey, Jason Ross here, and I needed a new roof. And when I was researching companies and talking with friends, one company stood out as the premier company in our region, and that's ACR Solar and Home Services. I set up a meeting with John, the owner, and Joe, the roofing expert, and the office staff. Well, they were amazing. They worked with my schedule, set up an appointment to come out to the house, and walk me through how they could save us money and protect our home. If your roof is showing signs of wear and tear and you think you might have a leak, or you simply want to save money on your energy bills, well, I encourage you to do what we did and research ACR Solar and Home Services. ACR Solar and Home Services, your Sacramento region's premier solar and roofing company dedicated to quality, value, and integrity since 1979. That's acrsolar.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can find options that fit your budget, because giving you options is the right thing to do.
Oh yeah, like when I hold the door for someone. Sure, it may be weird if I don't time it right, and they're a little too far away, and now they're running. And we're both asking ourselves, is it worth it to run instead of just, letting them open their own door?
But still, it's the right thing to do. So get options based on your needs with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
ATM Mortgage.
When times get tough, you need a lender that gets even tougher. Hi, Jeff Tarbell with ATM Mortgage. We can still show you an affordable path to home ownership. And all you have to do is call 916-338-9400. That's 338-9400. Or online at atmmortgage.net.
ATM Mortgage.
License under California CFL and MLS 223-4889.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda. Yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Time to check out Coastside Medical Clinic, who's dedicated to providing breakthrough remedies for men.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. Your home for the biggest matchups in the NFL. Sactown Sports. Sactown Sports.
Headlines. With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. It was a back-and-forth game yesterday in Santa Clara, but in the end, it was the 49ers victorious over the Cowboys.
Steps it back to Dak Prescott. He throws over the middle to Turpin. He gets hammered down by Jimmy Ward. The game is over.
What a way
to end it. The 49ers are on their way to Philadelphia.
The 49ers win the game 19-12 and will take on the Philadelphia Eagles in the NFC Championship next weekend. The Kings got a nice win over Oklahoma City on Friday night, but Saturday, despite a shorthanded Sixers team coming in, couldn't hold them off.
2.9 to go. Philly up 2. Barnes missed the first, made the second. Getting ready for the third. Line drives it. Tipped by Len, and the ball game is over. It ended up in the hands of Philadelphia, and the Sixers get out of here with a 2-point win. They sweep the road trip. Victories at Utah. 2 in LA against the Lakers, then the Clippers. 2 nights ago in Portland against the Blazers. And in a game where they were down 21 late in the first half, they win it 129-127.
That was a bad loss. Kings got a chance, though, to get back in the win column tonight when they take on the number 2 seed in the West, the Grizzlies. Game night coverage starts at 6 o'clock on Sactown Sports. Those are your headlines. Back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross and the Athletics' Matt Barrows.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone. When he's not on the microphone, he's playing a song. And when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone. And then boom,
with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Matt Barrows will join us shortly. It's always good, by the way, to start out a segment with Jason. We talked Friday about how great it is to be a sports fan, especially last weekend. There was a UFC Saturday night, which should not happen while the Kings games are going. But between the Kings loss to the Sixers Saturday and the Niner game, like my blood pressure was like 700 over 500 for like a good 26 hours. Yeah. I'm going to say that the weekend of sports probably knocked 8 to 10 hours off my life.
Only 8 to 10 hours? That's not bad. Maybe you get some recoup in the joy of the Niners advancing.
I did get some there, but now I'm nervous about Philadelphia. Joining us right now, he was there, the one, the only, the man, the myth, the legend for the Athletic, Matthew Barrows. Good morning, Matt.
Morning, guys. How are you? Did you enjoy yesterday's game?
No.
Yes.
I didn't. I'm just being honest. I did not enjoy it. It was a nail biter. I was nervous. It looked like Dallas was just going to hang around. Obviously, we'll break down what happened, and in the end, the Niners got the win. But no, I don't know that many Niner fans enjoyed the game, but it was a good outcome.
I've been telling everybody who sits around me for several weeks now that Ray McLeod is either going to have a fumble or a touchdown on this play. There's no in between. And he had the fumble, and then he nearly had the touchdown on the very next play, or the next time he got the ball. So, I thought at that point, after that fumble occurred, and I had all sorts of Kyle Williams memories. It was the 11-year anniversary of that game. I said, oh, boy, something in the stars is just not right for this team. And I began to do the thing that some journalists we have to do, which is you start writing a story for both a win and for a loss. So you have a direction to go with either outcome.
Did you have your lead already? LEDE, by the way, kids. Did you have your lead ready for the loss? Did you get that far?
No, I didn't get that far. I was just sort of collecting thoughts about, the running game. They leaned on it all year, and it just was not. They were not able to kind of break out with it this year. They've been able to avoid those disastrous plays, and now they had the one in the punt return, all reminiscent of the Kyle Williams from I had the whole thing going, yeah.
Matt Barrows joining us, and all guests come to you from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Matt, as far as it was late second quarter of the play where Pollard got hurt, and then I think it was a play or two later where they threw the pick, but how much did that help the Niners defense as the game went along, knowing that one of the key weapons for Dallas was out?
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. I mean, and Pollard is an explosive weapon, and the Cowboys talked about losing him and just kind of losing his spirit and his personality in that game, and it just took something away from that offense for sure. So that was a big advantage to the 49ers. They benefited from that. Ezekiel Elliott, still a good runner, but he's not going to have the explosive plays that Pollard brings. So that element of their offense was gone the rest of the day. And so it made the 49ers a little bit more comfortable in how they could play their coverages from that point on.
I don't know how to, and you never lead the guest into an opinion. I don't know how to quantify this necessarily, Matt, and I don't know if you agree or disagree, which is why I'm asking. Brock Purdy was not tremendous yet. 19 of 29, no touchdowns, no picks. He was sacked a couple times. His rating and QBR weren't great. But for some reason, I found myself coming out of yesterday's game even more confident that he's not a flash in the pan than I was before. And I think maybe it was the adversity and how he dealt with it.
and I think how well the Cowboys were playing defense.
Yes.
I mean, that was a very good game plan. First of all, the theme I kept hearing over and over from 49ers offensive linemen was that the Cowboys defensive ends, Parsons and Lawrence, were playing out of their mind in that game, and they were making plays to the outside, making plays to the inside, and really taking away a lot of the offense. Van Der Esch was having a good game. But you're right. I mean, those two long drives in the second half were the difference in the game, and they were mostly kind of gritty runs. But there were some really tight window passes, especially to Christian McCaffrey tucked in there. Those are big-time throws against a very good defense that was playing the best it has all year. And he was making them more times than he wasn't. The turnover ratio is big. I talked about the Ray McLeod fumble. That's it for the 49ers. They got 2 picks of Dak Prescott, and the Cowboys got none from Brock Purdy. And that's been a common theme. So not a stellar game, but sort of a gritty game, the kind of game that you need to win a tight playoff game. That's what they got from Purdy.
Man, things over time become bigger. Like there's more lore to them. I'm curious. It was a big play in the game, but where do you think that Kittle catch off the face mask, juggle and secure it? Where will that rank as the years go along?
Yeah, maybe not quite as high as that end of game catch he made in New Orleans. I think that's the top of the Kittle pantheon right now, but so just below it. I mean, and he had to avoid a safety. Was it Curse? I forget who it was, but somebody launched himself at a stumbling, bumbling Kittle in an effort to dislodge the ball and to, deliver a big blow on Kittle, and it was a miss. So a lot of things could have gone wrong on that play, but he ends up making the catch. Yeah, that's when the things sort of kind of started to break for the 49ers. It was all gummed up. 27 rushing yards at the half. That was the lowest the 49ers ever got. But then they started getting 5 yards a carry, and then McCaffrey got 7 yards a carry, and things just started loosening up a little bit in the second half, and that Kittle play was a big part of it.
Matt Barrows of The Athletic with us. Matt, a lot of talk about it. I'm curious, how were you with Kyle Shanahan's play calling in the first half?
How was I? I mean, a lot of times what he's doing, and I talked to Trent Williams with this after the game, is he's kind of purposely, I'm not saying he's purposely running bad plays, but he's running specific plays for the sole purpose of, kind of testing out how the defense is going to react to it, and then doing so to set up a different play in the second half. What he was doing at the end of the half, and I knew that fans were going to be beside themselves because I watched him do that in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs a few years ago. He just doesn't want to give any time for a Chiefs touchdown or a Cowboys touchdown there. He thinks that the worst thing that can happen is the opponent scores right before the half, and then the opponent gets the ball back right after halftime, and that would have been a real double whammy and a real momentum builder for the Cowboys. So he was that was his main concern, was avoiding that. And I thought, he said he was going to do that every time. So I knew that was going to be what he did. And the fact that Robbie Gould can kind of knock in a 50-yarder in a game where there's all sorts of weird things happening on special teams, I thought that was a big difference in this one.
Matt, each week will be different, and Philly poses a different threat. Finally, the Niners have to go on the road here, and Philly looked really good against the Giants. But your early thought on what we can expect on the next matchup in the NFC Championship game?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a second straight, really good, really tight game. I think the 49ers played the much better opponent of these two teams in the second round, and that's why everybody is now sort of wringing their hands about this matchup. Oh, man, how can the 49ers play like they did against the Cowboys and beat the mighty Eagles? Well, to me, it was a huge gap in talent between the Giants and the Cowboys. The Cowboys would have gone into Philadelphia. I don't know whether they would have beaten the Eagles, but they certainly would have given them a much better game than the Giants did. So the 49ers are now very much used to what playoff football is. I'm not sure whether the Eagles are, and I think that itself is going to make this a very close game.
The number 2 and number 6, I believe, scoring offenses in the league, respectively, the Eagles and 49ers, and the number 1 and number, I want to say 8, I think, scoring defenses in the NFL. The Eagles are at plus 133 for the year in point differential. The Niners plus 173. And the last number I'll throw out, the Cowboys were averaging 27.5 points per game this season, and they were held to 12. So, Matt, with the defense doing the job they did against Dak and the Cowboys, how do you think, are there different problems? Are there bigger problems that the Eagles could give San Francisco's D?
Well, I think Jalen Hurts is better than Dak Prescott. I don't think he's going to give you 2 interceptions, and I think he's capable of running for just as much or more yards. And that was another, you knew it was going to be an issue going into the Cowboys game. It was. I think it's going to be just as big, if not bigger, issue with Jalen Hurts. So I don't know how you solve that. I think it's not so much solving it, but kind of keeping the quarterback at a dull roar in terms of the yards that he picks up with his feet. The 49ers defense was not perfect, and they still held the opponent to 12 points. Another deep bomb in this game. I mean, that's now 4 in a row, like major 9-route types of games, and usually teams that give up those don't win, but the 49ers give them up, and they've been winning. So this is a team that can make some mistakes. It just can't make a lot of mistakes. So that's going to be the key against the Eagles and Hurts.
Matt Barrows is going to put out a ton of content, as he always does, as we lead up to yet another NFC Championship game, and Niners fans everywhere hoping they can get just one more win and put themselves in a position to get that elusive Super Bowl title. Matt, appreciate you as always, and we will talk to you one way or the other next week.
Yeah, I'll be in Philly, so give me a buzz there.
Yes, sir.
Sounds good.
Enjoy the food, enjoy the cold, and we'll talk to you in a week.
Okay, sounds good.
Bye-bye. That's Matt Barrows. We will take a break here. When we come back, let's kind of wrap up a little bit of what he said and look ahead. Jalen Hurts versus this Niner defense and what else the Philadelphia Eagles have to offer. We'll do that next.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Starting January 23rd. Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader.
At Ashton & Price, over the last 25 years, we've won just about every injury case you can think of. Slip and fall, falling merchandise, fell through rotted decking, we won those. Dangerous stairs, falls into holes, dog bites, won them. Injured while pedestrian or on a bicycle, auto, motorcycle, big rig, company vehicle, Uber, or Lyft accident, we've won them all. And the best news is there's no fee until you win. So no matter how you got injured,
remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
O'Reilly. The professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts can recommend the best products to get you ready for winter weather. Protect your vehicle with Xerox OE antifreeze and coolant and save $2 instantly. Xerox provides the exact OE-approved coolant formulations for domestic, Asian, and European vehicles. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
On Sactown Sports.
Woo! Whoa. Now yours is better. Hey, Diamador Lenore.
Dak with Pollard to one, or Zeke to one side, Schultz to the other. Going to throw out left. Intercepted. Diamador Lenore.
Whoa,
Dak
what a
Prescott
play.
just threw him the ball.
By the way, total non sequitur. Diamador Lenore is a great name. It's just the alliteration.
Yeah. Feels like it's hard to say. Maybe it's not.
Lenore. The fact that the door.
Lenore.
Did we just slip into a?
Yes.
Okay, we did, didn't we? Brett Maher. No relation to Bill.
That's a hard one to say.
Maher.
Maher.
They were saying Maher.
Maher.
The broadcast.
Brett Maher.
Brett Maher was having all kinds of issues, kicking the football. He lined up for an extra point. I think Samson Ebicom did him a favor.
Matt Overton from Tracy High School will snap to Brian Anger, the Cal punter, and it is no good. They blocked the extra point.
Okay, so sorry, Greg. That kick had no chance.
Yeah. Major left.
10, 15 yards left.
Yeah.
And who knows? I mean, I'm serious that he did him a favor by blocking that kick. Because if that thing goes, I don't think Maher gets another shot.
Yeah.
I think they pull him and I turned to my wife at the time. I said, I think that's the last time he's ever going to kick for the Cali. That might be the last time he ever kicks in the NFL. They left him in and he hit two.
He did
pretty good. I mean, those were nice field goals there. Well, one of them was, the other one was a chipper, but they weren't done picking Dak.
Here's Prescott back. Has time. Throws out left, intercepted. Ball got tipped up and taken by Fred Warner. Jimmy Ward tipped the ball, and Fred Warner with the INT.
Pick City, baby.
I know he has time to think of him, but you think he writes him down at home. Like, this is what I'm going to go with.
I just want him, I want him to roll around with me doing just like grocery shopping. Just I'm putting stuff in the car.
Nice pull, Dave. On sale. Buy two, get one free.
Save money, baby. It's just fantastic. Robbie Gould put another one through the uprights.
Use your coupon.
Here's Chris McCaffrey.
McCaffrey goes left. Ebo goes in motion. Right. Purdy out of the shotgun. Kittle and Juszczyk right. Ayuk the other side. Handoff. McCaffrey. Touchdown! San Francisco!
That's great, baby.
Well, here you go. You get a chance to hear Tim right here stepping on Greg, the final call.
He snaps it back to Dak Prescott. He throws over the middle to Turpin. He gets hammered down by Jimmy Ward.
Okay, so let's take you through what was going on in Tim's head right there. The first was because Zeke.
Yeah.
So Zeke was the offensive line.
Correct.
Like the entire offensive line.
Right.
And his first reaction was to Zeke getting trucked.
Back to Dak Prescott. He throws over.
Zeke.
Zeke.
Which is what I think I said at home too.
Right. We were all Tim right there. Yeah. And then the pass just didn't work
over
out.
The middle to Turpin. He gets hammered down by Jimmy Ward. The game is over.
What a way
to end. Are on their way to Philadelphia.
You know what's great? I mean, obviously, this is the way football works about a play call, right? When you design a play, and when it works, what a call!
Right.
When it doesn't, what an idiot. I mean, the end result of that was so phenomenal because but I obviously they have done that somewhere, sometime where it's worked. And I hadn't really seen that formation the way it was on the last second play. I go, you know what? In my first thought, I go, this is actually smart. You get the lineman out there, get them blocking Niners downfield, and when you do the lateral, never give it to a lineman. Get the other guys involved. And when they described it on TV, they said now Zeke he can't catch the first pass,
right?
But he can catch all the laterals. I go, okay, I get the logic.
Yeah.
So I understood it. And then Niners like, yeah, but we have a defense too. We're gonna just annihilate him and get him out of the play. And then you go, oh yeah, I guess that could happen too.
We're going to truck your running back, and then we're going to truck your receiver, and you're not getting any sort of any.
Put all your linemen out here. That's cute. We're just going to blow this whole thing up. I wanted to see how it would go, but then we saw how it went.
I don't blame Zeke.
No, not at all.
He did the best he could.
Yeah,
and I don't blame the receiver. Who was the receiver? I don't blame the receiver because
he just had no time.
What are you supposed to do? You catch the ball, and they're already on you,
right?
They're just, you're right. It didn't work, and it was a very physical game all the way around, according to Mike McCarthy.
We got the right players. We got a good group of young players. We got excellent veteran leadership. We didn't have enough today. The guys laid it out there. I don't know how close you were to the field. It was an extremely physical football game. Both teams laid it out there, so we came up short.
What I'd like to come out, Matt kind of made this point when we talked to him. What I'd like to come away from that game with is the idea that well, maybe the Cowboys are the third, maybe fourth best team in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just what it looks like.
Yeah.
And the fact that you were able to hold them to 12 points. And, oh, by the way, I get that the Niners only scored 19. And and to be clear, the defense did help and put them in position to score at least 6 of those 19 points. But they were able to eventually score offensively. And that's a really good Dallas defense.
Yes.
It's a really good Dallas defense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, again, it's about who wins that day. On this day, the Niners were just a little bit better. I think for the season, they've been better than the Cowboys. But yesterday, I mean, that game could have gone the other way. It was right down to the end. I thought their defense was incredible. The Niners have all these weapons. They've been playing great offense, and the Niners just kept having to get field goals. Yeah. And I'm thinking this might derail them and do them in. And then finally, as Matt's point, like they started to run the ball better, finally, because that's the Niners' bread and butter. They couldn't run very well.
No,
and then finally, as the game went along, they finally started to move the line of scrimmage and win that battle.
Dak Prescott was not happy with his game.
All I can think about is right now in this game and how disappointed it is, how disappointed I am in my play, how disappointed I am for the guys in the locker room who played their asses off, and we weren't able to get it done.
Okay. Here's Dak on how he wasn't able to win the game.
I'm disappointed in the way that I played. Those guys in that locker room gave it all, both sides of the ball, and put me in a position to go win the game, and I wasn't able to do that.
Okay. Well, yeah.
Okay.
Brock Purdy got the win with his team. Brock Purdy also knows the defense carries this team.
And I know that we got one of the best defenses, if not the best defense in the league. So I just got to do my part. If we have to punt, it's okay. Like our defense will, get a stop. We got trust and faith in them.
We'll get to more audio later. I love, first off, Debo with the outfit of the day. Did you see him walking up? My God, I'll show you the picture. He had a little merce with him and the whole thing. It was amazing. Brock Purdy walked in looking like honest to God, Brock Purdy walked in looking like Frankie. Like as if Frankie was going, except he didn't have a credential. He just kind of did. Oh, hey. Just, I half expect him to kind of wave at the media corps filming him. It was. This is a very interesting cast of characters, none more than George Kittle.
Yeah.
And we saw George Kittle on display.
Yeah, all his goofiness and fun. Yeah, I was like, hey.
Like, who is
and even the post game, he's like, yeah, he was just giddy. He was funny.
And I said yesterday, I think he's inching into being a top 5 all-time Niner for me. And to be clear, not statistically, I get it, but I love him.
Yeah.
Very, very much. We'll recap 3 in the key from Friday. We'll get to standings, watch as well, and more. Sacramento Kings next.
The only place you'll find Harrison Barnes is Sactown Sports.
He's got the bucket at the buzzer. Harrison Barnes.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Harrison Barnes, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Quick Quack Car Wash.
I'm Eileen Javor in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. A gusty start to our Monday morning. Expect sunshine throughout the day and the winds diminishing some. We'll see temperatures in the upper 50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
But they're also dusty and muddy. So after every adventure, I head to Quick Quack Car Wash. No one would expect I spent more of my weekend parked on a trail than in my garage. Head to Quick Quack for a shine that lets you defy expectations.
American Energy wants to make sure you and your family are safe this winter with a $49 furnace tune-up. Plus, if you're ready for a new one, get half off with American Energy's 50% off furnace special. With 0% financing and payment plan options available, there's no reason to keep putting off making your home safe, warm, and comfy for you and your family this holiday. Call American Energy today at 916-520-9990 or visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable. 50% off furnace when you purchase a whole home HVAC system. Limited time only. Cannot be combined with other offers or special.
Folks, there's a fast break with the game on the line. He dribbles down the court, passes ahead for the alley-oop, and it's caught for a slam dunk.
Do you need an assist? Regain and optimize your performance. See what Pacific Men's Clinic can do to make your love life the best it can be. Pacific Men's Clinic's safe and pain-free, clinically proven procedure breaks up plaque and stimulates the growth of healthy new blood vessels. Call for your free consultation now at 916-545-7577. That's 916-545-7577.
We all know the pain of being stuck in the past. But with Roseville Electric, you can get current with clean, reliable electric solutions for your home or business. For more info, visit getcurrentroseville.com today.
It's hard to find a better selection of 4x4s in stock and ready to drive home today than you'll find at M&S Auto on El Camino right off the Cap City Freeway. New truck prices keep rising. M&S invites you to tour their selection of super clean 4x4s and trucks and save thousands. Tacomas, F-150s, Jeeps, Rams, Silverados. Great deals today on hundreds of 4x4s, SUVs, and muscle cars. First-time buyers are welcome. M&S Auto Sales, El Camino, just off the Cap City Freeway. MSAutogroup.com.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at PowerCopier.com.
Treat yourself to a new car in the new year. Shop Folsom Lake Kia for your favorite Kia model. Low interest rates, low payments, even zero down deals with approved credit. Over 20 years right here in Sacramento. That's Folsom Lake Kia.
It all started with a group of cowboys who broke from the mold and wanted more. 30 years later, the ride continues, and the professional bull riders have never been more ranked.
The best ever! We were here for it!
Don't be a... Celebrate 30 years with 3 huge nights this February 3rd through 5th at the Golden One Center in downtown Sacramento. Tickets are on sale now through Ticketmaster.com or the Golden One Center box office.
Capital Casino back with indoor gaming and dining located inside at 411 North 16th Street, downtown Sacramento.
Sactown Sports
Headlines. With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. It was a back-and-forth game yesterday in Santa Clara, but in the end, it was the 49ers victorious over the Cowboys.
Steps it back to Dak Prescott. He throws over the middle to Turpin. He gets hammered down by Jimmy Ward. The game is over.
What a way
the 49ers are on their way to Philadelphia.
San Francisco won 19-12 and will head to Philadelphia next week for the NFC title game. The Kings got a big win Thursday over the Thunder, but couldn't say the same Saturday against the shorthanded Sixers team.
2.9 to go. Philly up 2. Barnes missed the first, made the second. Getting ready for the third. Line drives it. Tipped by Len, and the ball game is over. It ended up in the hands of Philadelphia, and the Sixers get out of here with a 2-point win. They sweep the road trip. Victories at Utah. 2 in LA against the Lakers, then the Clippers. 2 nights ago in Portland against the Blazers. And in a game where they were down 21 late in the first half, they win it 129-127. And Philadelphia has now defeated Sacramento 9 consecutive times.
The Kings have another opportunity to get in the win column tonight, although it will be tough as the number 2 seed in the West, the Grizzlies, come in. Coverage begins at 6 o'clock with Game Night on Sactown Sports. Those are your headlines. Back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
The only place in the morning to get your sports fix.
Live and local.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Hey, everybody do me a favor. Hit me up at Carmichael Dave or on the text line. I was just telling Jason this ahead of tonight's dinner. It's my night on dinner. You know, I'm on like a 14-game losing streak with chicken breasts. I can't get them to get tender.
Really?
I've pressure cooked them. I've barbecued them. I've marinated them. I've brined them.
Talk to them.
I've begged them. I've pleaded with them. And I understand. I don't need chicken thighs or I get it.
What kind of chicken are you using? Brand.
I don't know. Generally, like probably the Winco pack, which may be the reason.
That might be the reason.
But I've also tried it with like Foster Farms. That's a name brand, right? I can't get them to get tender. I don't know what I'm doing. Help. I've brined. I've marinated. Don't know. By the way, marinades cannot make something more tender, not unless you're using papaya. Just makes it more flavorful, Jay. Remember that.
I will write that down.
3 in the key from over the weekend. We had 1, we had 2, we had 3 in the key. I think I finally swept it.
Do you?
I think I almost did last game. I was like, 1 assist away?
Yeah.
I think I got it this time.
Okay.
How'd we do?
Well, let's start with this was just for Friday's game. We didn't do Saturday.
Yeah,
we
we
did
did
OKC's game. The first question we asked was points for Harrison Barnes because he'd been on a hot streak. been on a heater.
Yeah, he had.
You said 19 points, Dave. I said 20, and Jay went for 30.
No, I didn't sweep.
Harrison Barnes had 11.
Eyes close.
Yeah.
You actually won that.
That's right. You know what? I mixed up the games. Yes,
Yeah.
I did.
He was-
Suckers.
Points fourth quarter, De'Aaron Fox points. Mr. Fox.
Mr. Fox.
He's been Mr. Clutch in the
The
fourth quarter.
talented Mr. Fox.
Yes. Dave, you said 10. I said 11. Jay said 15. De'Aaron in the fourth quarter had 8.
Eyes close again.
Oh, 2 for 2.
2 for 2.
1 to go.
1 to go.
Come
the
on.
last category for the first ever sweep.
I've won 4 of 5.
All you need is this.
All I need is this.
And this was the category we asked for points in the paint allowed.
Yeah.
And you gave us 33, and I said, well, you got to
Yeah.
you can't have an odd. It's 32 or 34. So we rounded up for you 34. I said 54.
You did.
And Jay said 38. The Kings gave up 50 points in the paint.
God.
Did not sweep.
God.
Blocked.
Ah.
There you go.
Man. I mean, 4 of 6 is cool, but it's not a sweep.
It's not a sweep.
I'd give up 4. I'd rather be 3 of 6 and sweep one of them.
Okay. Well, you got to keep working on it.
And that's our Kings coverage for the entire
And
day.
now back to you.
And now back to me. Where are we going here again? We were going to do that. And then
Look at those pesky standings because
yeah.
even with the loss Saturday, Sacramento, I mean, look, you don't want to lose these games. That was an opportunity without Harden, without Embiid, Tobias Harris fouling out. But some things keep happening around them that keep benefiting the Kings.
Yeah, they do, and they did. And the weekend was fairly kind. Now the Clippers won. Clippers beat the Mavericks in Dallas, but the Mavericks are closer to the Kings than the Clippers are. Not bad. 112-98 was the final there. The Pelicans are just they're
falling apart.
So I was trying to think of like something bad for Pelicans. Like they're not flying. But
yeah, they're not scooping up.
Yeah, they're not. There's no scoopies going. Yeah, 196. The Heat beat them for the second time in I think about a week. Thunder Nuggets.
Thunder Nuggets.
OKC in Denver. Not that it necessarily matters because the Nuggets are the 1 seed and way ahead, but again, the one of 2 teams ahead of the Kings lost last night.
Right.
Wait, both teams ahead of the Kings lost last night. Although I must admit, if I had my druthers, I probably would have rather have seen the Grizzlies beat the Suns last night.
Yeah, for 2 reasons. One, you wouldn't have a 2-game losing streak for Memphis tonight going into the Kings game, and you push Phoenix back to back below 500 again. They got Chris Paul back. They won.
Yeah.
That's the thing, too. What's so nice about the Kings being in third is on a night-to-night basis. I don't think it's as much tonight, but, okay, maybe Portland's playing Dallas, and then the Lakers are playing Minnesota.
Right.
Like, yeah, someone's winning, but someone's also picking up a valuable loss. And so the more games you just chop off the schedule and keep winning, and just your other teams are going to run out of time. So we're not there yet, but the Kings are in good position right now.
The Mavericks lost. The Pelicans lost. The Grizzlies lost. The Warriors lost. And the Lakers beat the Blazers. But are the Lakers even relevant enough to be in standings watch? They're kind of a poverty franchise. Are they even relevant enough to be in standings watch?
In what?
Standings watch.
Standings watch.
Shut up. Yes. Can we hear it again? That was great.
Standings watch.
They're not relevant. They're nowhere near relevant enough.
Yeah.
To be in.
Where?
Oh, hold on. Was not.
You need
ready.
the button.
You just keep that on, dude, the whole time.
Okay.
Want me to?
Standings watch.
You got it. They're not even relevant enough to be in standings watch.
Standings watch.
If they win maybe 5 or 6 more games and the Kings lose 5 or 6 more, maybe we'll put them into
standings watch.
26-19, the Sacramento Kings
It's
are
a new toy.
It's so fun. They are 4.5 behind the Grizzlies. They are 6 behind the Nuggets, but they do have a 1-game lead on the Pelicans. They do have a 2.5-game lead on the Mavs, and they have a 3-game lead on the Clippers. What makes that even more interesting is that means they have a 3-game lead in the Pacific Division.
Yeah.
Jason, I was thinking about this over the weekend. We've had fun with the banners.
Yeah.
And I do think the idea is to just add a year to the Pacific Division. You can't put up a second.
The existing one?
You can't put up a second. You can't do it. I mean, you could, but you shouldn't.
Yeah.
Do we celebrate?
Yes.
the Kings winning the Pacific Division. If it were to happen,
I think it just happens at the same time of getting in the playoff. Like it's all one party, because I guess the way I would word it, let's say this was the second year of making the playoffs in a row. I don't know that.
No, I'm talking about this year.
I know. So this year, I think it's just going to be in harmony, I guess, if they win and get in the playoffs and win the Pacific Division. It's basically celebrating getting in the playoffs.
I want to throw some occurrences out to you. So the Sacramento Kings, as of, I think, Friday, it took them until March 23rd of last year to get that win total. Okay. When they match their win total, I should stop saying when. If they match their win total super early from last year, do we celebrate?
No, just acknowledge. That's
We
a social
acknowledge it,
media
though, right?
acknowledgement.
All right.
Right?
Yeah, I agree with you.
And I haven't done this. It'd be depressing, but also would highlight this year. They have 26 wins, right? Of the 38 seasons, just a guess off the top of your head, maybe I'll look this up here. How many times do you think they had less than 26 wins?
Oh, God.
Because I know they have several. There's some 22s. They had the 17 win year.
I want to say like 8.
Isn't that amazing to say that? So of the 38 years, maybe, and this is a guess.
That could be low. Jay, what do you think of the 30 whatever years they've been here? How
38.
long? 38?
26 or less?
Yeah.
I guess it'd have to be 25 or less.
I'm going to say 10.
Yeah, I think that's about it. Oh, Jason's on it.
I'm going to look at it.
Okay, so round table here, not the pizza. When and if the Kings clinch 500, celebrate? No. Just another social media
mediocrity.
Okay. I mean, these things have to be thought of in advance.
You just want to celebrate.
I do.
Yeah.
Well, because we never can celebrate. Except, hey, the year's over. Let's look at lottery picks.
Yes.
That's our celebration. Or, hey, we got this high lottery pick. We're certainly going to make the right move.
The last few years.
Yeah.
All right. Kings magic number to clinch a play-in. Is that a thing?
Was it 34 wins got the 10 seed last year in the West?
Yeah.
I think that one's going to be really, well, I guess that's going to be hard to figure out with the play-in. I know they will do that, but I think to clinch a playoff spot is definitely the celebration night. Definitely.
I think that's like
that's the peak celebration.
The peak celebration for sure is clinching the playoffs. But I do wonder if once we clinch a play-in,
no celebration.
No
sigh of relief.
Well, come on. We clinch up
because remember that doesn't break the postseason streak.
You're right.
Yeah.
Because in theory, let's just do some wild scenario where they clinch the play-in opportunity with, I don't know, 10 games to go. I'm just throwing out a number. And you lose the last 10, we're miserable. And you're in the play-in, yeah. But if you see the team lose the last 10.
Okay, then let me ask you this. If the Sacramento Kings, if I told you right now the Sacramento Kings were going to make the play-in, is that a disappointment?
Yes.
We're there.
Yes.
We're already there.
Yes.
They're the 3 seed.
I know.
And over half the season's been played.
This isn't 5 games in.
I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just weird.
Listen, they've raised their own expectations.
It's like 4 months.
Okay, so here's the number. Let's use the number Jay said from last year. The Spurs won 34 games. So the Kings go 8-30. You're not happy about that. You're not happy about that at all.
No, I'm not.
Now, when you're there and if you're in the play, like you're all in trying to see if they can become a playoff team, but like the play in at 8-30.
And after 16 years of record-breaking futility, when we are literally 3.5 months into the season.
Dude, if they get the 10 with 34 wins, they're still crap.
It's playoffs or failure. Wow. I'm not saying I disagree with you guys. It's just weird to say out loud. It's just really, really weird to say out loud. That's where we're at. We'll take a break.
Hey, by the way, I got the number. It is exactly 8.
It's 8?
8 times in the 38 years they've had less than 26 wins.
Do I get the sweep now?
Yep.
For the 3 in the key?
For that
Honorary
category.
sweep.
Honorary sweep.
Gentleman's
sweep.
Yeah.
When we get back, you guys may have heard or seen Shannon Sharpe getting into it with T. Morant, Steven Adams,
And others.
And others. We'll hear from Shannon Sharpe when we get back on how he feels about people sitting on the sidelines getting involved in games. We'll do that next.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Starting January 23rd. Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader.
Welcome, Doug Christie here for the Good Feet Store with a question. How is the game of basketball like the Good Feet Store? And the answer is the very best basketball players do it all. Shoot, defend, rebound, they do it all. And the Good Feet Store does it all too. Good Feet manufactures their own line of arch supports, over 300 styles, sizes, and flexibilities. Good Feet arch support specialists at every store personally fit every customer for free with no obligation. Lastly, Good Feet sells its arch supports exclusively at over 200 Good Feet stores nationwide. Sore feet, aching back, knee or hip pain, even plantar fasciitis? When nothing else works, come to the Good Feet Store and experience the comfort, balance, and support of the Good Feet 3-step arch support system. The Good Feet Store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and now Vacaville off Nut Tree Parkway by Sprouts, online at goodfeet.com.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. EPI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But EPI can be managed. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hi, guys. It's Mark with Coastside Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED and sick of the pills? Well, we have a major medical advancement that has helped thousands of men. Our WAVE technology is backed by 60 clinical studies, including from Cambridge University. It's been shown to increase blood flow by repairing blood vessels. No pills and no side effects. If you're ready to put a stop to your ED, call us now. And not only will the assessment and blood flow ultrasound be free, but we'll also include something unique that produces powerful results. You're going to love that one, guys. Trust me. This unprecedented offer is worth $600, but it's free to those who call in the next 2 minutes. Call 916-603-2000. That's 916-603-2000. Guys, put a stop to your ED and get your life back. Call Coastside Medical Clinic now to qualify. 916-603-2000. That's 916-603-2000.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions, not available in all areas. Hey, small business owner, when's the last time you checked your workers' comp rate? For many small businesses, workers' comp insurance is one of their biggest costs. But some don't check their rate often. Did you know rates can vary? In fact, taking 3 minutes to check your rate with Pi Insurance could save you up to 30%. Just go to trypi.com, share a few details about your business, and get a quote that's customized for you with no hassle or hidden fees. We know you're busy, but spending just a few minutes to check your rate could save you money. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified. See how much you could save with Pi Insurance. Ask your agent for Pi or get a quote at trypi.com. That's trypie.com.
What's hot and what's not. Brought to you by American Energy Heat and Air, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Head to AmericanEnergyAir.com to find out more.
what's hot.
Yeah, hot. Real hot. And what's not?
It's not good. Brought to you by American Energy Air and Solar, Sacramento's complete heating and cooling company, and second opinion partner.
Oh, who's hot?
Who?
You knew who. Brock Purdy and the Niners.
You knew who.
Last night, Brock Purdy was 19 of 29 for 214 yards, becoming the first rookie quarterback to beat Dallas in the playoffs since Dieter Brock.
Oh,
in
Dieter.
1986.
Remember Dieter Brock?
I do.
This is great.
How come they lose the rookies with the name Brock? That's interesting.
I don't know.
Hey, who's not?
Who's not?
Mike McCarthy.
Why is he from Boston?
Because I like Walter McCarthy.
Oh, okay.
He's 0-4 in his playoff career against the 49ers. He lost in 2012 and 2013 with the Packers and 21 and 22 with the Cowboys. That ties Tom Landry versus the Rams for the most losses by a coach versus any opponent in NFL playoff history.
Interesting. You know, Brock Purdy joins a very short list of rookie quarterbacks to reach a conference championship game. And honestly, it's kind of encouraging. Thanks to our old buddy Kyle Madsen. Go check out his article at Niners Wire. So 12-game streak, of which Purdy has 7 of those fully and a partial. I'll take you back to 1999. Sean King, Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
The great Sean King.
The great Sean King, S-H-A-U-N.
K-I-N-G.
He goes 13 to 29 for $163 and 2 interceptions. They lose to the Rams 11-6.
Game of the year.
Game of the year. From Miami of Ohio in 2004. Do I need to say the name?
Yes.
Ben.
You need to spell it.
Can
you spell it without seeing it? Mr. Spelling Bee champ.
It's always an ire. It's always the I or the E that gets me. RoethL. This is one I was. ISBERGER.
I don't know. Sure.
That's like
sounded right.
That's like my strategy for the slap league. You get the first one.
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me.
ROETHLISB. I nailed it.
Use it in a sentence.
The Pittsburgh Steelers Roethlisberger the Patriots, but in the end they lost 41-27.
Oh man!
In 2004.
Okay.
Ben was 14 to 24, 226, 2 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Okay. What about Joe Flacco?
Oh, I've heard of him.
Rookie Joe Flacco, 2008, Baltimore Ravens. He was, by the way, the 18th pick of the draft.
Would it be better if he was Flacco?
Much better.
Yeah.
Yes, Joe Flacco. 13 to 30, 141 yards, 3 interceptions. The Steelers ended up beating the Ravens 23-14. Oh, one more.
You know, hold on, though. But do you remember after that game in the media, Joe caught a lot of flack?
Oh. That's why people don't listen. 5th pick in the draft, 2009. I honestly had forgotten about this. Imagine the offseason that Jets fans were having about how bright the future was because rookie Mark Sanchez led the New York Jets to the AFC Championship. Let's go get a GD snack against the Colts.
Yeah.
He was 17 of 30, 257 yards, 2 touchdowns against 1 pick. The best performance of any quarterback we have on here. These are rookie quarterbacks in championship games. And they lost to the Colts 30-17.
Didn't Sanchez go back-to-back AFC title games his first 2 seasons?
That sounds about right. What a bright future.
I know he played in 2 with the Jets, right?
That was pre-butt fumble.
That was very pre-butt fumble.
Yeah.
Do we have the by the way, do we have the audio in here for Shannon?
I have it.
You have it. Okay.
I got it.
So Brock Purdy will become just the what did we say there? 4? Let's see. King, Roethlisberger, Flacco, Sanchez. He'll become the 5th. Yeah, he'll become the 5th. The 5th to do that. Shannon Sharpe was in an Oshkosh cardigan, I think.
That looked more Nordstrom.
Just looking, just
he owned it.
A ton of just very dadly on the sideline.
Okay.
At the Lakers Grizzlies game, and there was some yammering. I think at one point, according to Shannon, at one point he had said, who was it? It wasn't Bain. It was He had said
Brooks.
Brooks, thank you. Dylan Brooks too short. And Dylan Brooks is known to chop it up a little bit. And flop a little bit. Anyways, he took exception and he said something to Shannon, and Shannon said something back. And next thing you know, Steven Adams is throwing bodies everywhere. And then next thing you know, Team Morant in the shades is over. John Morant's dad. There's all kinds of hullabaloo and malarkey going on. No fisticuffs were thrown. As we said earlier, any other fan, except maybe Drake, is tossed and then some. Not Shannon Sharpe, who hugged it out with Team Morant after the game. They got that on film too. I'd like to take you back to Shannon Sharpe. I don't remember if this is First Take or Wake Up the Football or whatever the show is. Undisputed, thank you.
Wake Up the Football.
Wake Up the Football. But here's Shannon Sharpe on fans sitting courtside.
The fans somehow, Skip, and these, look, you know what these seats cost, Skip, sitting courtside. So this is, well-to-do. They know right from wrong. But somehow, and it's been like this for a very long time, people think because they pay money, and we see this in restaurants, well, you think you could talk to your server any kind of way. You think because you pay an enormous amount of money and the athlete are there to entertain you, you can say, you can do whatever. And it's well within my right because I paid $5,000 or I paid an exorbitant amount of money for this ticket. You cannot, you should not. And I agree with LeBron. Skip, boo me. It's a badge of honor if I'm in a visiting arena and I get booed. But you cannot say certain things like what they be saying and think that it's okay. And what has transpired is that America has become more comfortable with saying things to people and then using the term snowflake. Oh, you soft. Nah, bruh. Give me my respect. That's all I ask. You don't have to respect me. And I'm a firm believer, Skip, and I'm going to turn it over to you. I'm a firm believer. You don't have to respect me, but I'll be damned if I let you disrespect me.
Okay. So that's neat. Here's the bottom line. Shannon Sharpe, who is a Hall of Famer and just a stud, right? Stud football player, all respect, right? But you're a fan.
At that moment, he's a fan, yes.
He's a fan of the game. Should have been tossed.
Yeah.
Sorry. And by the way, I'm no fan of Dylan Brooks or Team Morant. I do like Steven Adams. But, dude, you're a fan.
Right.
You made an ass of yourself.
And different rules are applying for him.
And different rules are applying. Apparently, since we've been on, he had a conversation on the air. Here's what he had to say.
As you probably have heard or have seen Friday night at the Lakers game, I want to apologize for my behavior. Guys, I've preached for the last 6.5 years, responsibility and accountability. And I take full responsibility for what transpired. It does not matter what Dylan Brooks said or how many times he said it. Me being the responsible person, me having the platform that I have and having so many people look up to me, I was wrong. I should have lowered the temperature in the arena. Instead, I turned the temperature up and I let it get out of hand. And I want to apologize to a few people. First of all, I want to apologize to the Lakers organization, Jeannie Buss, the Buss family. I apologize for any harm or unwanted attention that I brought to your organization. I want to apologize to the fans that were in attendance and the fans that watched on television, because that's not what you paid for and that's not what you tuned in to watch. Shannon Sharpe should have been mentioned as someone that was at the game, not someone that let his emotions run high and get out of hand during the game. I want to apologize to the Memphis Grizzlies. Organization and fans, I am sorry. More specifically, I want to apologize to Dylan Brooks. He is a fierce competitor, and seeing him up close, I get a sense of why he is what he is and how he's wired the way he's wired. Bro, I apologize. I wish you the best of luck the rest of the season and continued success. Ja, it was a privilege and an honor to watch you up close and personal. Skip and I talk about you a lot of times, but to see what you do, you're able to.
He's sorry. I appreciate accountability.
Yeah.
Good for him. Really, you screw up, you're accountable. Doesn't mean it's right. It's whatever. It's not like you hit a baby. Just be accountable. So he was accountable. I appreciate that. Skip, on the other hand, needs to apologize further. I don't know if you saw the video. Again, Skip is just such a ding-dong dude. I don't know if you saw the video he had his wife make. I'm assuming it's his wife, him in his house, throwing away the Dak Prescott jersey. Go watch it for this reason, because you can see him standing in the hallway for about a second and a half after the video. It's supposed to be him storming in, and he throws away the Dak Prescott jersey. So she starts the video, and you can see the jersey peeking out around the corner where he's just standing, and then you hear a knock, And so it was like, hey, knock when you start recording. Mm-hmm. So you've got these like two boomers trying to make a reaction video of him tossing his Dak Prescott jersey in the trash. I never understood that, by the way, either. Burning jersey. Like, dude, is that your own?
You just not wear it.
Like, just don't wear, or you know what? Give it to a kid.
Sure.
Like, you paid $189.95 for this jersey, or maybe $89.95 for the, whatever the one is.
Burning it gets more views than giving it to a kid.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
If they win it all next year, do you get it back out of the trash?
Just wear it. That'd be dope if he pulls out and it's like this charred, singed Dak Prescott jersey.
I was always
burnt through, like a little nipple poking through. You're like, oh, I burnt it. What do you want from me? That's trash.
Yeah. Same with that visual.
All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, hey, it's our fourth hour. Third for you.
Yeah.
Fourth hour. We're going to talk about things. We're going to get a lot of this stuff straightened out, including, you guys know what today is? It's an anniversary. It's not a good one. I'll tell you what it is next.
The only place you'll find Malik Monk is Sactown Sports.
Oh my, what an athletic move that time by Malik Monk.
Hey Sacramento, it's Malik Monk and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
American Energy wants to make sure you and your family are safe this winter with a $49 furnace tune-up. Plus, if you're ready for a new one, get half off with American Energy's 50% off furnace special. With 0% financing and payment plan options available, there's no reason to keep putting off making your home safe, warm, and comfy for you and your family this holiday. Call American Energy today at 916-520-9990 or visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable. 50% off furnace when you purchase a whole home HVAC system. Limited time only. Cannot be combined with other offers or specials.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, continues their $500 primetime football giveaway through the playoffs. That's $500 per game for the late games played Saturday and Sunday night. Still located conveniently downtown in a friendly environment for the best food, best service, and best actions. It's Capital Casino, open 24/7. And please, as always, remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The world has changed a lot these last few years. You can do pretty much anything from your home, including order your new Honda from Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Check out our great selection at StocktonHonda.com or come in today and get pre-approved all in the blink of an eye. Stockton Honda makes buying a car simple and stress-free.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
KHTK AM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your local sports leader in the 916. This is Sactown Sports. Sactown Sports
Headlines. With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. It was a back-and-forth game yesterday between the 49ers and the Cowboys, but in the end, it's the 49ers that are going to be heading to Philadelphia.
Steps it back to Dak Prescott. He throws over the middle to Turpin. He gets hammered down by Jimmy Ward. The game is over.
What a way
the 49ers are on their way to Philadelphia.
The 49ers had one of their best defensive games of the year, highlighted by interceptions from Fred Warner and Diamador Lenore. It will be the Niners and the Eagles next weekend in Philly. The Kings got a nice win over OKC on Friday, but Saturday can't say the same against the Philadelphia 76ers.
2.9 to go. Philly up 2. Barnes missed the first, made the second. Getting ready for the third. Line drives it. Tipped by Lynn, and the ball game is over. It ended up in the hands of Philadelphia, and the Sixers get out of here with a 2-point win. They sweep the road trip. Victories at Utah. 2 in LA against the Lakers, then the Clippers. 2 nights ago in Portland against the Blazers. And in a game where they were down 21 late in the first half, they win it 129-127. And Philadelphia has now defeated Sacramento 9 consecutive times.
The Kings will have another opportunity to get into the win column tonight against the number 2 seed in the West, Memphis Grizzlies, live at Golden One Center. Game night coverage starts at 6 p.m. right here on Sactown Sports. Those are your headlines. Back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then
boom, with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Just want to get it out of the way here. We're not going to spend the segment on this. We have plenty of other stuff to spend a segment on.
Oh, is this on the anniversary?
Yeah.
I'm anxious. I don't know what this is.
Today is the 8-year anniversary, Jason. 8 years. I'm going to give the audience a chance to guess what happened, and I'll even give you the hint. It's a Kings-related memory.
Okay, so we're going to 2015?
8 years ago today.
The Kings got onto their 6th head coach of the season.
That's a really good guess.
Oh, no. Wait, it's not firing. No, Malone was early in the season.
Yeah, it was earlier. Yeah, there's really no way for me to give you hints.
Is it a game?
It happened in a game. It's a specific game.
Oh, is it positive or negative?
It's not great.
It's a Kings anniversary. What did you think?
It's a Kings anniversary from 8 years ago. Odds are it's negative.
Is there a buzzer beater? I don't know. A trade? Well, you said it's a game.
Well, I'll say this. The Kings traded their dignity in exchange for witnessing the greatest single quarter performance in history as Clayton W. Thompson. We know him as Clay. 37 points in the third. 13 of 13.
Made a lot of noise in that quarter.
From the field in general. 9 of 9 from beyond the arc. 2 of 2 from the line. He had an alley-oop dunk. He outscored the Kings 37-22 in that quarter.
Okay. I know. Well, now that does time heal wounds? Because to me, Dave, personally, in the now 29 seasons I've worked in the NBA, that's the greatest thing I've ever seen in person.
It's like you have to admit that, and I'm with you.
It was, okay, I don't remember what the team's record was that year, but it's safe to say the Kings weren't going anywhere.
Definitely under 500.
I remember being in Oracle that night, and G-Man and Henry, and it was the greatest thing I've ever seen. And to the point where I was actually like, I keep going.
Right.
Because the Kings were going to win the game. You're watching something special, and it was ridiculous. And honestly, it's a good memory. Not at the Kings' expense per se, but I'm glad I was there to see it because that was the greatest thing I've ever seen.
I hated it, but I loved it. As an NBA fan, you had to just go, oh my God, this is like when you would play your little sister in NBA jams and she didn't know what to do. And you get on fire and you just never missed from every heat check he did.
Right.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, there was one sequence. I remember he caught it in front of the Kings bench. And honestly, where people were like double or triple. Like 2 guys were on him, and I don't even know that he had it in his hands for a half a second.
Right.
Caught, turned, I don't even know if he was squared up. I'm like, that you shouldn't even take that shot.
That was far corner right in front of the Kings bench.
This is unfair, but it was great to see.
So the 49ers, correct me if I'm wrong, they've won 12 in a row now, correct? Is that right? 10. They finished the regular season.
10 and then 2. Yes.
And same math, the Bengals have won 10 in a row.
Okay.
Why do I feel like if you asked NFL fans who the hotter team was, they'd all say the Bengals.
You think so?
I feel like, dude, the Bengals right now.
I feel like that's your Northern California bias coming out.
But wouldn't the bias be in favor of the Niners?
Yeah, wouldn't my bias be the Niners? You're saying like...
Oh, I'm sorry. I heard it wrong.
No, I'm saying I think most people would say that the Bengals are the hotter team right now.
I think because they went to the Super Bowl last year.
Okay.
It's almost like the Bengals are coming out of their game, and it's like the Chiefs have almost been written off. And granted, the Mahomes injury is a big deal.
And the Bengals have beaten them a couple times in a row.
Bengals have beaten them a couple of times. The lines are all over the place. The Chiefs are now, at least as of this morning, 1.5-point favorites over the Bengals. But there's a note in here in italics from the guy that I get these from. And he never does this. He says, the volatility of this line continues. Within 30 minutes, the betting line went from KC favored by 2.5 to 2 to 1 to being 1-point underdogs to being a 1-point favorite to being a pick 'em. It is now settled in for a bit at 1.5 as I send this email. And really, Vegas doesn't know what to do.
1.5.
1.5 for the Chiefs, excuse me.
Okay.
Chiefs are 1.5-point favorites. The line opened at 50.5, or the over-under. And if you don't know what over-under is, you're guessing the amount of points over or under both teams score combined. It's now at 47.5. Now, here's what's interesting, Jason. The line for the Bengals and Chiefs is 47.5 as of right now. The line for the Niners and Eagles is 45.5. And on the surface, you go, wait a minute here. They're both outdoors. And you're dealing with one tremendous and one top 8 defense with the Niners and the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
And you have the Chiefs and Bengals 2.5 above. That would tell me, okay, wait a minute. They're hedging on Mahomes not playing.
Sure.
But if they're hedging on Mahomes not playing, that means Chad Henne, who, by the way, might be the player of the weekend. Chad Henne coming in, I think it was a 98-yard drive for the Chiefs when Mahomes hurt his ankle. I cannot see the Chiefs being favorites at all if Mahomes weren't playing. In fact, I think they'd be probably 4 to 4.5-point dogs is how far that line would switch, but they just don't know. Although it was said that Patrick Mahomes was not wearing a boot or anything other than the sneaker he wore to the game post-game. So very, very, very interesting stuff there, because as Patrick Mahomes goes, that entire team goes. Here's Joe Burrow a little bit talking about how complete of a game they played.
It was just one of their best games of the year. Rushing, pass blocking, and it might be our most complete game of the season as a team.
Did you see Stephon Diggs getting on Joe Burrow during the game?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think a wide receiver has never not been open in the history of the NFL. They're always 100% open. He was waving his hands trying to get into it with Josh Allen. And Josh Allen was asked about that after the game.
We were on the bench, and he was speaking. He had his arms spread, and then we just saw him leave the locker room early. Can you shed, any light or insight into what he was trying to express to you?
He's a fiery competitor. He wants the ball, and whatever it was that we couldn't get him the ball tonight, we're going to have to learn from him.
As far as the Chiefs go, Patrick Mahomes after the game was talking about his footing.
Obviously, I missed some throws. Probably think I could have made if I would have been in the right foot position. But luckily for me, I'm not in the right foot position all the time, so I'm able to make some throws.
Wait a minute. Okay, I'm sorry. Why does he sound like a sped up Alex Jones here? I've never noticed this. He sounds like I've never heard Patrick Mahomes talk this way.
Obviously, I missed some throws. Probably think I could have made if I would have been in the right foot position. But luckily for me, I'm not in the right foot position all the time, so I'm able to make some throws like that anyways.
I'm sorry. All I could hear now is Alex Jones. He also is very complimentary of Chad Henne.
It's special, man. He's in the playoffs. He doesn't get any reps during the week, and he prepares himself to be able to go in for stuff like that. And he got a 98-yard drive, backed up, playoff game against a great opponent.
It's all a matter of whether or not he plays. By the way, whether or not he plays, but also whether or not he's able to play as effectively.
Right.
Bengals Chiefs is tough on its own. But if Patrick Mahomes, listen, I think of any quarterback in the NFL, Patrick Mahomes might be most uniquely qualified to throw off a one leg or 1.5 legs.
Yeah, he kind of he said it there. He kind of does it in some odd looks and odd, stances and all that already.
But if he's not able to maneuver,
right,
that's a wrap. I mean, that's a wrap. Like, you can't, if that's I'm not saying if he's a little bit gimpy, they lose, they could win. But if he's got his mobility seriously messed with, I don't see it.
I thought that was an interesting back and forth. The sideline shots we were getting after he got hurt, he stayed in for the next couple of plays. And then you could tell that there was a pretty serious conversation going on, and that he kept being adamant. I'm good. And that's where you've got to get that tough decision from your head coach, from your medical staff. And that cannot be easy. I mean, it really can't, because, I mean, you think about it, it's much like in any other sport. In the NBA, we talk about it. If De'Aaron Fox or Domantas Sabonis is right next to Mike Brown and they say, challenge that call,
right?
How do you say no to your star player that's, you got to trust them, but you also have to do what's best for the team. And we can all say, oh, it's easy, just challenge it or don't. Well, in that moment, split-second decisions are not always easy to be made for a head coach.
Well, we're talking about all-world quarterbacks on the other side. They've got one, too, who has been hurt this season, no pun intended.
Hurts is back. He's going to go with the draw. He's going to run. He's going to score. Jalen Hurts. He's healthy. The dash up the middle, and they took it left.
And finally, Nick Sirianni, the head coach of Philadelphia, he gave Jalen Hurts perhaps the biggest compliment he could.
Hopefully that's the biggest respect I can pay to him, comparing to his ability to be on the field to a Michael Jordan type. Like, this guy leads, he brings this calmness to the entire team. He plays great football. He's tough as they come.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah.
When we come back, we'll reset the lineup. I know a lot of people are going, what are you guys doing on it? 9.
We're here.
In the morning. Yeah, we are
having a ball.
We'll reset what's coming up today. Also, Sacramento Kings, Memphis Grizzlies tonight.
7:30. What are you doing, League?
Is it really 7:30?
Yes.
Why is it 7:30?
Because I'm mad about it.
Oh, come on. Well, we're going to yell and whine about that next.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
starting January 23rd. Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader.
Welcome, Doug Christie here for the Good Feet Store with a question. How is the game of basketball like the Good Feet Store? And the answer is the very best basketball players do it all. Shoot, defend, rebound, they do it all. And the Good Feet Store does it all too. Good Feet manufactures their own line of arch supports, over 300 styles, sizes, and flexibilities. Good Feet arch support specialists at every store personally fit every customer for free with no obligation. Lastly, Good Feet sells its arch supports exclusively at over 200 Good Feet stores nationwide. Sore feet, aching back, knee or hip pain, even plantar fasciitis? When nothing else works, come to the Good Feet Store and experience the comfort, balance, and support of the Good Feet 3-step arch support system. The Good Feet Store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and now Vacaville off Nut Tree Parkway by Sprouts, online at goodfeet.com.
The only place in the morning to get your sports fix.
Live and local.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Chat is active. Watch us on YouTube. You can rewatch us on YouTube. Of course, listening on all the different apps available.
They watch me in a different format.
HCK app. Jason's in 36K.
I'm in dial-up.
Dial-up. Yeah, in AOL. Who was it that said this here? Somebody, it was Earl. This 5-hour format is going to suck in August when nothing is happening. Earl, I hear you, and I could not agree with you more. My God. Imagine hour 4 in August. Not even hour 5, hour 4 is like, well, you know.
That Little League World Series.
Woo! Let me tell you. And let's go. Who are the best Kings starting centers of the last 15 years? Let's rank them.
Sabonis.
Cousins.
Back to you.
Yeah, back to you.
Yeah.
Vlade. Got to throw Vlade in there, right?
Coswell.
Coswell.
Oh, he's more than 15 years.
Oh, that is true. Last 15 years, you got to pay attention to the assignment guy.
Vlade's not even in that group.
No. Oh, that's right.
Yogi Stewart.
I got to pay attention.
More than
to
15.
No, 15.
More than
darn it.
15.
I keep forgetting we're in 2023.
Brad Miller?
Is Brad was he on the team in
08? Is what? Ooh, he wasn't.
Or was he?
The Spence?
At 5? I mean, it's Sabonis and DeMarcus.
Rashawn.
Yes.
Rashawn.
He would make that list. He would definitely.
Sam Dallenberg on that?
Yes. I put him ahead of Spencer Hall. The whole
Willie Cauley-Stein.
Yes. Just so we don't have Spencer Hawes in there.
Didn't Zach Randolph start some games at center?
And we move on to cornhole. Let me tell you, if you didn't see it over the weekend, anyways, just to update you guys, if you haven't been listening or you haven't been paying attention, here's the deal. 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. for right now, very temporarily, is the block we are in. I cannot stress more how that is temporary. Now, I do not know what the final 4-hour block is, but I can tell you it will not be a 5-hour block. We're doing this just to keep it going because we do want to be live and local 6 to 6, and there's still a couple of pieces that we need to get into play. So I'm in 6 to 7 a.m. Jason, you come on in, which is super smooth at 7 a.m. and we go 7 to 10 together. All right, so 45 more minutes, and then you are going to it'll be the Jason Ross hour.
Yeah,
from
as
10
the
to
end
11.
of the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
That's right.
5-hour block.
Hey, Jay. By the way, can we get separate opens in production for those two shows? By the way, can we get a special open?
Separate?
Well, I'm saying from 6 to 7, we should make it a different name with Carmichael Dave, and then from 10 to 11, it should be
Dave's not here, man.
Right, with Jason Ross.
Yeah.
Whole new sound for both. So basically,
sure.
Between
Jay sounds thrilled about it.
Because he's always done is tease how this is not permanent. It's going to change in a few. So I'll get all the production done, and then it'll like the next day I'll be like, yeah.
So then
you're going to say it's not permanent 4 years down the line. We're still going to be saying it's not permanent.
4 years later. And well, we're here. It's not permanent. Then you're going to hand the baton over to Deuce and Mo.
Yes, their debut show. Well, their return show.
Yeah. The debut of the return.
Yes.
Yes. On a Deuce and Mo day.
Yes.
Right. We coined that earlier. Trademark.
Yeah, you did.
And then Nick Cattles and Rami.
Yeah.
Is going to be 2 to 6.
Correct.
Like Rami doesn't have a last name. He's just like Madonna.
Yeah.
Just Rami.
One name. That's all he needs.
Yeah. It's one name. It is all he needs. Hopefully, though, any update, Jay, on the camera? By the way, I know
it's not en route.
So if
if
you're watching Jason,
we found later.
Dial up. That's why. Kings Grizzlies tonight. Now, Jason, why is it on 7:30?
I don't know why. I think it is an NBA TV game, but there's been NBA TV games that are at 7 o'clock. But I remember this was posted in Arena maybe 2 games ago. I went, wait a minute, 7:30. That's a typo. It's 7:30.
It is NBA TV.
Yeah, but again, that could be at 7. There must be a game at 5, and it's following that.
So, what are the chances that the entire first quarter, like 80% of the lower bowl, is empty? Like, don't you think there's going to be a lot of fans that don't remember that?
Well, then they'd already be there.
Oh yeah, duh.
So when they get there for earlier,
that's true.
Wow, there's a lot of people here already.
They'll get there at 6:55 thinking they're late.
Right, running up.
And so the lower bowl is going to be the most full it's ever been for the start of a game.
Yes.
It's Golden One Center open.
I know that's been a thing. It was funny the other day. I wish I'd actually taken this picture. So Vivek must not have been at the game. It wasn't the last game. It might have been 2 games ago, 3 games ago. Because I will give this to him. He is as faithful of he's going to sit there. He's not going to be on a phone. He's going to watch the game every play. It was a game he wasn't there, and the second half started, and literally the entire first row across the way was empty. Yeah. Now, usually there might be 3 people over here. There's a single person here and 2. The entire front row was still at halftime having fun.
Because they're in that row 1 club, in case everyone's wondering. In the row 1 club where
is there a clock in there that let everybody? Because like in the media room, there's a clock that has the countdown to let you know when the half started.
So they've got these. I was told they've got these. They got a bunch of TVs in there.
Also, the game. They'll know when the game started.
Yeah, and they got. I believe they have one of the feeds is the internal clock, the countdown that they show out there. But you got free. Here's the thing about that place: you got free booze.
Mm-hmm.
I still believe because it was the first year of the row 1 club, and the fact that he was in row 1. Remember Puke Guy?
Yes.
By the way, can we just stop for a second? Props to Puke Guy for like not capitalizing on that in any way. like not getting a shirt or like starting a puke guy. Like
would you buy a puke guy shirt?
No, I wouldn't. But there's people out there that want the gold jerseys back.
That's true.
They'd buy it.
Okay.
That props to this guy for like not going on any shows,
right?
Being completely anonymous, like legit being embarrassed about what happened and just going. I still don't know who it is, even off the record. I have no idea.
I mean, that's one that you either jump and fully embrace, like, hey, everybody, I'm puke guy, I'll come on your show, or it's like, no, that was my worst night ever, and I don't want to be.
That's how he handled it, and good for him. But I still believe that because that was the first year of Row One Club, that I think what happened is puke guy he saw the free top shelf booze and went, I am going for this. And I have my best friend growing up would do exactly that. He would just go for it. Give me that scotch. It's free. It's on. And they got like crab legs and all kinds of crazy stuff. Dude, it's no joke in there. Like you can order your own steaks, like fillets and stuff. So my point is that whole row, they must have had something crazy going on in the Row One Club food wise.
You know what the arena could do? I think it's Fenway, I think has a different seat where like Ted Williams hit like the farthest home run or something like that. Like puke guy's seat should just be
like forever.
Some
like
sort
a
of
little
other
band around it.
Yeah.
A little just for there's like a little purple trough.
Why is
underneath.
this one different? Oh, that's puke guy.
And the thing that made that so I still it's just one of those Kings things. Like when we go back and we look at like,
are we at the anniversary of that?
I think we're it had to have been because remember that's one thing. And the fact that it was on every national show, that's one thing. The fact that the next day Walton got fired, and the fact that Puke and Luke have almost exactly similar names, so it will forever be known as the Puke Walton game.
Right.
And then the next day, like that goes right up there with like Jerry Reynolds fainting, Mike Malone being fired because of the viral men, and like there are just it's almost like Jerry fainting wasn't comical, but it's comical because he's okay.
Right. Well, the fact that he got a technical,
right,
rescinded
that was comical.
I thought he was acting. Yeah, there's that list. Unfortunately, we could make a pretty good one of things that that would fall into the Kangs.
Well, you know what? It is this new 9 o'clock hour. I would say I'm going to give you off the top of my head. Okay, I'm going to give I'll go top 4. All right. So number 4, Puke Walton. Okay. Number 3, I know what 1 and 2 are. Number 3. Okay, I can only think of top 3 now. I'll go Puke Walton guy number 3. Jerry Reynolds fainting number 2. Number 1 has to be Greg Lukenbill in the rafters during the rain, right? The owner in a plaid shirt walking a tiny catwalk, putting a tarp up.
There's another game at home, doesn't quite rank to that, but it was when Keith Smart was here. And for whatever reason, some sponsors had to be covered on the old Arc Arena board. And like, I remember like people started getting wind of it and could see like this thing's going to fall down.
Yes.
And it fell down and Coach Smart runs out there and
got
takes
it.
it away. Yeah.
That was like the epitome of this arena's falling apart.
Yeah.
It would have been the best if they'd have fallen down and like landed on the Maloofs.
Yeah.
And then they were like,
people would put the $6 cheeseburger up there or whatever. Right.
I would. Okay. There you go. Number 5, Puke Walton. Number 4, Maloof $6 cheeseburger commercial 2 weeks to the day before the polls open for Measures Q&R. Number 3, Mike Malone getting fired because DeMarcus Cousins got viral meningitis. Number 2, Jerry Reynolds fainting. Number 1, Greg Lukenbill in the stands.
It's a pretty good list.
I mean,
there's probably other stuff.
Yeah, and you could switch those around.
Man, the fact that there's that much of a list. Uh-oh, did you get another one?
No, I'm just saying the overarching point is we go to break. Yet another reason why Philly's loss shouldn't bother you on Saturday. Like, think about how much worse could it be?
Oh, way worse. We know that.
Goodness gracious. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll recap some of the stuff we have, including Dallas fans getting exactly what they want, why you should never do this on the radio, and so much more. We'll get right back to some football matters specifically next.
The only place you'll find Keegan Murray is Sactown Sports.
Out to Keegan Murray, straight away for 3, and Keegan knocks down the triple.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Keegan Murray, and you're listening to the home of Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
This is Monster Jam!
Get ready for massive stunts, all-out racing, and crazy skills.
Let's hear it! Make some noise!
Monster Jam, as big as it gets. Brought to you by Great Clips. Scan the QR code at participating Great Clips salons and save 20% on select tickets. Terms apply. Scan QR code in salon for details. Coming to Golden One Center this weekend.
ATM Mortgage. Hi, this is Jeff Tarbell. Are you tired of ever increasing rent payments? Now's the time to look at building your financial foundation, buying your own home, and ATM Mortgage can help. You can reach us today, 916-338-9400. That's 338-9400, or online at atmmortgage.net.
ATM Mortgage.
License under California CFL and MLS 223-4889.
The show is sponsored by BetterHelp. When you're at your best, you can do great things. Working with a therapist can help you get closer to the best version of yourself. BetterHelp is a great therapy option. It's flexible, affordable, and entirely online. Let therapy help empower you. Visit betterhelp.com/herd. Betterhelp.com/herd to get 10% off your first month. BetterHelp, HELP.com/herd.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching a kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary. Subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all areas. Actual Pi customer.
As a small business, we're always looking for ways that we can offer the quality product and get some cost savings.
Meet Michelle from J.J. Pfister Distilling Company, a small business in California. When looking for workers' comp coverage tailored to the company's needs, she discovered Pi Insurance.
We heard about Pi Insurance being geared for a small business, gave Pi a call, and ended up switching.
Is your small business overpaying for workers' comp insurance? See how much you could save at trypi.com. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate, so your workers' comp audit experience is simplified.
We saved about 30% off of our workers' comp insurance when we switched to Pi.
It's as easy as pie to get the savings you deserve. What are you waiting for? Ask your agent for Pi. Or get a quote in 3 minutes at trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Sactown Sports
Headlines. With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. It was a back-and-forth game yesterday between the 49ers and the Cowboys, but in the end, it was the Niners who came out victorious.
Snaps it back to Dak Prescott. He throws over the middle to Turpin. He gets hammered down by Jimmy Ward. The game is over.
What a way
the 49ers are on their way to Philadelphia.
The 49ers win 19-12 and will take on the Eagles in the NFC Championship game next Sunday. It was a nice win for the Kings on Friday against OKC. Can't say the same Saturday against the Sixers.
2.9 to go. Philly up 2. Barnes missed the first, made the second. Getting ready for the third. Line drives it. Tipped by Glenn, and the ball game is over. It ended up in the hands of Philadelphia, and the Sixers get out of here with a 2-point win. They sweep the road trip. Victories at Utah, 2 in LA against the Lakers, then the Clippers. 2 nights ago in Portland against the Blazers. And in a game where they were down 21 late in the first half. They win it 129-127. And Philadelphia has now defeated Sacramento 9 consecutive times.
The Kings have a chance to get back in the win column tonight when the number 2 seed in the West, Memphis Grizzlies, come to Golden One Center. Coverage begins with game night at 6 o'clock right here on Sactown Sports. Those are your headlines. Back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Carmichael Dave.
He has very good sources, and he just kind of tells it as it is and gets to the point.
Jason Ross.
He has a lot of pretty smart things to say. He's good at what he does.
On Sactown Sports.
All right, Jason and myself, our new 4-hour block till 10. And then, Jason,
it's a 5-hour block.
It is a 5-hour block. What's coming up on the Jason Ross Show without Carmichael Dave from 10 to 11?
Oh, I can't tell you that.
It's stay tuned.
Yes.
You're going to have to stay tuned.
What are you going to do with your time at 10 o'clock?
Well,
you want to stay around?
I do not. Jay Mars, are you staying till 11? Jay's here the whole Jay's here the whole time.
Yeah, Jay doesn't leave.
He has a
5-hour block.
He's got a big 5-hour block.
Well, that's personal.
Couple of things to recap here, but I saw this during the break. I want to get to football here, guys. So the Athletic just put out their big NBA. Well, they put it out Friday, but their big NBA trade deadline board.
Okay.
I am conditioned, as are many others, as a Kings fan. About this time, we talked about this before. I'm going to Tankathon. I'm doing mock drafts. I'm doing mock lotteries. Starting to read a little more about college players. I've got, you know that dream where you buy a lotto ticket and you just let yourself, just for a few minutes when you put your head on the pillow, you let yourself think about what you'd go through the next day if you got your numbers and how your life would change.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do that occasionally for the number one. So like by now I would have already been imagining what life would be like with Victor Wembanyama on the Kings, or, Scoot Henderson, whatever. And then the trade deadline thing comes out. And I recognize this article from them they put out every year, and I look to see which Kings are on there, what we could get back for them. So it's I think it's 30. Their top 30 big board trade guys. Give me an over-under. Okay, I'll give you the over-under. 1.5 Kings on this list.
On the top 30 in the league?
This is just their 30 big board. I'll give you an example. It's not like the 30 best, but for example, Grayson Allen and Alec Burks are two of the names on the big board. So I think it's a combination. It's mostly players they think are gettable, along with what they can do. Over under 1.5 Kings on the big board.
Under.
You are correct. And had I given the over-under at a half, as you taken the under, there are 0 Kings. Yeah. No Terrence Davis.
Mm-hmm.
No Harrison Barnes. By the way, I'm not suggesting any of these people should be. Just Harrison Barnes I think he's been on this thing like 4 straight years.
Right.
You'd think Terrence at Rashawn Holmes. I'm a little surprised, to be honest with you, that Rashawn Holmes or Terrence Davis are not on this list.
Yeah, you start, again, when most of us and most of our comments that we get on YouTube, on our text line, anything on Twitter, social media, when you start talking about trades, always, majority, I should say, think of it from a Kings perspective. So I always try to go the other way as well. So if you were, Dave, let's pick a team that needs a little boost.
The Sacramento Kings.
No, outside the Kings. That's doing some things, but needs a little help. Wants another player. Let's see. Let's give you the Clippers.
Give me the Clippers.
I don't know if that's the right team to pick, but I'm just going to. Clippers are good. They want something. What do you think they would want from the Kings that gives them, besides the obvious of like, well, yeah, they'd take Sabonis, they'd take Fox, they take, what's making them better? What's making the Wizards better? What's making the Celtics better? What's making the Grizzlies better? These kind of teams that, when you're looking at the Kings roster, besides the most obvious things.
Can I just say, and you might think I'm crazy here, can I just say that Rashawn Holmes would give them more depth down below, and removing both the contract and the playing, the vacuum of Paul George would free up Kawhi? I think Rashawn for Paul George, I would go
Who says no?
Who says no to that?
Yeah. But I mean, I guess my generality would be what Kings player would be a lure to them.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I think we know what Terrence Davis can be capable of, what Rashawn Holmes can be capable of, but also what does it cost that team? I think Harrison Barnes is really intriguing for a lot of teams, but also really intriguing, for the Kings. Like, he's a big part. Their culture is so strong right now that you really have to be careful if you're Monty McNair. You have to know, and I don't know how you know this, but you have to know it's a net win on the trade.
Well, and I think the other thing, too, is with Harrison Barnes being a free agent this summer. I believe I'm right about that. He's a free agent this summer. It would behoove Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox and that whole team. Somebody has to have talked to his agent.
Yeah.
And first off said something like, hey, let's just go with us extending Harrison. Are we talking, 4 years, 80 million, 4 years, 100? Are we in the neighborhood of, because that's going to change a lot of it. Now, if they say, hey, listen, Harrison's having a great year, he's 100% getting 4 and 80 or 4 and 100. We feel confident he's going to get 4 and 100. We're not signing for anything less than 480, 400, whatever. I would think that's a little too rich for Monty's blood. I would think. Okay, so now you got to make a decision. And it's this is why they get paid. Do I trade Harrison Barnes knowing I'm going to get nothing for him in the offseason? And do I risk trading probably the quietest, quiet giant leader, vet, the go-to professional, and possibly screwing this year up so that I can get what? I don't know, whatever.
Well, it's another huge just caveat that's hanging over why the Kings haven't signed Monty.
Right.
Like, I feel like if Monty was signed ahead of his extension, not that he's just going to be, I don't care, I can do whatever I want. That's not the way he operates.
Right.
But we all know the organization's desire, and every fan and everybody associated with them, is to get into the postseason.
Yes.
They're tracking that. They look like they're on their way. If you did anything to jeopardize that, if you're Monty, you're also jeopardizing your chance of keeping your job. Now, none of us think he should be in this position, but he's not signed.
No, he is not.
And he's more than done a job. And actually, you look at all the things, and people are putting him for executive of the year.
Yeah.
So it's that fine line of trying to get this team better while keeping all this great stuff that they have. And they're doing this as a 3 seed with flaws. They're not the biggest team. We all say they could use another rim protector. They could use another better perimeter defender. They could use even more shooting, another playmaker. And they're still good.
Right.
So there's flaws that you could see could be addressed. But let's say they get a rim protector. Plumlee. People talk about Plumlee. Is it a net win? Like, we look at what's the best of Plumlee. Oh, look what he could do in minimal minutes. He'd be that rim protector, can run it kind of a little bit like Sabonis. Maybe. But if that costs you more than you expected, what if it's Malik Monk?
Sure.
Like, he's struggling right now, but we're talking about him 6-man. Like, that's now all of a sudden you don't have that same bench. Like, the bench right now, to me, this minute doesn't seem as deep as it did a little while ago.
No.
The starters are doing so much work and playing great. So you have to weigh it all.
Yeah, you do have to weigh it all. I'm sorry. We have, I just got denied breaking news from Jay Mars at 9:37 in our fourth hour.
Well, I want to know what the news is at least.
Well, hold on. Breaking news. But not really. The Washington Wizards are in advanced talks on a trade to send forward Rui Hachimura to the Los Angeles Lakers.
Wow.
God, I want to know what the Lakers are giving up on that, because they don't have a lot. And why the hell are the Washington Wizards helping them out?
He's been playing great off the bench.
He has been playing great off the bench. And he's just one of those dumb, stupid pieces that could go over to L.A. and then they get Anthony Davis back for at least 5 games.
You just called him irrelevant earlier.
Kendrick Nunn in multiple seconds?
I'd do that.
I would have done that too.
Yeah.
Kendrick Nunn just wasn't really able to find his
And I thought when
there.
they got him, I'm like, that's a really big move for them. That's good.
I thought it was a tremendous move. He needs to go back to Miami.
Well, especially with Kendrick Nunn. I mean, the duplication of Schroeder, of Westbrook, Kendrick, they didn't need all those
Why
guys.
is the league helping out that for
The
Kendrick
league.
Nunn and seconds?
Where's Stern to step in and deny this?
And let me just stand in front of everybody. Where are we on? You tell me Kendrick Nunn in seconds couldn't do what? I mean, TD in a bunch of seconds couldn't have gotten Rui Hachimura? Executive of the year, my butt, Monty.
Wow.
Oh, is that too harsh?
Yeah.
Okay.
It just turned.
I just turned you on. All right. We'll talk about that a little bit. We're going to talk a little football as well. In the meantime, this trade deadline. This trade deadline is going to be it's going to take a lot of energy out of me.
What kind of energy?
Well, I would say American Energy.
American Energy.
American Energy doing the energy thing for you. I want to make sure you and your family are safe this winter. Get yourself a $49 furnace tune-up, which I believe is breaking news. Jay thinks that's just news. Either way you put it. Oh, he did. He matumboed me out. He straight. You guys didn't hear it on the air. I was trying to say in our little internal feed, I was trying to say, hey, we got breaking news. And Jay straight says back to me in my ear, not for Rui Hachimura. It's like, I can't hear you.
There was a little more tone to it.
I think there was, too.
Yeah.
We've done breaking news before for like, there's cows loose on 50. It is breaking. It's breaking news. American Energy wants to make sure you and your family are safe this winter. Get yourself a $49 furnace tune-up to ensure your system's running safely and efficiently. Plus, if you're ready for a new one, get half off with American Energy's 50% off furnace special. When you purchase a whole home HVAC system, guess what? You get your furnace half off. 0% financing. Payment plan options available. There's just no reason to keep putting off making your home safe, warm, and comfy for you and your family this holiday. Call American Energy today at 916-520-9990 or visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Rui Hachimura going to the Lakers. Jay doesn't care. Do you? Who else is out there? Kings, Grizzlies tonight. Let's get into some football audio, news and notes, and so much more. Celebrity birthdays. We got a big segment for you next.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Starting January 23rd. Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader.
Is your tub worn out, but you're not sure who to trust to replace it? With over 2 million successful bath remodels, people trust Bathfitter because we know how to do it right. We've been custom designing and manufacturing baths for over 35 years. Our unique tub-over-tub installation takes as little as a day with no demo to fit your busy schedule. And we offer a lifetime warranty on every tub. That's how confident we are in our quality and durability. Bathfitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
The show is sponsored by BetterHelp. When you're at your best, you can do great things. Working with a therapist can help you get closer to the best version of yourself. BetterHelp is a great therapy option. It's flexible, affordable, and entirely online. Let therapy help empower you. Visit betterhelp.com/herd. betterhelp.com/herd to get 10% off your first month. BetterHelp, HELP.com/herd.
It all started with a group of cowboys who broke from the mold and wanted more. 30 years later, the ride continues, and the professional bull riders have never been more ranked.
The best ever! We were here for it!
Don't be a... Celebrate 30 years with 3 huge nights this February 3rd through 5th at the Golden One Center in downtown Sacramento. Stop by Loop Neighborhood Market, where Monster Energy is available now.
I'm in the great outdoors doing a little Dodge watching with Vince Bloom, the big guy at Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Would you look at that? You know, those are some pretty high-powered binoculars you got there, Vince.
Yeah, I use them to spot all the Lasher license plates out there.
Well, there's bound to be a lot because, I mean, you are the big guy after all, and the big guy's known for making great deals on new Ram 1500 Bighorns and Longhorns, Tradesmen and Laramies, crew cabs and quad cabs, 4x4s and 4x2s.
I know. Hold on. I see another one.
Another what? Looked like it might have been a new Dodge Challenger.
I think so.
Or a new Dodge Charger. Elk Grove Dodge sells a ton of those, you know. And new Durangos, Chrysler Pacificas, Jeep Cherokees, and the new Grand Cherokee, Jeep Compass, Gladiators, and Wranglers, and the all-new Wagoneer. I've heard Elk Grove Dodge has great deals on those, too.
Oh, he's taken off.
Oh, I'm sorry. You lose him?
Oh, no. Just another happy customer. customer migrating back to Elk Grove Dodge.
No surprise there, because for over 40 years, the name Lasher means a great deal.
Only at Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, and online at elkgrovedodge.com.
It's time for the news of the day.
The latest headlines, the biggest stories, hard-hitting analysis.
Yeah, this is none of those things.
And now,
here's Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross.
Well, I was going to do the Rui Hachimura trade, but it said this is news. So is it just notes? I think Jay would accept notes.
Yeah.
Looks like the Lakers are finalizing a deal for Rui Hachimura.
Oh, it's that far along?
It's fine. Yeah, like they're pretty much getting ready to call it into the league, according to Shams and the other guy.
Let's three-way. Let's get into that call. It's like, nope, redirected.
Hachimura and the Wizards were unable to agree on a rookie extension prior to the season. The trade became more likely as Kyle Kuzma solidified himself as a priority to sign to a long-term deal. That's according to Woj. Shams Charania says they are finalizing the deal. Kendrick Nunn and 3 second-round picks to the Wizards for Rui Hachimura. You know, I need to find a good website for this. Maybe somebody else out there knows me or knows of one. Excuse me. You know, we have to get into the habits of when trades like this happen. I need to know who Rui Hachimura's agent is. It'd be very helpful to know who the agencies are, who they're connected to, because now a lot of people are like, well, why did money get involved? There could be a lot of reasons. But one of them can also be agents are so powerful now,
right,
that they can move these deals, especially with a guy on an expiring rookie deal. By the way, one other note on the draft, Jason. So everyone knows Victor Wembanyama and Scoot Henderson are going to be they're the presumptive top 2 picks. Then it gets a little fuzzy, but the consensus number 3 pick is Amen Thompson, who works for Overtime Elite or who plays for Overtime Elite. What I didn't realize until recently is that I don't know if this is the first time, but I think it will be the first time. As of right now, I'm reading a mock draft that has twin brothers going top 5 in the draft. Amen Thompson and his brother Alsar Thompson, both playing for Overtime Elite, both 6'7" guards. Amen suggested to be going number 3. Alsar number 5.
That's pretty cool.
I think that's incredibly cool. Grady Dick out of Kansas is going number 9. That's what they say. And here's something quite interesting. The Kings, as of right now, are expected to pick Rayon Rupert from the New Zealand Breakers at number 23. If they can just move up 4 more spots at number 19, where this mock draft is suggesting, guys, I think it's time for us to start at least mentioning every once in a while that there's like a non-zero chance that the Sacramento Kings could have twin brothers on their team next year, because Chris Murray is projected at number 19 in the New York Knicks right now.
I heard it lately. He's been moving way up higher than that.
How funny would that be? Like, and do they ever pull something? They ever pull something on my, Keegan looks a little different tonight.
Well, the other part is, we're all used to the Keegan.
Yeah.
Like, how would Chris feel? Because it just doesn't have the same.
Chris. Yeah, it does. Eagles' defensive line compared to what the Niners just faced with the Cowboys, according to David Lombardi. Pressure rate, Dallas 44.9% of the time. The Eagles 40.1%. But sack rate, Philly 11.2%, Dallas 8.9%. So there's a little note on that for you. We're going to find out whether pickleball is simply a participatory sport or a spectator sport. I still don't know what it is.
You don't know what pickleball is?
I do not.
Oh, pickleball is great.
I could not pick out pickleball from a line. I need to go on YouTube.
You couldn't pick a pickle out of a pickleball?
Pick a pickleballs out of the lineup? Yeah, I don't know. Is it the one where they take the ball and they spike it on the little rubber?
No. It's on a tennis court. It's actually on a smaller version of the tennis court. There's certain rules and terms that would throw it off, but it's almost like a wiffle ball with a paddle instead of a tennis racket and a tennis ball. And I would say the good thing about the game, is in general, I would say a grandparent could play with an athletic grandkid.
Really?
In general. And it be somewhat fair. I mean, assuming maybe the grandparent can play a little bit.
Sure.
Like there's not as much moving.
Oh, that's good.
I mean, you're not just standing in one spot, but you're not running like a full tennis court.
I like this.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to find out just how great this sport is soon because CBS, the Live Golf Tournament, got on the CW. Pickleball has just signed deals with CBS and ESPN to broadcast all 16 events put on by the APP. That's the Association of Pickleball Professionals. Question is, with the APP, are you down with them?
Yeah, you know me.
The George Kittle grab, have we come up with a name? Is it the 9-yard catch? Is it the whole 9 yards? I don't know what that is, but I can tell you this much. He got his first hand on the ball at the 49 or 39-yard line. He secured the catch at the 48-yard line. He bobbled the ball for 9 yards.
I don't know. Dallas is fortunate in this sense that the season ended, not in that. That's the only thing that's fortunate is the fact that they don't have film session today because the safety or DB, I think it was Diggs, could have annihilated and whiffed. He whiffed.
I saw it live.
And I don't blame him because it's, I'm going to run and this guy's running full speed at me too.
Receiver.
He whiffed.
There were I believe that there were 2 plays yesterday that were altered because of the penalties or the threat of penalties. Eric Armstead on Dak Prescott in the end zone. We'll talk to him later this week. I fully believe he was worried about getting a roughing the passer penalty, so he just kind of hit him.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to think that Diggs was sitting there.
Yeah, it was Diggs, right?
Yeah, I think it was. And he's going defenseless receiver.
Yeah.
I can't do this.
Yeah, and he just kind of turns, but he whiffs.
Right, because, dude, I remember watching it live like everybody else, and I'm sitting there going, oh, my God, George Kittle is going to – this is going to be really bad.
Yeah.
I flinched.
Right.
And then you just see him whiff by.
It's too long over the middle of the field, and then when you see it, you're like, oh, my gosh, you just missed him.
How about props to Kittle for keeping that concentration? Because I would have been like, bumble.
Yeah, I'm going to get killed. Yeah.
The Dallas Cowboys have one less divisional round playoff win in the last 27 years than Brock Purdy. We told you earlier, but the time between now and when the Cowboys last won, or should I say played in an NFC Championship game, the distance between now and the last time the Cowboys played in the NFC Championship is a longer distance than if you go all the way back to the last time they did play in the NFC Championship game. That distance between that and when Neil Armstrong walked on the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, I saw another fun one. Jason, you'll enjoy this. The last time the Cowboys played in the NFC Championship game, Derek Jeter had not yet begun his Rookie of the Year campaign.
Jeter. Nice.
What was the year, by the way? Was it 90?
I think it was 95.
Was it 95? Are we sure?
Yeah, it's that far back. Yeah, when they lost the 49ers, Steve Young. 94? The 95 Super Bowl? I think that's the last time.
I think it was 95 NFC title game, 96 Super Bowl because they beat the Steelers. And I want to say that was a 96 Super Bowl. So it would have been 95 season for the NFC title.
You're right.
Okay. Because I want there's a number I want to look at here. Let me see if I can pull this up because this is going to blow a lot of people's minds if I can. Let's see. No, I wonder how many, I can't find a good one. How many Sacramento Kings weren't born? Or how many Sacramento Kings were born?
Since the Cowboys?
It's like none, right? What was it? What did we say the year was again? 90 what?
Say 95, maybe Harrison, maybe.
Yeah, Harrison's alive.
We sure? Or do we know that for a fact?
Isn't he 29?
I think Harrison was. We're missing somebody.
I thought Harrison's the oldest king, isn't he?
Is he the oldest king? He is. Isn't he the oldest king?
Yes, Harrison was born in 1992.
So the Kings have one.
When was Alex Len born?
Alex Len isn't that old. Or no, you're right. He might have been born.
Remember Alex Len, I believe, was a top 5 pick.
He was number 5.
Yeah. God, that's so crazy. Oh, here we go. So you guys said 95, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Matthew Dellavedova.
Oh, yeah.
Was 5 years old. Domantas Sabonis. Let's see. So that No, okay, he was 1 year old. Rashawn Holmes was 2. The last time the Cowboys made the NFC Championship game, Alex Len was 2. Harrison Barnes was 3. Trey Lyles was 9 months. And that's it.
Wow.
How about that? What did you say we had there? Sorry, 1 minute.
I didn't give you birthdays.
You didn't give us birthdays.
You ready?
Yes.
Couple quick ones.
We got to get another bed for this, by the way. This is weird.
Tiffany Amber Thiessen.
From Saved by the Bell.
Yeah.
Tiffany Amber Thiessen is 44.
47.
49. Mariska Hargitay.
Mariska Hargitay is my little sister used to be her assistant for like 3 years.
Oh, wow.
Real, true story. I don't know how old she is, though. I'm going to say she is 63.
60 flat.
59. Happy birthday to MacGyver, Richard Dean Anderson.
MacGyver. It's Christopher Ludd's favorite show.
MacGruber.
MacGyver, Richard Dean Anderson is 74.
69.
73.
Ooh, almost at it.
Happy birthday to Jeff Samardzija.
Jeff Samardzija, a name I cannot spell, but a two-sport player at Notre Dame. Jeff Samardzija is 38.
36.
38. You know your Samardzijas.
I do. I'm a Samardzija expert.
Last one, Larry Hughes.
Oh, Larry Hughes.
I like this
Larry
game.
Hughes is 47.
46.
44.
Okay, today is National Handwriting Day and National Pie Day. Real quick, guys, your favorite pie?
Mud.
Jay.
Lemon meringue.
Any pie is a good pie. Yeah, that's my deal. We'll take a break. When we come back, oh, it's you.
Yes.
Jason Ross on the Jason Ross Hour. I will see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Bye now.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality. And Safe Credit Union. Let us put you first.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The world has changed a lot these last few years. You can do pretty much anything from your home, including order your new Honda from Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Check out our great selection at StocktonHonda.com or come in today and get pre-approved all in the blink of an eye. Stockton Honda makes buying a car simple and stress-free.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
We all know the pain of being stuck in the past. But with Roseville Electric, you can get current. Roseville Electric provides you with clean, reliable electric solutions for your home or business. Whether you're looking to go electric, reduce your carbon footprint, or simply save on your monthly energy bill, Roseville Electric has a solution for you. For more info, visit getcurrentroseville.com today.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. And right now, we're offering a free treatment just for coming in. That's right. You can try this treatment at no cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
With clinics in Sacramento and San Mateo, call 916-829-8273. That's 916-829-8273. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Angie, you could cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need, indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign, and we handle the rest, sending a top pro to get it done. You don't have to lift a finger, except to tap the screen or click the mouse. Plus, Angie is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
Property crimes like burglaries and package thefts spike over the winter. That's why now is the best time to secure your home with Simply Safe's award-winning home security. Make it your resolution to start the new year with greater peace of mind for you and your family. Claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. When you go to simplysafecolin.com, there is no safe like Simply Safe.
Hagen Oaks is introducing the next generation of speed with the long-awaited Ping G430 line of clubs. With more ball speed, improved sound, and movable weights, the Max Driver is something special. You'll find distance with forgiveness in the fairways, carbon fly wrap in the hybrids, and 7 to 10 yards more in the irons. G430 was worth the wait. Ask about the full line of Ping G430 woods and irons at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, the #1 choice for golfers everywhere. Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway or online at hagenoaks.com.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the flagship station of your Sacramento Kings.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports. Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. It was a back-and-forth game yesterday in Santa Clara, but in the end, it was the 49ers victorious over the Cowboys.
He throws over the middle to Turpin. He gets hammered down by Jimmy Ward. The game is over.
What a way
the 49ers are on their way to Philadelphia.
That's right. Niners win 19-12 over the Cowboys and will be heading to Philly. They're going to take on the Eagles in the NFC Championship game next Sunday. The Kings got a nice win over OKC on Friday. Can't say the same about the game against the Sixers Saturday night.
2.9 to go. Philly up 2. Barnes missed the first, made the second. Getting ready for the third. Line drives it. Tipped by Len, and the ball game is over. It ended up in the hands of Philadelphia, and the Sixers get out of here with a 2-point win. They sweep the road trip. Victories at Utah. 2 in LA against the Lakers, then the Clippers. 2 nights ago in Portland against the Blazers. And in a game where they were down 21 late in the first half, they win it 129-127. And Philadelphia has now defeated Sacramento 9 consecutive times.
The Kings will look to get back in the win column tonight when they take on the second seed in the West, the Memphis Grizzlies. Coverage begins with game night at 6 o'clock right here on Sactown Sports. Those are your headlines. Back to the 5th and final hour of the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, but only Jason Ross and me right here on Sactown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then
boom, with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Thank you, Jay.
You're welcome.
You've done DJing work at weddings. Did you ever ask anybody what they wanted to hear when people came up and told you?
Oh, yeah, no, I'll throw out like a little, I'll provide paper and a pen. You can write down requests.
Like a suggestion box.
Yes, basically.
Yeah. And
I threw the suggestion box out to you this morning.
You did. And I just, on a whim, I said, let's hear Tony. It feels good.
Does it feel good?
It does.
Good.
It does.
You're in the big boy chair.
I'm in the big boy chair. I'm no longer in dial-up on the camera.
We'll get that back before the other 2 shows come on today.
Well, at least the one, right? And we should let everybody know because as much as we try to put out there through social media, through imaging, through word of mouth on the air, people check in at different times. And I've seen it a lot today on social, on our text line, on our YouTube. Wait a minute, you guys are still on, meaning Dave and I in the last hour, and now I'm on this hour. Yes, if you've missed it, we have changed some things. We're local all day long, basically, during the working hours for most of you, and I think it's awesome.
Yeah.
And coming up in about 1 hour, we're going to have the return of Deuce and Mo. Actually, less than that, because they're going to come in studio and have a little crosstalk here, probably about 10:45. But we should point out, Dave starts at 6. We're going this block, 6 to 11, And then I join him at 7 to 10 and still have this last hour. So he has that first hour. It's a little convoluted, but you'll get it. Today's the first day of it.
Right. No, you'll get used to it. It's a lot of you. It's a lot of Dave.
Yeah.
A lot of me.
Yes, a lot of you as well. We appreciate all of you out there. And then Dusimo coming on. They'll start their new show here at 11 to 2. And then Nick and Rami will go 2 to 6. So, again, I think a lot of people wanted more local. We're giving you more local, and this is a win.
And it's just a perfect time, too, with the Kings, obviously having their best season since, Nam. 49ers are doing their thing, heading to the NFC title game.
Yes.
It's just you want more local coverage. So, hey, let's do more local coverage.
Here you go. And you know how to we're still here on YouTube. We appreciate that. Anybody have any texts you want to get through, you definitely can do that.
And all 12 hours are streamed on YouTube. All three shows, all 12 hours. YouTube.com, Sactown Sports 1140. Go ahead and put that in the search. Hit subscribe. Give us a like, a thumbs up. We always appreciate those.
All those things, because those, all the, algorithms, those matter, and we appreciate all of you out there. So if you want to text in at 916-339-1140, certainly YouTube, as Jay mentioned. But I want to start with the 49ers. So we've spent a lot of time on that, but they're here. They're at the NFC Championship game, and the angle I'm going to start with at least this hour is something that I have heard over the years about their head coach, Kyle Shanahan. And I feel like he, in my mind, has never been given enough credit. I think he's a tremendous coach. I think he's a great game plan, has a great game plan, a great scheme. He's not going to call every play that's perfect. There's going to be things, and certainly if you don't like something, you then counter with your argument, which would be, oh, if he's so good, then how would he blow this lead? Or why would he make this call? Or I could coach that team. I think that's one of the most disrespectful things that you can say to an NBA team, to a baseball manager, to an NFL coach. Oh, my grandmother could coach that team. It's way more difficult than you think, and he's going to get penalized for having a good roster. He's got a great defense, but the fact that he is now 3 NFC Championship games in the last 4 years, doing it with a rookie quarterback, which was really their third quarterback this year, who hasn't lost, by the way.
Also, that rookie quarterback's not a first-round pick.
Not at all. And there was, I'm sure, a huge debate internally amongst the 49ers brass, Jay, about whether or not he was going to be kept. I think a lot of people thought it was Sudfeld. He was going to be the other guy. I mean, they were going to have Jimmy G they backed into keeping Jimmy G, which ended up working out great. We knew they were going forward with Trey Lance, but that third quarterback's like, well, it's not going to matter if this guy's not going to play. But it's likely Nate Sudfeld because he's been around. Yeah, we drafted Mr. Irrelevant, but it's probably Sudfeld. Obviously, Brock Purdy showed him something. To their credit, they saw it. And then you're still thinking, well, I mean, we'll get him some reps, some practice reps, if that. But this is a year to learn under Trey Lance and then Jimmy G. And I don't know even know if he's going to be a guy on this team, but we'll have him here. He's in the NFC Championship game, having to go on the road next week to play Philly. And he just played, honestly, I think is a tremendous defense. That was a great defensive game yesterday.
No, and he didn't get rattled. I mean, they pressured him a lot in that game, but he was never rattled by it. His confidence never waned. And you saw that, especially when he, got that ball. Everyone talks about the catch George Kittle made, but it took some cojones to throw that ball because Kittle wasn't even in any of his progressions. He just saw him down the field and threw it. And George talked about that at the end of the game, like, yo, I wasn't even supposed to be a target on that play.
Right.
And it just goes to show, he wasn't rattled. And going back to the beginning of the season, I want to talk about what we said about Sudfeld real quick, because I got to give credit to Emil Fergoso, who covers the Niners for us here at Sactown Sports. And we were having conversations because I was a little surprised when I saw Purdy, given where he was taken in the draft. I figured he'd be a practice squad guy, and that they let go of Sudfeld and made Purdy the third string. And Emil was like, dude, honestly, Purdy looked better than Lance in training camp.
Interesting.
And, I was always like, okay, it's training camp. And, Brock Purdy looked pretty decent in the preseason, but it's preseason. He's going against other third string guys. I didn't think anything of it. But, man, it just goes to show. And what's awesome about him is you heard, even when he was third string, and then obviously as a backup since Trey Lance went out very early on, he always prepared every week like he was going to play.
Yeah.
He didn't treat it like I'm a backup quarterback. He prepared like, yo, an injury can happen at any moment and I need to be ready. And I think that's really contributed as to why he just has been so good. He prepped himself.
Yes, he did. And then, yes, the Niners have a lot of tremendous weapons. They have a line that has outperformed, I think, what people thought they would do before the year started. Obviously, Trent Williams is as good as they get, but The rest of the line was kind of patchwork. And let's remember, there were injuries. Elijah Mitchell early. They did acquire Christian McCaffrey. Debo's missed some time. And all of it put together, I think Kyle Shanahan has just done an amazing job. And I think if you watch other NFL analysts, other NFL experts, what they say about this team, about how they pre-snap and the scheme and the formations, they make you do things that either you don't want to do or they're showing you looks to set up things later. And I just think Kyle Shanahan's a really good coach that probably in the way of the world, Jay, needs the validation of a Super Bowl. And I get it. I'm not blind to that, but I also feel like, this is a year where I haven't heard him mention as coach of the year. He's not going to win it.
I think that's insane that he's not mentioned as coach of the year.
He's a terrific coach.
Well, and look at what he's dealt with this year.
Yeah.
You spoke about some of the injuries. Let's not forget he lost his first string and backup quarterback who was previously his first string quarterback this year, and is doing this with a third string quarterback that you took with the last pick in the NFL draft. Like, you cannot overlook that. But we've talked about all the offensive injuries. I mean, Kyle still is the head coach of this team. I know we give a lot of shouts to DeMeco Ryan for the defense, but look who they lost on the defensive side of the ball. Eric Armstead missed, almost the whole season. Javon Kinlaw was out a lot of the season. Emmanuel Mosley, who's your best quarterback, went out with an injury. They've been able to overcome those injuries as well on the defensive side. I don't know why Kyle Shanahan isn't mentioned as coach of the year, other than I think we always think of coach of the year as what coach took the team with the least expectations the furthest. That's why you hear guys like Dayball mentioned for coach of the year.
Yeah.
But I think Kyle Shanahan should, at the worst, be in the top 3 candidates.
Yeah, and that's why the premise of the award has kind of been established that way in the NBA and in baseball and in the NFL. Whereas if Dayball wins this year, let's say, or Nick Sirianni wins this year, and then there's expectations next year, they can't win it again, basically, based on that. It's like, well, you can still be a great coach. And then it also goes right back to the narrative that I said earlier. Oh, if I'm Andy Reid, I could win with Patrick Mahomes. Andy Reid, they lost Tyreek Hill. Everyone thought remember, Jay, we were talking about the AFC West. The Chiefs may not win this division. They got to worry about making the playoffs with the Chargers and with the improvement of the Broncos, and the Raiders made the playoffs last year. They won it again. They're the 1 seed again, and here they are hosting the AFC Championship. No one ever talks about Andy Reid as coach of the year.
No, they don't, because he's coached for a long time.
Yeah.
He's always coached good teams. What is it? He has 10 wins with both the Eagles and the Chiefs in the playoffs. It is amazing. But to your point, it never gets brought up. The winning coaches never seem to win coach of the year.
Right.
I mean, you could look at it. Bill Belichick should have at least 5 or 6.
Right.
How many does he have? I don't even know. Does he have any?
He probably has 1 or 2.
I
don't even know either. You're right. They're just frowned upon almost based on what they've done in the past. And I think Kyle Shanahan has had some things, certainly, that, look, every player has some flaws and has some things they're not proud of, or some moments that you go, how do you miss that kick, throw that interception? Coaches have that too, but I feel like he has not, in this run, been given enough credit for the 49ers. All right, we got more to get to, more on this game. Last night, it was really a defensive battle. Some key plays were the difference. We'll look back at that and how the Niners advanced to yet another NFC Championship when we come back.
The only place you'll find Kevin Herter is Sactown Sports.
Herter's open, steps into 3. He's got the triple.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Kevin Herter, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
I'm in the great outdoors doing a little Dodge watching with Vince Bloom, the big guy at Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Would you look at that? You know, those are some pretty high-powered binoculars you got there, Vince.
Yeah, I use them to spot all the Lasher license plates out there.
Well, there's bound to be a lot because, I mean, you are the big guy after all, and the big guy's known for making great deals on new Ram 1500 Bighorns and Longhorns, Tradesmen and Laramies, crew cabs and quad cabs, 4x4s and 4x2s.
I know. Hold on. I see another one.
Another what? Looked like it might have been a new Dodge Challenger.
I think so.
Or a new Dodge Charger. Elk Grove Dodge sells a ton of those, you know. And new Durangos, Chrysler Pacificas, Jeep Cherokees, and the new Grand Cherokee, Jeep Compass, Gladiators, and Wranglers, and the all-new Wagoneer. I've heard Elk Grove Dodge has great deals on those, too.
Oh, he's taken off.
Oh, I'm sorry. You lose him?
Oh, no. Just another happy customer migrating back to Elk Grove Dodge.
No surprise there, because for over 40 years, the name Lasher means a great deal.
Only at Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, and online at elkgrovedodge.com.
They bleed black and purple. It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on your local sports leader, Sactown Sports.
Gives it back to Dak Prescott. He throws over the middle to Turpin. He gets hammered down by Jimmy Ward. The game is over.
What a way
the 49ers are on their way to Philadelphia.
Yes, they did it yesterday. It was a grind. It was a battle, kind of as expected. Two really good defenses. Offenses both have potential to be good, but I felt defenses won out. One of the areas I have said for maybe 2 to 3 years that worries me about the 49ers is sometimes, and maybe too many times, they get field goals and not touchdowns. And the way that game was going, if you just think about it, the Niners scored 5 times. The Cowboys scored 3 times. The Cowboys had a touchdown in there. Obviously, they missed that extra point, which became a factor as the whole postseason went along for the Cowboys. But field goals are nice, but touchdowns end that game. And the fact that the 49ers had 4 of their 5 scores being field goals at times can hurt them, but it did not yesterday as they win 19-12. When looking back at some of the key moments in the game, I thought, again, this is anybody's game early on. I thought one of the biggest plays was when, it's 6-6. Dallas has the ball deep in 49er territory late in the first half. First off, that was the injury to Pollard. And that was about a minute and a half to go before halftime. And you knew it was bad at the moment. You weren't sure how bad. We just seen the day before where Patrick Mahomes got hurt. It looked very similar in a sense, but you knew it wasn't good. And afterwards, let's hear from Mike McCarthy talk about losing Tony Pollard.
Losing Tony was obviously a shot. Tony is probably clearly one of our most, if not the most productive player.
Yeah, and, Jay, we talked to Matt Barrows in the 8 o'clock hour, and he said it really did kind of change some of the scheming defensively. Zeke's still a good runner, but Pollard's more dynamic and is a dual threat, and it felt like they could really lock in on the receivers and Dak Prescott a little more.
No, it definitely helped, but with or without the injury, I didn't think Dak was good yesterday. Mm-hmm. And so I think they would have, because the game was close too, I think they really wanted to lean on Tony Pollard. Mm-hmm. And it just also went to show just how far Zeke has gone downhill in the sense of it never looked like McCarthy was confident to go to him at all yesterday. I thought that was a big thing. And to your point, it allowed the 49ers to focus in because I thought CeeDee Lamb was going to have a monster game prior to that.
Yeah. And he ended with 10 catches for 117, but they had to rely on him a lot. So you get that pick. You then get a field goal on the other end. I thought that was good before the half. So the Niners actually led going into the break at 9-6. It's 9-9 going in the fourth quarter. So we got to remember, this is anybody's game. And I think as the game went along, that was really big. But after the Pollard the Pollard injury, I wanted to bring up the other play that I felt was really big that led up to that field goal was this play, and to Jay's point, another mistake by Dak Prescott.
Here's Prescott back, has time, throws out left, intercepted. Ball got tipped up and taken by Fred Warner. Jimmy Ward tipped the ball, and Fred Warner with the INT.
Pick City, baby.
And that's basically down. They were in the red zone or right there in scoring range. So that was huge. Niners get 3 on the other end. And then the other part that changed as the game went along was the Niners finally started to run the ball. That is Kyle Shanahan's DNA. That's what he wants to do. He wants to be balanced. He wants to mix in the run and the pass. And if he has the run game going, the pass becomes more lethal. But, Jay, they could not run early. McCaffrey's running into a wall. He's running into a wall. But then, the numbers aren't staggering, 10 for 35, and Mitchell 14 for 51, but it got better as the game went along.
Yeah, that front really, especially in the first half, it kind of keyed in on McCaffrey and did a really good job of containing him on Dallas's side. But also, I think what ended up happening was, and you saw it, McCaffrey was nursing a calf injury all game. And it wasn't until I want to say it was the last full series he was on the field that he kind of looked normal. But this is kind of the luxury Kyle Shanahan has. And when you look at the way that John Lynch has built this roster is with Elijah Mitchell, people forget Elijah Mitchell last season was excellent.
Yes.
And, unfortunately was hampered by injuries this season. I think that's a bigger reason why they went out and got Christian McCaffrey. But Elijah Mitchell is an excellent running back. He's going to start on a lot of teams in the NFL. He basically came into the game in the second half just full of energy, ready to run. And he ran with so much power up that gut. And I think that Dallas defense has been worn down a little bit, and he was able to not manhandle them. It wasn't like he was getting huge chunks of yards, but he was really good at wearing them down. Yeah. And I think that showed late in the game.
And now it takes you to this week. So they get through Dallas, which was a tough task. We thought it would be. Dallas was right there for their opportunities, and they're going to be thinking about Dak's mistakes, Pollard's injury, a few breakdowns that they had that they could have maybe won that game, but instead Kittle makes the big catch. Niners get that drive that they absolutely needed, add on some extra points there. I mean, Dallas had basically 2 chances with the ball at the end. The very last one, we're going to make fun of the play scheme and Zeke getting blasted. I look at the drive before that, Jay, where
they really failed.
You have your timeouts, you have the 2-minute warning, you have, time is not even a factor, and you've got to go the length of the field. And I understood why they punted, because you want to give yourself one more chance.
Well, and your defense was the best part of your game.
Yeah, but you're basically putting yourself in. It's a little bit like the NBA, where I know people do this. It's one of my pet peeves. There's constantly people go, 2 for 1. We got a 2 for 1. A lot of times what happens on that, someone rushes the shot on the north side of the 24-second clock, and then they get the ball back with 2 seconds and shoot a 70-footer. Right. What was the point of the 2 for 1? Why don't you get a really good shot with 11 seconds left, and you'll give the other team 1 possession? But unless
the 49ers helped him out the possession before the last one when Mitchell went out of bounds.
He did. And I know he got a little grief for that when they said he's just got to slide. When you see the one angle, he didn't have a lot of room there. I mean, he was basically forced out of bounds, but if they got one more first down, it would have ended it. It's just that was a tough play there. But Dallas's point there is they had an opportunity on their second to last drive, ended up punting the last one. You're in desperation mode. They couldn't do anything.
And they got lucky to punt, because Dak, that damn near interception, that should have been an interception.
Yeah. And then the Armstead play too, right?
In the end zone. Mm-hmm. And David kind of teased when we have Eric on this week.
Yeah.
I was wondering too why he didn't just try to bring him down.
Yeah. And I guess he did confirm it. We had a couple texts on that on social media, like that, pass interference or roughing the passer just had me. And we always say, quarterback wish he could have that throwback. I'm sure Eric wish he could have that play back.
Sure, but I also understand his logic there, because if there's a roughing the passer call, that just changes the whole element of the drive.
Well, there was a couple of those, not roughing the passer, but late hits or those tackles out of bounds. The one the Niners had a terrible one. Was it Greenlaw that did that?
Yeah, that was so stupid.
And then the Cowboys had one too. You're like, what are you guys doing? Just, it's a physical game. It's emotional, but there were some silly penalties.
No, but for me, there were silly penalties, but also the Cowboys just down the stretch, I thought, in those last 2 drives, just mentally.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? The Schultz play when he doesn't, stay in bounds, he goes out of bounds, but he was obviously going backwards, so the clock keeps running. Yep. That was huge. The Dak miscue, and then the final call at the end of the game. Mm-hmm. You're lining up Zeke at center. Right. What was going through your mind when you saw that? Because I'm like, he's going to get smashed.
Yeah, what was funny? I had the opposite. I logically, I didn't even think of that. I was actually going, that we're going to see 17 laterals here, and I saw the formation, and I went, you know what? This looks pretty good. I think Dallas at least has a different idea. They obviously have tried this somewhere, and they put all their linemen to the outside. When they said on TV that the only thing Zeke can't do is catch the first pass, and then he's a part of the laterals, I thought, there's some sense to this. But the point being, there's a defense out there, and they just
you're 60 yards away.
They just completely blew Zeke up, and then take him out of the play, and then quickly pursued the first catch, and no laterals even happened. Your lineman outside blocking, Niners downfield didn't even matter. That's why you have an offense and a defense. But I wanted to see the scheme kind of play out, but the Niners just blew it completely up.
No, Azeez Al-Shaair he pancakes, and then Gibson just sacks. That was bad.
Yeah.
Such a terrible play.
A good way to end it for the Niners. It'll be a tough week ahead, though, getting ready for Philly. That's a good team defensively, offensively, and the Niners have to go on the road. And as great as Brock Purdy has been, it's going to be a lot to ask of him to go on there on the road and do it. But I think this team is very capable. I love the Final Four. I love it. I think the 4 teams we have left sets up some really good football this weekend. All right, when we come back, we got to get into the NBA. The Kings are back in action tonight. They get Memphis. There's that NBA deal. Looks like it's finalized. If you haven't heard it, we'll tell you what the Lakers are up to. We've got that coming up.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local
from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
starting January 23rd. Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m., followed by the return of Deuce and Mo
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.,
followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports, your local sports leader.
When it comes to your sewer, what goes down must come out. Get a detailed video inspection absolutely free with any sewer drain cleaning and keep life flowing in the right direction. Plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com.
Welcome, Doug Christie here for the Good Feet Store with a question. How is the game of basketball like the Good Feet Store? And the answer is the very best basketball players do it all. Shoot, defend, rebound, they do it all. And the Good Feet Store does it all too. Good Feet manufactures their own line of arch supports, over 300 styles, sizes, and flexibilities. Good Feet arch support specialists at every store personally fit every customer for free with no obligation. Lastly, Good Feet sells its arch supports exclusively at over 200 Good Feet stores nationwide. Sore feet, aching back, knee or hip pain, even plantar fasciitis? When nothing else works, come to the Good Feet Store and experience the comfort, balance, and support of the Good Feet 3-step arch support system. The Good Feet Store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and now Vacaville off Nut Tree Parkway by Sprouts, online at goodfeet.com.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary. Subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all areas. Actual apply customer.
The other workers' comp insurance company, they were going to reclassify our business, and then they were going to charge me $50,000.
Meet Natalie, owner of the carpentry shop. Shocked by an unexpected bill, she knew it was time to switch her workers' comp provider. That's when she found Pi Insurance.
When we got the quote back from Pi, it was a sigh of relief. They put us in a policy where we fit.
Is your small business overpaying for workers' comp insurance? See how much you could save at trypi.com. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified.
I'm grateful that there's a company out there that's willing to insure us little guys, because every dollar counts.
With Pi Insurance, you get pricing and coverage made for small businesses. What are you waiting for? Ask your agent for Pi or get a quote in 3 minutes at trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
It's time for a new year and a new wireless plan. With Consumer Cellular, you could save up to half on your wireless bill. Their award-winning, 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. You can keep your phone and your number with no contract at all or no activation fees. Pretty cool. Consumer Cellular offers unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at $20 a month. That's it. Easily add family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about drop calls. You'll get the same exact coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation, all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Where Colin was right, here's one of those moments. Join the millions who have switched. Go to Consumer Cellular at consumercellular.com/theherd. Limited time, get $25 off your wireless bill when you use the promo code The Herd. Consumercellular.com/theherd.
Dancing crew, trip for two, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find: happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Sactown Sports
Headlines. With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. It was a back-and-forth game between the Cowboys and 49ers yesterday, but in the end, it was the 49ers who came out victorious.
Steps it back to Dak Prescott. He throws over the middle to Turpin. He gets hammered down by Jimmy Ward. The game is over.
What a way
the 49ers
to
are on their way to Philadelphia.
49ers win at 19-12, and they will take on the Eagles in the NFC Championship game next weekend. The Kings got a nice victory over the Thunder on Friday night. Can't say the same in their game against the Sixers on Saturday.
2.9 to go. Philly up 2. Barnes missed the first, made the second. Getting ready for the third. Line drives it. Tipped by Len, and the ball game is over. It ended up in the hands of Philadelphia, and the Sixers get out of here with a 2-point win. They sweep the road trip. Victories at Utah, 2 in LA against the Lakers, then the Clippers, 2 nights ago in Portland against the Blazers. And in a game where they were down 21 late in the first half, they win it 129-127. And Philadelphia has now defeated Sacramento 9 consecutive times.
The Kings will look to get back in the win column tonight when they take on the Memphis Grizzlies at home. Coverage begins with game night at 6 o'clock on Sactown Sports. Those are your headlines. Back to Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
On Sactown Sports.
Well, back here on the show, final 30 minutes of this 5-hour rock block. Jason Ross, Carmichael Dave.
Very DJ of
yes. 6 to 10 for Dave, 7 to 11 for me. Deuce and Mo coming up. They're here. They're in the building. I saw them. I really saw them. They're here. And they're going to be coming in a few minutes, so look forward to checking in with them. It is finalized. Looks like the Lakers are sending, was it 3 picks? Yeah, 3 second-round picks over the years. It's 2023, 2028, 2029. The Lakers will not be on the clock ever. They're just not going to have any draft picks in the future.
They're the Rams of the NBA.
That's right. And so 3 second-rounders and Kendrick Nunn in exchange for Rui Hachimura. And I think that's a good deal. I think that makes some sense for the Lakers. I don't know how much of a difference it's going to make for them. They're in a position different than the Kings to me in that they have got elite talent in LeBron James and Anthony Davis. Davis's issue, we all know, is can't stay on the court, but when he does, he was playing actually some of his best basketball of his career, to be honest, earlier in the year. But right now they're 22-25, and they are currently just 1 game out of the play-in, but okay, if you're the Lakers, you're not worried about play-in. You're not worried about Pacific Division. They're measured on championships. They seem so far removed from being a championship team. But I guess they could say they just need to get into the tournament. And if they get into the tournament, maybe they can make some damage done. That's best case scenario, Jay. I mean, I guess if you're thinking Rui Hachimura with a healthy Westbrook, LeBron, AD, sure, they may cause some problems. They're just not good enough. There's not enough depth. They have flaws even when all those guys are on the floor. And even with LeBron and AD playing great, they're still beatable.
Yeah, and Rui adds depth, obviously. Yep. But again, I like Rui Hachimura. I think he's going to be. I think he's a solid player in the NBA. I mean, he was coming off the bench this year in Washington. I think he's instantly one of the better players on that team. Probably at least 5th or 6th best guy. That just goes to the point you said.
They're better with the deal.
Right. Apparently Washington and him could not come to an extension agreement because they have their eyes set on re-signing Kyle Kuzma. Although interestingly enough, Kyle Kuzma has made it known that he kind of wants to not play there next year, which. That'll be interesting in the offseason if we're evaluating this. I could go on and on about Tommy Shepard, the GM in Washington. I think he's one of the worst in the NBA, and no one talks about it. But regardless, no, the Lakers got better in this deal. But they added $3 million to their tax. So they went from paying $40.9 million to $43.8 million in luxury tax this year. Is this a deal that could get them into the play-in? All things considered, sure. But how much does that move the needle, especially in a town like LA with this franchise?
Yeah, unless they're doing some serious damage. I mean, when you go into that kind of luxury tax, you think you can win the whole thing.
Exactly, that's my point.
I mean, if you
this isn't a game-changing trade.
It shouldn't be. I mean, you got to go to let's give him the full health, which is obviously a huge deal. I think they would start Beverly and Schroeder. I think they would keep that. They would. I personally think they should start Thomas Bryant, put AD at the 4. That makes him even more unique with LeBron.
He's been one of their best players this year.
He has been. Then you're playing Westbrook and Hachimura off the bench. That first 7, Lonnie Walker, that's actually okay. 8 is good, but I'm taking other teams in the West ahead of them.
Exactly.
And they also have to dig out of this hole. And how long will it be until AD is back? There's just a lot of questions. Again, I would do this deal if I'm the Lakers. It makes sense to me, but it feels like they need about 2 more winning moves. Then you go, all right, maybe they've got something, but I don't know what those moves are.
No, I don't know either, because really all you have to trade at this point when it comes to assets is the expiring of Westbrook, which is a very hard contract to trade, as we've seen. And you still have your 27 and 29 first.
Yeah.
LeBron has very passively aggressively said in the media, basically, like, we need win now, guys.
Right.
Those are the only things that are going to bring you win now, guys. And but how win now of guys will you get back for those?
Yeah. And I still wonder internally, because the Westbrook idea is the one that makes the most logical sense. Like, hey, move an expiring, some team will take him. But if I'm that team, I'm giving you my junk. Like I'm giving you stuff that I don't want that's expiring, that's equivalent and probably a less player, but I'm just giving you this salary that we want nothing to do with.
You can't expect, because the biggest trade we heard early before the season started was the trade with the Pacers, Buddy and Miles Turner for those picks in Westbrook. The Pacers aren't doing that right now. They're playing good basketball. I mean, Tyrese being hurt is really, hurting them, so to speak.
Sure.
But he's going to be back, and they're going to continue. They're likely a playoff team in the Eastern Conference, so they're not going to make that deal.
Yeah.
And then the only other one I saw out there was with the Spurs. It's Westbrook, and it would be the 2 picks for, I think it was Jakob Poeltl, Richardson, and McDermott.
Okay.
Which you're getting back better talent. You're getting a little deeper. But again, do you think that shoots them into the top 5 in the Western Conference?
Well, and the other part about that is there's just such a short time to get that all right and get it together. And the one I still think they should explore. Now, I don't know that they'll do it. I would understand if they didn't. I think the biggest thing they could trade that would net them the most return is Anthony Davis.
Yeah, I agree with you. But what does that net, and who's interested? I mean, you're going to have several teams interested, but you also have the dynamic there with Clutch Sports and Rich Paul.
I mean, it has to have been discussed. I don't know if it's the right move, but I would discuss it depending on what. I mean, if I got something back with LeBron still playing at this level, that basically it's because AD doesn't play. That's it. I mean, I love the thought of Anthony Davis on any team.
And I just and I think other teams will use that though as leverage against the Lakers. It's like, the guy misses damn near half the season pretty consistently.
Right.
What are you willing to give? Oh, so let's play out a scenario here that will never happen, just so we can get an idea of value that you think you can get for AD. Bootleg. Who's the GM there? Rob Pelinka. I always call him Bootleg.
Rob Lowe.
Rob Lowe. Thank you. Calls Monty McNair.
Okay.
Hey, I got AD on the block. What are you willing to give up?
I know that Bootleg Rob Lowe, Rob Pelinka would want a Sabonis. I mean, that's the kind of
not getting Sabonis, right?
That's
we know
the type
that
of player he would want. I mean, if I'm dealing AD, I want at least an all-star in return.
But Monty McNair is not going to give you his guy that plays through a broken thumb and puts up all-star numbers for AD. So
I just don't even think
Monty
says
here. So Monty, but where do you think Monty is at with that? Where would Monty? What is his value of AD at that point, as far as the assets he's willing to give up? It ain't Fox either.
No, I think then if you're the Kings, which also then I don't think fits into the Lakers timeline, you'd be going first round pick, and now all of a sudden the Kings' first round picks aren't the same asset it once was.
Correct.
As a seemingly a non-lottery team. So probably multiple first round picks, whatever other filler the Lakers would be interested in. Again, there's no way this deal is happening.
I mean, no, like I said, I just want to put it out there to just put it in perspective of what other GM's value is. And I think you're right. I don't think anyone's trading another all-star for AD.
Right.
So is it Harrison Barnes?
Well, you got to start doing a ton of money.
Well, that's what I mean. So you have to find the money. So it's a guy like Harrison. You probably have to throw Rashawn Holmes money in there, and maybe Keegan or Davion.
Yeah. And like as this is going on, I'm just going no and no,
exactly
and no and no. And AD again, if you could tell me AD would play 75 games, way more interested, but he can't.
But that's the point.
Right.
So, and again, if you're the Lakers, that trade package is not something you're going to want in return for AD. Although, given your point of he doesn't play, you're getting better.
Yeah.
But from a talent standpoint, that's a lopsided trade.
Yeah, I just think AD is one of the trickiest players in the league because, again, I don't think there's much of a doubt when he plays, he's a top 10, top 5. I don't know where you put him, but he's one of the league's great players. Yeah,
he was great early in the season. But the funny thing is they were still losing when he was great early in the season.
And all of them were there. So that's my point is, I mean, this will help him. The Hachimura trade, but I don't know how much. Now, tonight, the Kings get the Memphis Grizzlies. This is going to be a grind. This is going to be a tough matchup.
Always is.
I don't like the matchup with this team. Doesn't mean the Kings can't win. I don't like that Memphis has lost 2 in a row. I know they played last night, and the Kings have to make good for that. That was a bad loss to Philly. I don't think there's any other way to say it. Now, Philly's a good team, but without Embiid, without Harden, and having a 21-point lead, that was a bad one. So tonight's going to be a good one. We've got more on that coming up. And coming up, we are going to have the return of Deuce and Mo. They start their show today back here on Sactown Sports. They start at 11. We're going to have a little crosstalk with them in moments next.
Join the Sacramento Kings on Thursday, January 26th for the Kingpin Classic Charity Bowling Tournament presented by Rayleigh's. Bowl and mingle with your favorite players, coaches, Kings dancers, the 916 crew, and Slams It, all while supporting the Sacramento Kings Foundation. Learn more at kings.com/bowling.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, if you're taking Viagra or any other pill for ED, I want you to ask yourself this question. Do I want to continue to do this for the rest of my life? If you're like most men, the answer is no. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we can restore blood flow naturally without pumping your body full of chemicals like you've been doing. Guys, you need to come in today and fix this problem now. Why are you putting this off? Viagra's not going to magically start working next week, and you don't want to use shots or go under the knife. Call us today and speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today like the thousands of men who already have. If you're tired of dealing with ED or Peyronie's disease, then call West Coast Men's Health.
With offices in Sacramento and San Mateo, call 916-829-8273. That's 916-829-8273. 916-829-8273. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome.
Do you know what the 3 biggest problems are that people have with most plumbers?
Think about it for a minute. You could probably write this list yourself.
They don't come when they say they will. They charge you more after the job than they quoted you up front, and they don't fix the problem right the first time. Who has time for that kind of aggravation?
At Bell Brothers, our plumbers are completely different. We'll be there on time, right when we say we'll be there, and we give you a firm price in writing before we start.
And all our plumbing services are backed by our 100% satisfaction guarantee. If you're not happy, you don't pay.
For us, it's all about respect. For you, our customers. Call Bell Brothers right now for all your plumbing needs. Our number is 916-444-1234, or you can find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The NFL playoffs are here, and the easiest way to get into the action is with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. New customers, join today. Get started with $150 in free bets, free guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Sign up, promo code HERD. So football fans, don't miss out. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL.
21 plus in select states. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable free bets that expire 14 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit fanduel.com/RG in Colorado, Iowa, Michigan, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Illinois, and Virginia. 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342 in Arizona. 1-888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat in Connecticut. 1-800-9-WITH-IT in Indiana. 1-877-770-STOP in Louisiana. 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369 in New York. Tennessee Redline 1-800-889-9789 in Tennessee. 1-800-522-4700 in Wyoming or visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net in West Virginia.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sactown Sports.
Can you give me some space over here? What are you doing?
Oh, we like to keep it intimate. I mean, you see it, we get nice and close.
I took a shower.
Yeah.
No, you're fine.
I'm rubbing elbows with J. Ross.
Wait,
literally.
I want to be closer to J. Ross.
No.
Hi.
Hi.
You guys bringing goodies?
No, but I guess
Corporate did. Yeah.
So they said I could have a whole box.
You guys are corporate now.
Oh,
They're always nice on the first day.
Yeah.
Like, let's give it 2 weeks. They're going to be done with us.
really?
Yeah, they send in bag donuts.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
stale
send
donuts.
vegetables.
Yes.
First day, it's donuts. Oh, we're so excited to have you. 2 weeks in, they're sick of you.
Here's a carrot, kid.
Oh,
Well, you
yeah.
act like that's bad. You'd kill the carrots.
What do you mean?
You like that? Well, this guy likes vegetables.
Oh, I would honestly love carrots, but like donuts and then carrots, you know?
But isn't ice cream #1 for you?
Yes. Yes. And it should be for everyone else out there.
Does this look as weird as ever? Like we're all on the same side of the table.
I mean, it's not an ideal setup, but we have to mix it up here.
Yeah.
We all fit in together. I don't want the awkward 56K camera you had this morning.
Oh, I thought I looked good. Was it black and white?
It was no. It was. I think you had the antenna.
I did. I had to move the rabbit ears, and it came through.
Sources say we'll have the next camera back. By the way,
Oh.
at some point.
Okay, good. Yeah. Welcome back, guys.
Morgan just saw the donuts. She just saw the donuts.
Wait, why
that
are
were
there
delivered.
syringes in there?
Right.
What is going on with these
Inject
donuts?
me with sugar. Ding.
I don't think you need it today. I think you're ready. How are you guys?
We're good.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
It is kind of crazy. Welcome back.
Hey, thanks.
Appreciate it. It's going to be fun. I was thinking about this earlier, how, it's been a long time since this station has had a lot of local.
Yes.
It's but
big.
This hasn't happened before where it's 6A to 6P local ever.
Right.
This is history.
Yeah. You guys are a part of it.
Wow, we're
Yeah.
all part of history.
Yes.
Fist bump. I missed you, Jason Ross.
I miss you too. So you guys are good?
We're great.
Anxious for today. Anxious for there's lots to talk about.
There's not a better time to be doing a show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With what the Niners did yesterday, the Kings are awesome. They've got the biggest game of the season tonight.
You know what I wanted to do, Deuce? I didn't plan it with you ahead of time. Remember when we had the show together and then we were off for like 3 months? And do you remember the bit we did the first show back?
No.
We did like a flashback, we said like we kept the show going on, like we just weren't on, and then we made all these predictions and all of them were right.
That's right. That's right. Should have done that for 7 years.
Yes,
almost 7
a
years.
7-year run, like of all the things that we called correctly while you guys were gone.
Why didn't we think of this? Because we have all the time in the world.
We were
Why-
thinking about donuts. is
Oh,
what
God.
we were thinking about.
Yes. And the Sacramento Kings.
And the Sacramento Kings, and then the Lakers got Rui Hachimura, so they're going to win the title now, guys.
Yeah. I mean, that's the one move that they needed to make to be the champions this year.
Yeah.
So really smart move by the
Honestly,
Lakers.
not a bad move.
Oh,
It made sense,
I don't-
but good thing the Kings are done with them.
With Rui, I feel like the idea of Rui is better than the reality.
Oh, wait, a little deep there. What?
People, because he's long, he's a wing, he's got good size. You want to believe like, oh, this guy could be special. He's been in the league for a minute now. I mean,
He's having a good year though.
He's dealt with injuries. He's come off the bench for the Wizards. If you're the Lakers, it makes sense. You have to give up a ton.
Right.
You give up some future
They got
second round
better.
picks and none. But I'm not like, oh no, watch out. Oh, are they going to propel to the 10th seed now? Like they're not a good team.
Jason, I'm not like that with the Lakers right now, but I just think him as an individual, I'm a little jealous because I think, again, it's a situational thing for him, right? Where it's like in playing well, better this year, dealing with injuries when he has, but also it could be one of those things where a different situation, he becomes better. Plus, look how many years it took De'Aaron Fox to take this leap. 6 season now, and you're seeing him excel at a whole different level. I just think sometimes we don't give players and their developmental time some grace.
Well, no better team environment than LeBron and Westbrook.
Well.
And Beverly.
Yeah.
And
Hey,
street
end of
clothes.
game. Westbrook going to be dribbling it out and taking a bad shot. That's great for a young
Okay.
player's development. Like, it's fine. But it doesn't. I like Rui, but it's not like this trade is going to be so much bigger from a national media perspective because the Lakers
Then
made
it should be.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they made sense to do the deal. It didn't cost them that much. But how much better are they? A team that's below 500 on that front. We're 2+ weeks away from the trade deadline.
Ooh.
I don't know what the Kings should do, if anything. I mean, you always look, right? What do you, Morgan, Deuce? You guys have a thought on that?
Yeah, I think it's tough because right now it's like, don't mess up what's going right? If it's not broke, don't fix it. But at the same time, your mindset needs to be, we're trying to go for a championship, right? And even if that doesn't mean obviously this season,
Sure, right.
you want to make sure you're making the necessary adjustments year after year after year. So then it's not like you didn't waste a year. But that's tough because there's a lot of tough situations. Harrison Barnes is always the one that people put in that conversation, but contract expiring, he's a glue guy to the squad. So please don't.
Yeah, I mean, I think you definitely take a look at things, but there's just so many buyers right now. And that means stuff is going to be expensive. This group that is constructed right now, in my opinion, is good enough to be a playoff team.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to try to make every move now.
Yeah.
You can wait till the offseason, see what this group is capable of together. And hell, I don't know, maybe Keegan in this back half of the season becomes a more crucial piece to this team. We've seen more flashes from him recently, not only with the shot making, the rebounding. He may be you might just have internal improvement that can help you out later in the season.
The season goes in cycles. Right now, I'm on a cycle with this team where the bench isn't. It's not doing it for me. Now, the starters have been so great.
What happened to Malik Monk?
Right. I mean, I felt like this team is deep, and then all of a sudden I don't
You
feel
guys,
that.
it's up and down. His last game against the Grizzlies, he was the one that had 18 points off the bench, right?
Morgan, you believe in jinxes? You believe in jinxes, right?
So do you.
Did Mike Brown jinx Malik Monk when he was hyping him up for 6th man of the year early in the season? And since then, I don't think Malik Monk has hit a 3 since then.
So you're blaming Coach Brown.
Morgan, who believes in jinxes in a way, is blaming.
Wait, believes in jinxes in a way.
Yeah. What
so
is
she,
this?
in a way, is blaming Mike Brown.
Okay.
Okay.
Confirmed.
1, Mike Brown can do no wrong. 2, no,
Is this a jinx?
this is not. No, yeah, really. It's not a jinx. That's the second thing. The third thing is, though, I think Malik Monk is. I identifying him as a streaky player because I think he does add so many other things even when he's not scoring, but sometimes they really need him to be that scoring option. I think his playmaking ability, I think sometimes when he plays with that energetic chaos, it's controlled, and then other times it's like, whoa, what are you doing? Put the brakes on. You gotta be cool, calm, and collect and kind of run with the flow of the team. And other times it really does work. So there's other things he adds when he's not scoring.
He's been really, really a really good 3-point shooter the last couple of years. He's down to like 30% now.
Right.
So you like to hope he can get it going. And I think Brown also has to do a better job, a little bit of trusting the bench, because it feels like that leash is almost short for everyone on that bench. Like if you're not producing, fine, we'll play the starters 38 minutes. And, long term, I don't know if that's the play. You got to get more from the bench.
And it's not about long term right now, in my opinion. It's about winning.
The results are with the starters. They really are right now.
Totally. I forget, you had a really great stat, or JJ Redick had a really great stat about the starting crew a couple games ago and what they were doing as an offensive team, as a defensive team. They were just like top in the NBA as a starting crew, as a starting unit. So yeah, they're doing some amazing things, but this is a basketball team. You need other guys to step up, especially when there's a back-to-back, especially when there's an injury. And so hopefully that's the adjustments we want to see, but is that going to be this trade deadline?
Yeah. Who knows?
I don't know.
I don't like this matchup tonight with Memphis. Doesn't mean you go in and they can't beat Memphis. Of course they can, but big team, physical team. Deuce's favorite player, Dylan Brooks.
Can't stand that guy.
So he's going to be in the building. Here's an opportunity. I mean, we've talked about before in our shows that we've had, if a bear came in the studio, you just end it for yourself. But what if Dylan Brooks comes in the studio? Is it go time?
You talk back. He's not gonna throw down. He's all talk. So you just talk back right into his face until he cries.
He's a chihuahua. Saying, "Oh, you're loud. Get out of here."
Dylan Brooks. That's what you're going to do.
Chihuahua. I'm not scared of
I would
Dylan
bump
Brooks.
him chest to chest.
You would?
Yeah.
I'd offer him a donut.
Let's take this out on the basketball court.
It's a big game. It's a huge game for the Kings. And yeah, it hasn't been good against Memphis this year, right? Yeah. They've lost 2 of 3. And all the things that they did poorly last game against the shorthanded Sixers, the points in the paint, the offensive rebound, second chance points. That's what they do.
Yeah.
And, Memphis has lost a couple of games in a row. They were down big last night, came back to at least close it and make it respectable in Phoenix, but they're a tough matchup. However, this is what I want to see from the Kings. You've done it against below 500 teams, 18-5 against teams under 500. How do you look tonight against a Memphis team on your home floor?
Yeah.
It's a good test.
It's going to take a lot of fundamental play from the Kings, really, when it comes to their boxing out, making sure you're putting a body on somebody and pushing them out with your bootay. Like those little things, those details are going to matter in a game like this against a really good team in the Memphis Grizzlies. And you're going to have to match their physicality without getting frustrated, because whenever Sabonis gets frustrated, takes him a little bit out of his game. He's got to channel that frustrating energy into a let's go mentality.
Yeah. And maybe it's a good thing that they experienced what they experienced last game, where that's you have to be concerned about the points and the pain. It seems like
been a problem.
It's been a problem, but it's been a little better up until that Philly game. All right, wake up. You got to be engaged.
Yeah. That the point of not you don't lose to on purpose, but if you lose, you want to learn something from it. So that has to be what they take from that. And national media has done this, I think, but Ja versus De'Aaron, I think, is just a thing. Whether those two guys think it is, but that's gonna be fun to watch.
Yeah, it's always fun to watch. Ja's been awesome, 30 points a game against the Kings, but De'Aaron's been great too.
Yep.
And I think De'Aaron's playing the best basketball he's ever played. I'm ready for the matchup. They are the most annoying team, the Grizzlies, the most annoying team in the NBA.
And board material.
It's going to be a. Sorry, there's
There,
the flag in my face. What is
coming
on
off
you?
Of my jacket.
There's a lot going.
Yeah,
what is on there?
You know,
Did you roll around in hay?
You would think.
Hey, there's the needle.
Yep. It's something funny too,
Yeah.
you guys. I was on with Grizzlies Digital this morning, kind of previewing the game with them, and she asked me what matchup I'm looking forward to, and I was like, "Oh, Sabonis and Steven Adams," and that was the first one I went. And she's like, "I just automatically thought it was going to be De'Aaron and Ja."
You
even
know the game.
And no,
The details.
no, and my point was I was like, yeah, like we know what we're going to get from them, but yeah, Sabonis and Steven Adams, they're going to battle it out down low.
We have to go.
What?
That's it.
Time
Come
to
on.
eat. Nom nom nom.
All of them. What's the one you're picking out of that box? Definitely one with a syringe in it.
Well, they all have syringes around, so I don't know.
All right, Deuce and Mo, the return. They come up right now, basically. We got a quick break. They're starting, and I'm just going to sit here uncomfortably right next to them for the next 3 hours here on Sactown Sports.
The only place you'll find De'Aaron Fox is Sactown Sports.
Spins away from the defender in the paint.